Sound check 1 2 3. Sound check 1 2 3.
Good morning. Welcome to the Planning Committee meeting for Tuesday, July the 29th. May I ask that all electronic devices be switched to a non-audible function during committee meetings? So here in council chambers, we have Councillor Alex Wilson, Councillor Craig Gassar, Councillor Mark Tattison, Councillor Jeff Beattie, Councillor Cameron Kretsch, Councillor Maureen Wilson. Online with us is Councillor Narendra Nan and Councillor Matt Francis, and welcome to Councillor Tom Jackson for joining us today. So since quorum is present, I'd like to call this meeting to order, 9:33 a.m. Mr. Chief Planner Robichaud, I understand you have somebody new to introduce.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Steve Robichaud, Chief Planner, City of Hamilton. Yes, I would like to introduce our new Manager of Sustainable Communities, Steve Burke. Steve joins us. Steve's a registered professional planner with over 25 years of experience working in municipalities in the Greater Toronto Area, with more than 10 years in a policy management role with the towns of Halton Hills, Caledon, and Niagara-on-the-Lake. Steve has been responsible for the preparation and adoption of new official plans and zoning bylaws, growth management strategies, and phasing plans for large greenfield areas. He has also led economic strategic development projects such as affordable housing and brownfield strategies in those municipalities. So I'd like to introduce Steve and to our team and our organization. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank Melanie Pham and Charlie Tomaine, who have been the acting manager of Sustainable Communities over the last few months. During that time, I just want to point out that they have brought forward some fairly significant policy initiatives that have been received by this committee and council, including work relating to the major transit station areas and inclusionary zoning, the urban boundary expansion framework, the biodiversity strategy action plan update, the changes to the rental housing and how we're now dealing with rental housing protection. And today they have two significant reports that are coming forward from the policy team relating to the housing monitoring annual update, as well as the energy facilities framework that will be considered by committee. Thank you very much for that opportunity to introduce Steve and to thank and recognize Melanie and Charlie. Thank you.
Welcome, Manager Steve. It sounds like you got a lot of large portfolio things to fill up there. So, but welcome to the team, Steve, Manager Steve. So let's move on to approval of the agenda. Clerk Kelsey, are there any addendum items to this agenda, please?
Yes, Chair Wang, we have additions which have been noted in the published agenda. For item 8.2, the public meeting respecting 700 Garner Road East, it's being moved up in the agenda to be heard after the approval of the minutes. There being no objection, this is to accommodate the French language interpreter, Vivian Jigoa, who will be at the presentation, or will be at the circle today during that public meeting. Vivian?
Alors, il y a eu des additions qui ont été ajoutées à l'agenda, notamment l'item 8.2, le public, justement, va respecter l'agenda du 700 Garner Road East, et ça a été bougé, ça a été déplacé justement dans l'agenda. Et ensuite, cela va être entendu après l'approbation des différentes minutes. Aussi, il y a eu des objections. Ces objections ont été faites pour accommoder par rapport à la langue française. Et donc, l'interpréteur que je suis va être capable de présenter au podium aujourd'hui durant cette assemblée aujourd'hui.
Thank you. And as well, item 9.1, which is report PED 25172, respecting demolition permit for 974 and 980 Upper Paradise Road, is being deferred to the September 9th meeting with Ward Councillor Tattison's approval.
So are there any further agendas? I feel like Mr. Jenga, I think as long as we're speaking about 700 Garner, I will ask you to interpret, but otherwise we'll just continue moving on with all of the others. I see that Councillor Pauls has joined us now, so thank you, Mr. Jenga. Are there any further amendments to the agenda as presented? Seeing none, may I have a mover and a seconder that the agenda be approved as amended? Councillor Alex Wilson and Councillor Nan. This is a e-scribe vote, please. May I have your vote electronically? Okay. Yeah. Just need to wake up the vote. Oh, here it is. Vote is up. Counselor Pauls, please.
Counselor Pauls, are you able to vote?
Oh, she had to log off. Okay. And that carries 9-0. Thank you. We are now moving on to declarations of interest. So members of committee, are there any declarations of interest? Okay, seeing none, let's move on to approval of minutes from the previous meeting. May I please have a mover and a seconder to adopt the minutes of July 8th, 2025? Counselor Beatty and Counselor Kassar. This is a hand vote. May I have your hand vote, please? And that carries. Thank you. Okay. Bonjour à tous. Merci à la communauté francophone de nous joindre aujourd'hui. Nous allons modifier notre agenda aujourd'hui pour accommoder l'audience publique pour l'item 8.2. Nous allons le faire vers le début de la réunion pour permettre à l'interprète anglais-français de nous assister. How am I doing? Am I okay? Nous cherchons à faciliter une compréhension complète de l'information des délégués pour que le comité puisse considérer toutes les informations présentées. Merci de prendre le temps de déléguer à la réunion de sous-comité de la planification. So, we will start with reading the actual words that I have to read. The public has been advised on how to pre-register to be a delegate at the public meeting on today's agenda. If a person or public body would otherwise have an ability to appeal the decision of Council, City of Hamilton to the Ontario Land Tribunal, but the person or public body does not make an oral submission at a public meeting or make written submissions to the City of Hamilton before the bylaw is passed, the person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision.
L'Assemblée a été notifiée comment se préenregistrer pour être un délégué à cette Assemblée publique. Et justement, c'est inscrit à l'agenda aujourd'hui. Si une personne du public voudrait justement avoir de la décision du Conseil, la ville de Hamilton, de Ontario Land Tribunal, du tribunal justement de la terre de l'Ontario, mais aussi justement le personnel et puis tous les différents corps publics ne feront pas justement de soumission orale à cette Assemblée générale afin que justement cette soumission soit écrite. Alors, la ville de Toronto, de Hamilton, justement devant la loi, a été avisée et cette loi aussi a été passée. La personne justement du public ne sera pas, aucune personne du public justement ne fera appel de la décision. You can go ahead, please.
If a person or public body does not make an oral submission at public meeting or make written submissions to the City of Hamilton before the bylaw is passed, the person or public body may not be added as a party of the hearing of an appeal before the Ontario Land Tribunal unless, in the opinion of the tribunal, there are reasonable grounds to do so.
Si une personne de l'Assemblée ne fait pas une soumission orale à cette Assemblée générale ou une soumission écrite à la ville de Hamilton avant que la loi ne passe, l'Assemblée ou bien le public ne pourra pas ajouter justement comme une partie de cette écoute, de cette audience publique, comme appel devant la Cour de l'Ontario, à moins que cette opinion justement du tribunal, à moins que ce soit une opinion du tribunal, il y a justement qu'il y ait une raison raisonnable de le faire.
Merci, Mr. Jinga. to committee members. We are now speaking about PED 25193. This is the application for draft plan of subdivision for lands located at 700 Garner Road East. Today, as we do have Mr. Junga here to interpret, I will ask that those that are speaking in English and in French speak in short sentences, so that way it gives Mr. Junga a chance to do that interpretation.
Je souhaiterais que justement les personnes qui vont parler parlent avec des phrases courtes afin que moi, l'interprète, je puisse avoir le temps de bien traduire tout ce qui va être dit.
Up now, we do have Yomna Eldon, who has a staff presentation. Would committee like to see the staff presentation?
Yumna va commencer la présentation.
Okay. Looks like we don't have anything, so may I have a mover and a seconder to receive and waive, to waive the staff presentation, please? Councillor Kassar, Councillor Kretsch, this is a hand vote. May I have the hand vote, please? Looks like that carries. So we'll move on to Jerry Chisler from MHBC Planning is in attendance today. Jerry, please come on down.
Alors, Monsieur Jerry vient justement faire sa présentation.
So Jerry, just a reminder, we are doing the interpretation, so just speak in short sentences. That way Mr. Junga can actually interpret for us, okay?
Absolutely. Jerry Chisler here from MHBC Planning. I'm a partner with the firm and a registered professional planner, and I'm here on behalf of the owner as the owner's agent.
Je suis Monsieur Jerry du MHBC et je suis un planificateur professionnel.
Good morning, everybody. I do have a short presentation prepared if the committee would like to see it, just very basic background on the site. However, my main purpose here is to make a request to the committee for deferral. So I'm in the hands of the committee if you'd like me to do a short presentation about the background of the site, or if I can proceed to my request. Certainly, just give me one moment, please.
Alors, donc, j'ai une présentation à faire et c'est une présentation assez brève. Je voudrais savoir si le comité peut me permettre de faire cette présentation et de l'afficher pendant que je parle.
So the application before the committee today is dealing with lands addressed as 700 Garner Road East in Ancaster. The property is approximately 21 hectares in area and has two separate frontages along Garner Road East of about 100 and 121 meters in length.
Je vous prierai, I would like please to shorten a little bit your sentences so that I can follow along and be able to translate in French, if you don't mind, please. So if you don't mind coming back, so I can see exactly what is right, please.
Certainly. So the application before the committee today is with the property located at 700 Garner Road East.
Alors la soumission aujourd'hui concerne l'adresse ou le plan à la location au 700 Garner Road East à Ancaster.
The property is approximately 21 hectares in area with two separate frontages along Garner Road.
La propriété est environ 200 hectares.
The frontage is broken up by a row of 4 residential properties that front onto Garner Road, which is this void area here.
Alors, la façade avant, il y a des résidences à l'endroit où monsieur est en train de pointer.
The site also has frontage along Smith Road, along the west lot line, which is an unopened road allowance.
Le site a aussi justement un accès sur le Smith Road, le long de cette route rurale.
The property also has a hydro corridor located along the south of the property line and a separate hydro easement that bisects the property in a diagonal.
Alors, il y a une section de hydro, un corridor qui longe la frontière sud de la propriété du site.
There is also a portion of the property that you see sort of missing here. This is about a 14-acre parcel that was purchased by the city.
Alors, il y a aussi cette section que vous voyez là qui a été achetée par la ville de Hamilton.
The property is about 5.5 hectares in area and is intended to accommodate a future French school.
Cette section est environ 5 acres qui a été achetée justement pour faire les constructions par rapport aux écoles.
The site is identified as an employment area in the city's urban structure and designated institutional in the Airport Employment Growth District Secondary Plan.
Donc le site a été justement désigné comme un site institutionnel et comme on peut voir, il a été justement mis en place pour cette construction-là.
This designation permits a variety of uses, including schools, hospitals, long-term care homes, places of worship, and so on.
Donc cet endroit-là est désigné, en fait, il est prévu pour construire des écoles, des hôpitaux et autres facilités, autres infrastructures.
It is also subject to Special Policy Area D, which restricts residential uses to only those associated with schools.
Donc il a été aussi désigné comme zone numéro D qui va être en mesure de pouvoir être dédiée à des projets spécifiques.
The zoning on the property is also institutional and implements the land use designation.
L'endroit était un endroit aussi qui a été désigné comme zone institutionnelle.
It is also subject to a holding provision, which requires that servicing and transportation infrastructure be available prior to development.
Donc cet endroit est aussi désigné pour pouvoir accueillir des projets majeurs institutionnels.
The application does not require amendments to the official plan or zoning.
Cette soumission n'est pas sujette à de quelconque amendement que ce soit.
The subdivision introduces new streets as identified on the plan, streets A and B.
Donc cette division vous présente aussi des rues, comme il a été mentionné sur le plan, les rues A et les rues B.
It also includes blocks for stormwater management and infrastructure.
Ça inclut aussi des blocs pour certains aménagements.
And this is tied together with 4 large development blocks, totaling an area of 15 hectares.
Donc ça inclut aussi 4 autres blocs, 4 autres secteurs, 4 autres surfaces qui ont été l'objet d'amendements aussi.
There are currently no prospective tenants for the blocks, so the proposal creates large blocks.
Alors il n'y a pas de locataires pour l'instant, donc ce qui fait qu'on peut faire de grands espaces et c'est dédié à de très grands blocs aussi, de très grandes surfaces.
And these large blocks can be severed in the future once future tenant needs are known.
Donc ces blocs peuvent servir dans le futur lorsque justement les locataires vont pouvoir aménager les lieux pour des projets divers.
And the owner has that interest in development here in the past, but the blocks were not shovel ready, so that has not proceeded.
Alors le propriétaire a été intéressé dans le passé à justement faire des travaux, mais cette surface-là, cette superficie n'était pas disponible encore. Il n'avait pas encore les autorisations nécessaires.
So this application has been with the city for a number of years, and we've worked hard with staff to advance it to this point.
Alors, cette demande a été justement mise sur la table il y a des années de cela. Et donc, nous avons travaillé pour que ce soit actuellement en cours de réalisation.
We've made especially great progress over the past 2 to 3 weeks on the special conditions.
Alors, on a fait des projets majeurs durant les 2-3 dernières semaines sur ces projets-là.
But we've not been able to get alignment on all of the conditions, and we still have outstanding matters as shown on the screen.
Alors, donc, on a encore quand même des problèmes à régler justement concernant les amendements et les points cités dans ce tableau.
These generally relate to technical matters in terms of drainage and stormwater on the property.
En général, ce sont des projets techniques en termes de drainage, en termes de circulation, des eaux et autres.
As well as natural heritage, architectural control, and infrastructure requirements.
Donc, il y a aussi justement des problèmes en termes d'héritage naturel et justement des endroits qui font l'objet de compensation aussi.
Out of the 127 special conditions imposed,
Des 127 conditions qui ont été imposées,
we have agreement on approximately 95% of them.
on a eu justement des accords sur quasiment 95% de ces 127-là.
But do require extra time to resolve the remaining matters with staff.
Mais il reste encore du temps quand même. Il y a encore du temps à consacrer à cela pour pouvoir résoudre les autres problèmes.
On that basis, we do request the committee defer the application to the next planning committee meeting.
Sur cette note-là, nous demandons au comité justement de proroger ou bien de reporter cela à la prochaine réunion du comité.
To ensure we can get alignment on all the critical matters, and so the subdivision can proceed as expected.
Afin que justement nous puissions avoir le temps de résoudre cela et puis de soumettre ces avancées à la réunion du comité.
Thank you. I'd be pleased to take any questions.
Merci beaucoup et s'il y a des questions, s'il vous plaît.
Thank you, Mr. Chisler. At this time, do we have any questions for Mr. Chisler? Chisler, right? Chisler?
Chisler?
Chisler, okay.
Est-ce qu'il y a des questions pour M. Chisler, please, s'il vous plaît?
Okay, so you are asking for a deferral, which means we are moving the decision of this to the next planning committee. So it gives you some time to actually work on some of these outstanding issues. Is that correct, Mr. Chisler?
That's correct.
Donc, vous demandez que nous puissions ajourner ou bien reporter certaines décisions afin qu'on puisse les étudier et les ramener à la décision du public à la prochaine réunion du Conseil.
Okay. At this time, if there are no speakers, Councillor Jackson, please.
Thank you. None from your committee at this time
I
for the
do not
delegate,
see.
Chair? Okay, thank you, Chair Huang. Good morning.
Bonjour.
Boy, I'm trying to keep it short. Okay. Through you, if I may, just for clarity, Chair Huang, please, given my history on this file working with the Francophone community.
Alors, s'il vous plaît, je vais quand même donner un petit historique de ce projet parce que j'ai travaillé sur ce projet quand même avec le comité.
And my own Broughton East Park community in Ward 6. Broughton East Park
Broughton East Park.
Donc, c'est sur le Broughton East Park.
in my ward. Thank you.
Donc, son travail se situe au Broughton East Park.
Thank you. Through you, Chair Huang, to Mr. Tischler, you're requesting to September the 9th. Do you feel from your end that's sufficient time to resolve the outstanding matters?
Donc, M. Chisler, vous demandez à ce que ce soit ajourné jusqu'au 9 septembre pour qu'on puisse résoudre ce problème-là.
Through the chair to the councillor, yes, I believe so. We are very close with staff and have made great progress in the past couple of weeks.
Oui, nous sommes vraiment très très proches d'arriver à une conclusion et c'est pour cela que justement nous faisons cette demande-là.
Thank you, Mr. Tischler. Chair Huang, I leave it, this is your committee, not mine. I just think an answer from Chief Planner Robichaud to confirm staff can also meet that deadline. Is that in order now, or should I wait for later?
Let's wait for later.
Okay, then, fine. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Tischler.
Okay.
Merci, Monsieur Chisler.
Seeing as there are no other speakers for the delegate, I need a mover and a seconder to receive this delegation from the agent, please. Councillor Tattison, Councillor Beatty. Hand vote. May I have your hand vote, please? And that carries. Thank you. Up now.
Sorry, I may have missed it, but did we ask Mr. Tischler if he was in support of the staff report?
I don't think he is because he wants to defer it. Mr. Chisler, can you come on down and just put that on record that you are not in support of the staff report? Sorry, we need to do that just on the record.
That's correct, not in support with the current conditions imposed.
Donc, je ne peux pas supporter cela dans ces conditions actuelles.
Okay. So up now, we do have registered delegations.
Donc, actuellement, on va juste aller avec les délégations qui sont enregistrées, les délégués enregistrés.
We have 11 delegates. Maintenant, pouvons-nous accueillir Monsieur Latour? Monsieur Latour, you have 5 minutes for your delegation, but we also will allow for some time for the interpretation. So I just wanted to keep your delegation short if you can.
Madam Chair, may I ask a question of procedure?
Okay.
Are delegates allowed to self-translate if they feel capable?
If you feel capable, that might give Mr. Jinga a little bit of a break. That would be awesome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And therefore, I assume that if someone is self-translating, that we double the time to 10 minutes total?
Double the, no. 7 minutes maybe, but 5 minutes if possible.
I believe I can say everything twice and still meet 7 minutes. I thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Latour.
Sorry, I'm adjusting to this change. I had not anticipated it. Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Merci, Madame la Présidente. Good morning to the Chair, the Planning Committee, and members of the public. Bonjour à la Présidente, le Comité de planification et les membres du public. My name is Christian Latour. Je m'appelle Christian Latour, and I am here today to speak in support of the draft plan of subdivision for the lands located at 700 Garner Road. Je suis ici pour parler en appui du plan pour la subdivision du terrain à 700 Garner Road. This plan has been developed for the purpose of allowing construction of a new facility for the Francophone community to house both our public and separate high schools. Ce plan a été créé pour arrêter un bâtiment pour l'emplacement de nos écoles publiques et catholiques. I'd like to thank the city planners for all their work in preparing the proposal and for recommending that it move forward. J'apprécie le travail du comité de planification sur ce dossier et leurs recommandations que ça avance. I invite all of you to consider some statistics about our local French communities. Je vous invite à revoir les détails sur notre communauté francophone. The French language is a significant part of our province's culture. La langue française est importante à notre province. In 2024, the province of Ontario's total trade with OIF member countries was just under $30 billion. En 2024, les échanges de la province de l'Ontario et de l'OIF étaient juste en dessous de 30 billions. The OIF, Organisation Internationale de la Francophonie, is a global institution. C'est une institution globale qui représente des pays où le français est parlé ou important culturellement. Countries and regions where French is commonly spoken or culturally significant. There are over 600,000 francophones in Ontario. Il y a plus de 600 000 francophones en Ontario. This is according to the province's 2025 report on Francophone affairs. 1.8% of Hamiltonians self-identify as francophones. 1.8% des gens de Hamilton s'identifient comme francophones. Over 6% of Hamiltonians identify as French-speaking. En plus de 6% des gens de Hamilton disent qu'ils parlent le français. That's over 30,000 people, plus de 30 000 personnes. This plan is good for our local economy. Bilingualism is a competitive advantage in these hard times. Ce plan est bon pour notre économie. Le bilinguisme, c'est un avantage économique dans ces temps difficiles. Through the chair, I remind Council that this is not the first time they've been asked to move forward a plan for a new building for this school. Au nom de la présidente, je rappelle le Conseil que ce n'est pas la première fois qu'on vous demande une place pour nos écoles. Briefly about myself, un peu sur moi. Je suis fier franco-ontarien, né à Guelph. Mon père est belge, ma mère est acadienne. I'm a proud francophone, born in Guelph. My father's Belgian, my mother's Acadian. On me dit que mes premiers mots étaient banane. I'm told my first words were both banana and banane. Pour l'école primaire, j'ai fréquenté Saint-René-Goupil à Guelph et ensuite j'ai passé à Georges-Pévanier et j'ai gradué en 1994. I went to primary school in Guelph at Saint-René-Goupil, and I graduated from Georges Pévanier in 1994. These days, I'm a project manager, a professor at Mohawk College in IT and cybersecurity. Ces jours-ci, je suis chef de projet en logiciel, professeur à Mohawk College en TI et cybersécurité. Mon fils a fréquenté l'école Pavillon de la jeunesse et obtiendra son diplôme de Vanier l'an prochain. My son went to Pavillon de la jeunesse and will graduate from Vanier next year. Je suis engagé dans notre communauté francophone depuis aussi longtemps que je m'en souviens. I have always been involved with our francophone community. En tant que francophone et père, j'ai été confronté à un choix injuste pour l'éducation pour mon fils. As a father and francophone, I was faced with an unfair choice for my son's education. Devions-nous préserver notre langue ou lui offrir accès à des installations de qualité? Do I maintain my language or send my son somewhere that he'll have access to good quality services? No parent should have to make that kind of choice. Aucun parent devrait avoir à faire ce choix. Back to the issue. Our community urgently needs new, purpose-built high schools for our youth. Nous avons besoin de nouveaux terrains qui ont été construits pour ce but. Both l'Académie Mère-Thérèse and l'École secondaire Georges Pévanier are operating in outdated, hand-me-down buildings. Les deux écoles mentionnées sont dans des édifices à seconde main et de basse qualité. These facilities do not meet modern educational or accessibility standards. Les édifices que nous avons n'achèvent pas les standards de qualité en éducation ou accessibilité. The draft plan allows us to replace aging infrastructure with a site that reflects the value we place on public education. Ce nouveau terrain nous donne l'opportunité de démontrer la valeur que nous mettons sur l'éducation dans notre société. Consolidating the two schools on a shared site is not just practical, it's smart. Better use of taxpayer money, shared facilities, and greater flexibility in delivering program. Ce n'est non seulement pas... sorry, I need to adjust. Construire ces deux édifices à la même place, c'est non seulement une bonne idée, c'est intelligent. Nous pouvons sauver de l'argent, nous pouvons avoir des installations partagées et livrer des programmes qui ne seraient pas possibles si les deux écoles étaient séparées. Cut to the end. City planners have reviewed this proposal and recommended its approval. Le comité de planification a revu ce plan et proposé que ça avance. I respectfully ask this council to do the same. Je demande au Conseil de faire de même. You've had opportunities in the past to help right an ongoing injustice. Vous avez eu auparavant l'opportunité de faire une correction à une injustice. Some of you failed to rise to that opportunity. Il y en a entre vous qui n'ont pas monté à ce défi. Today, I count on each of you to support this plan. Je m'attends aujourd'hui à ce que vous appuyiez ce plan, not only for the benefit of our French-speaking students today, but for the future growth and diversity of our community. Non seulement pour notre communauté, pour nos enfants, mais pour toute notre communauté. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Merci, Mr. Latour. Are there any questions for this delegate, please? Councillor Beatty, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you.
Est-ce qu'il y a des questions pour M. Latour, s'il vous plaît?
Thank you for being here today. My sister-in-law is a proud Francophone, so if I don't ask at least one question, I'm going to be in trouble.
Ma sœur, ma belle-sœur est francophone et elle m'a demandé de poser cette question-là, s'il vous plaît.
The best I could probably do is to say that my French is small.
Le mieux que je puisse dire, c'est que mon français n'est pas très bon.
On this journey, I previously served as a member of the English School Board, English Public School Board here in Hamilton. I previously served as a trustee on the English Public School Board here in Hamilton.
Donc j'ai travaillé dans le passé comme très haut cadre du Conseil scolaire public de Hamilton.
And it seems that by my memory, I recall that there is some length to this ongoing issue with the placement of a French school here in Hamilton.
Et de mémoire, je me souviens justement que depuis lors, il y a eu toujours cette discussion autour de ce projet de construction d'école à Hamilton.
And I'm wondering through the chair if you might give a little more detail as to the length of time and the history and some of the other components of the timeline. How long has this been going on that the Francophone community has been looking for this investment?
Et je demande justement au Conseil, alors le temps, combien de temps est-ce que ça va prendre pour pouvoir finaliser ce projet-là?
Through the chair, au parvu du président, I won't answer much of that question because I know other delegates are going to bring a lot of that information. Je ne vais pas répondre grandement à cette question parce que je connais que d'autres délégués vont parler à ce sujet. I will broadly say that this has been an ongoing issue since at least 2013. Je sais que ce sujet nous concerne depuis au moins 2013. That it has been a very long journey. Ça a été un très long voyage. Yeah. Other delegates will definitely be speaking to that. Les autres délégués vont remplir cette information.
Okay, thank you for that. I look forward to hearing it, and the timeline you've described is similar to what I recall, so about 12 or more years. Thank you, merci.
Merci, Monsieur Latour, et j'espère vraiment entendre les autres délégués parce que justement, ça fait quand même plus de 12 ans que justement ce projet-là est sur la glace.
Thank you, Councillor Beatty. Seeing as there are no other speakers, merci, Monsieur Latour. Maintenant, pouvons-vous accueillir Arwinder Kaur, ACFO Hamilton.
Allô, allô? Ok, génial. Bonjour, Madame la Présidente, bonjour la ville de Hamilton et bonjour au public là-bas qui nous regarde et qui nous écoute. So, good morning, everybody. Madam Chair, City of Hamilton, and the public on my left. So I would also like to basically speak in both languages myself, giving a break to Monsieur. And my predecessor, so Monsieur Latour, did a great job with translating, sentence by sentence. I would like to do it by, just separating the speech in two, just for the flow of what I'm going to say. So my name is Arvinder Kaur, and I am a member of the boards of directors of ACFO Hamilton. That's a name of the organization that you should know by now, because every 25th of September for Franco-Ontarian Day, we are one of the organizers, celebrating the Franco-Ontarian flag and culture here at City Hall outside of this building. Also, may I remind everybody in this room that the federal government back in 2018 and 2019 designated Hamilton as the communauté francophone accueillante, so a welcoming francophone community, based on the numbers that Monsieur Latour has presented in front of everybody here. Based on that pilot project back in 2018, it has inspired other cities such as London, which is roughly 2 hours from here, and other cities in Canada, so outside of Ontario, by the work that has been done by the Francophone pillars and Francophone organizations here in Hamilton. And moving in a broader direction, so if you basically look at my background, I come from Belgium, where there are 3 national languages, and there's always been skirmishes between French and Flemish. So, being brought up there and always having this friction. And when I came 13 years ago, when I came to Canada, where in Belgium we say Canada is bilingual, you will have the advantage of having French and English. You'll land in Pearson Airport and you'll have French everywhere alongside English. That was not the case 13 years ago, as I'm discovering that Ontario is vastly English-speaking, and we are a minority group, despite the fact that French and English are both national languages. So moving forward in my timeline, as a Punjabi Sikh mother of 2 kids, we chose to put our kids to a French school, French language school, so a Francophone school, so that they could be taking advantage, as Monsieur Latour said, of the bilingualism that is going to be an advantage, mark my words, in 10 years, in 15 years, being bilingual French, English, because I was told that, even if I speak Punjabi, that's not considered being bilingual. Here in Canada, being bilingual is English, French. So these kids, as they're growing, they're proud Canadian, they're proud Francophones, they're proud Sikh and Punjabi, all that in one person. That actually is the beauty of the Canada I was sold when I was in Belgium, a multilingual, multicultural Canada, where you can basically be someone proud of your roots, but also proud of being part of a broader community and the unity that makes us Canadian. Based on all I said, I really would like to see this plan of a joint building housing 2 school boards, the public French and the Catholic French, as soon as possible. So that was my part in English. Maintenant, pour honorer quand même le fait que je suis une fière francophone et un membre de l'organisation qui s'appelle ACFO Hamilton, j'aimerais donc faire un petit résumé de ce que je viens de dire en anglais. Pour ceux qui ne savent pas, la ville de Hamilton a été désignée vers 2018-2019 en tant que communauté francophone accueillante, et cela a été fait par le gouvernement fédéral. Un communiqué de presse avait été partagé avec la communauté, et l'ancien maire de cette ville avait également fait partie donc des annonces aux côtés du gouvernement fédéral. Le fait que la ville de Hamilton, avec les données probantes et statistiques qui prouvent que la communauté francophone est en train de grandir dans cette ville qui est dans les top 10 de l'Ontario, le fait que le projet pilote est maintenant devenu un projet en soi, en tant que tel, et qui a inspiré d'autres communautés et d'autres villes telles que London, Hawkesbury, Timmins et au-delà de l'Ontario. Ça prouve en effet que les francophones qui viennent de partout au monde, que ce soit l'Europe, l'Afrique et d'ailleurs, veulent en fait s'installer dans une ville où ils peuvent avoir des services en français. Ensuite, juste pour rappeler aussi que la mosaïque de la francophonie n'est pas une petite mosaïque uniforme. Nous sommes, vous pouvez le voir là-bas dans le public, nous sommes des francophones de partout dans le monde avec des souches différentes. Moi, en tant que fière francophone, voilà, je suis Punjabi Sikh, mais j'ai décidé de mettre mes enfants dans une école francophone pour qu'ils puissent avoir l'avantage de parler anglais et français, pouvoir ouvrir des portes pour le post-secondaire, des universités tant bien anglophones que francophones, et tout ça grâce à une éducation libre, publique, financée par le gouvernement, mais, comme a dit M. Latour, avec des avantages que nous aurions au même niveau que la communauté anglophone. Et je terminerai par dire que cela me fait chaud au cœur de voir tout le monde réuni ici pour représenter ce que la jeune moi, en Belgique, ce que je voyais du Canada. Donc un Canada multilingue et multiculturel où nous pouvons être fiers de nos souches, mais ancrer de nouvelles souches ici, dans cette terre canadienne, avec nos différences, mais avec une unité et une identité canadienne. Merci beaucoup à tout le monde.
Merci, Arwinder. Are there any questions? Actually, Arwinder, you just got to stay for a second. Any questions
Est-ce qu'il y a des
for
questions?
Arwinder, please? Now that we made her run all the way back to the podium. Okay. Thank you. There are no questions.
I mean, just the purpose of time, maybe keep the questions, like keep writing them on a paper and maybe keep them for the last person who's going to speak, because all of the delegation, like all of the speakers here, they're going to speak on different topics, as in someone might focus on the timeline it took to get us here. I made a personal piece, so just a suggestion.
Thank you, but I think that what we'll have to do is we're still going to ask everyone if there are any questions. Okay, so maintenant pouvons-vous accueillir Julie Jardel. Julie? Next, we have Sonia Macaluso, but Julie will come down, just to let everyone know that Sonia Macaluso will be after Julie.
Alors, mademoiselle Sonia va être après madame Julie.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. So I will also do my own translation. As I go, I'll try to do paragraph per paragraph, so I keep the fluidity as well. Thank you to our interpreter for being here today. Really appreciate it. So dear members of the Planning Committee, thank you, Madam Chair, and dear members of the community here. I'm really happy to be standing here and speak to you today as a member of Hamilton's French-speaking community, which is a community I have been proud to serve since I arrived here in Canada and in Hamilton in 2019, working at the Francophone Cultural Center to make the city more welcoming and vibrant for francophones. Donc, bonjour à tout le monde. Je suis ici pour représenter aujourd'hui la communauté francophone de Hamilton en tant que résidente de Hamilton depuis 2019. Je travaillais pour le Centre francophone culturel et je visais justement à faire de cette ville une ville plus accueillante et vibrante pour les francophones. Today I speak not in a professional capacity, but as a resident who envisions to build a life here and a future. And I also speak for friends, colleagues, and neighbors who cannot be here today, but who have fought for this school since the turn of the century. Some of whom were students at Vanier High School when this project was first proposed, and who decades later are still waiting. Donc je suis ici pas dans une capacité professionnelle, mais plutôt comme une résidente de Hamilton qui veut construire une vie et et un futur ici. Et je parle aussi pour des amis, des collègues qui, eux, ont entendu parler de ce projet depuis le début des années 2000, depuis qu'ils étudiaient à Georges Pévanier ou à l'Académie Mère Teresa, et qui, 2 décennies après, attendent toujours l'avancée de ce projet. So I am here to express my cautious but resolute support for the draft plan application at 700 Garner Road East to advance the joint Francophone high school. I am cautious because I recognize there are challenges that this site presents, but I'm also resolute because I believe we can solve them together, and further delays would betray the promises made to our community and the better education we legally deserve. Donc je suis ici pour exprimer à la fois mon soutien inconditionnel, mais aussi les réservations que j'ai par rapport à ce projet de construction au 700 Garner Road East pour cette école secondaire des 2 conseils scolaires. Je dis que je suis consciente qu'il y a des défis que nous devons surmonter collectivement par rapport à ce site qui n'est pas idéal, mais je suis quand même résolue et je soutiens profondément ce projet parce que ça fait des années que nous l'attendons, que de nombreuses promesses ont été faites et que notre communauté mérite un meilleur contexte d'éducation. This project, I believe, is more than just a school. It's about preserving our identity. In fact, for Francophones in a minority context, spaces like a joint school where both school boards can work together, but also which includes a community center, is not just an amenity, it's a lifeline for us Francophones. This is where our language can thrive outside the classroom, where families can gather, where newcomers can find belonging, and where our culture can be celebrated. But for this vision to come alive, the site must be accessible. A center cut from reliable transit risks becoming a symbol of isolation rather than connection. So this will be my first important point about transit equity. We want to make sure that there is a bus route that runs regularly accessing this site because there are so many Francophones who live really far away from this school, and that will include long hours of transportation. And we will want to make sure that low-income families who rely on transit can access this site in an equitable manner. Donc le premier point que je veux mentionner, c'est qu'un site comme cette école jointe qui contiendra un centre communautaire, c'est vraiment un endroit essentiel pour faire perdurer la culture francophone. C'est un centre où les nouveaux arrivants peuvent se sentir accueillis, peuvent sentir la communauté sent qu'elle a un espace dans lequel elle peut célébrer qui elle est, sa culture, dans les murs de l'école, mais également en dehors et se rejoindre dans cet espace. Il doit donc être accessible par le transport, avec notamment des lignes d'autobus qui permettent de le rejoindre facilement et régulièrement, car les francophones sont vraiment étalés partout dans la ville de Hamilton et on a besoin d'un accès facilité à cette école. The second point I would like to make is the consultation and transparency. So while the community engagement occurred in 2021, there are too many of us who are not included in the land swap discussions, and we really appreciate the opportunity to be here today to voice our needs, our concerns, statistics. As we have said, there's lots of points that are being brought up to this committee, and we really welcome an inclusive process where we can speak throughout the consultation and the advancement of this project. It is very important for us because as a minority, we also recognize the intersectionality. Everyone has different challenges, so it's very important that everyone's voices within the Francophone community can be heard. Donc un point sur la consultation, on apprécie être entendu aujourd'hui, cependant depuis 2021 et ensuite le changement de terrain qui a été effectué, il y a eu un manque de consultation de la communauté qui fait qu'on a été gardé un peu sur les plates-bandes et qu'on n'a pas été vraiment toujours inclus dans le processus de choix du terrain. Donc on espère qu'avec la démarche qui est faite aujourd'hui, ça va pouvoir continuer dans ce sens. And the last point that I would like to make is that this site has some environmental and cultural heritage that is very important to us as Francophones. As I said before, the idea of intersectionality. So Tiffany's Creek ecosystem and the existing drainage patterns must be preserved on the proposed site. And so I personally echo the Six Nations of the Grand River Elected Council's call for protecting the trees and the mature growth in the building process. So as Francophones, we really value the quality of the land. And as a newcomer to Canada, I think it's important to respect the Indigenous stewardship over the land. Donc, en tant que francophone, c'est important pour nous aussi de respecter les traités avec les personnes autochtones et de reconnaître l'importance de la terre sur laquelle on construit notre nouvelle école. Donc, pour cela, on veut vraiment reconnaître l'héritage naturel, les arbres, la rivière, le ruisseau, ainsi que tout l'héritage naturel qui doit être protégé sur ce site. So to conclude, I will say that I'm really happy to be here today to present these 3 points of accessible transportation, protection of the environment, and continued dialogue with the Francophone community. And I thank you very much for your time. Donc merci de m'avoir écouté. J'ai pu aujourd'hui parler de l'équité de transport, de l'environnement et puis du dialogue continu avec les francophones. Et j'espère que des progrès seront faits pour que ce site soit enfin accordé. Merci beaucoup.
Any questions?
Est-ce qu'il y a des questions?
Merci, Julie.
Merci.
Maintenant, pouvons-nous accueillir Sonia Macaluso et la prochaine, Nathalie Lachance. But Sonia, please.
Good morning to the Chair, Planning Committee, and members of the public. Before I start, I just have a question. I don't recall starting anything this morning with a land acknowledgement. Did I miss that?
You didn't miss it. We don't usually have the practice of doing the land acknowledgement at committee meetings. We always do that at council meetings, though.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Let me be clear from the start. I support the development of the proposed site for the new French language high school, and I urge you to approve it without delay. I'm going to do this in English. I'm going to bypass the interpreter because in theory, we all know why we're here today. We all know it. So I'm here to make sure that my English message is clear. This is no longer a debate about whether a school will be built. That decision has already been made. Funding is secured, land is zoned, developer is ready, school boards have submitted. This is the first meaningful opportunity in over 20 years to uphold a charter-protected right. The courts have ruled the path is clear. The question now is whether you will allow it to be built. My name is Sonia Macaluso, Hamiltonian born and raised. I am the proud daughter of a French immigrant father and proud daughter of a Quebecois mother from Métis roots in the Maniwaki region. I'm a graduate of Hamilton's French language school system. I've also taught in them, and today my son is learning in them. I've witnessed it from the inside out. Privileged English schools get fast-tracked. French schools, my school, are sidelined, stalled, and forgotten. Today, I am not here to ask anymore. We've done that already. We are here to demand that what is legally and morally owed to us. Let me give you a quick history lesson. Thank you, Christian, for holding off on that one. In 2013, Conseil scolaire catholique Mon Avenir sued the province for violation section 23 of the charter. The right of francophones to be educated in their language. In 2014, we won. Justice Lemire ruled the province had failed in its obligation. By 2017, a site was identified, 16 Broughton Street in Ward 6. Not perfect, but close. Accessible, but ours. In 2021, 5 years later, the Hamilton Planning Committee rejected it. Why? potentially traffic concerns. As if schools don't cause traffic. Let's be honest. Was it really about traffic? Or was it about losing a park? Or was it another case of not in my backyard? As presented in the Spectator of December of 2013 article. Now, July 2025, we've secured a new site in Ancaster. We should be moving forward, but once again, there's always one reason why we can't. So today, the decision before you is not just procedural, it is deeply political. This isn't coincidence, it's a pattern. Hamilton has approved over and over and over again modern mega English language schools with enormous learning commons, greenhouses, theater spaces, enormous professional football and track and field green spaces. Have you seen the size of St. Thomas More or Bishop Bryan? Meanwhile, our students are being taught in buildings that are overcrowded, aging, buildings that are gyms that aren't even to codes, and labs that don't even work. And yet, at every turn, we're told, be patient. These things take time. But look at what's happening while we wait. 2019, Bishop Tonus was built. Holy Name of Jesus has opened. 2020, Canadian Martyrs and Cathedral High School completed. 2023, St. David, St. Lawrence, St. Mary, St. Matthews, and St. Therese de Lisieux all opened. We are still patient. 2021, a new elementary school in Binbrook is scheduled to be approved. And 2025, Hamilton Wentworth District School Board just approved construction for a watered-down elementary school. If this isn't a case of systematic marginalization, then what is it? Before I close, I want to draw on the words of Michelle Good in her book, Truth Telling, where she writes, reconciliation without truth is just white noise. Hamilton is legally obligated to protect French language education, yet it spent 2 decades finding reasons not to. Michelle Good warns us that the systems like this don't just forget people, they groom people to forget themselves. And when you weaken a student's access to their language, their culture, and their place in the world, it's not just underfunding, it's called assimilation. Today, July 29, we are writing the next page in the history. We don't send the plans back. Don't say it's out of our hands. That could delay the school for years. My friends, this is exactly what power looks like. We are not backing down, we are protecting our children, and we demand justice today, not tomorrow. We support the site, we support the development, and I expect your vote to be upheld, the rights that are legally and morally bound to protect us. Merci.
Thank you, Sonia. Thank you, Sonia. Are there any questions for Sonia, please? Questions for Sonia at all?
I welcome any questions that you have. I have articles and articles of our history and our journey on how we got here today. Please challenge me.
Thank you.
J'accueille vos questions avec bienvenue et j'ai des articles, des tonnes et des tonnes d'articles pour vous dire comment est-ce que nous en sommes arrivés là. Merci.
Thank you, Sonia. Seeing as there are no questions or speakers, thank you very much for your delegation.
Thank you.
Up now is Natalie Lachance, and it's a pre-recorded delegation. And clerks are just getting it queued up.
So go ahead, just that we'll be pausing. We'll have to pause the video to translate it.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, it's recorded in both English and French? Okay, so I think we can just move forward with the entire video then. Thank you very much. Ah, that's you on this. Got it. Okay, thank you. We're just waiting for the video to get queued up. No worries. I just wanted to let people online know.
Members of the Planning Committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I address you both as a professional in the field of education and as a deeply engaged mother and citizen who cares about the future of Hamilton's Francophone community. I am the Director of Communications for Parents Partenaires en Éducation, a provincial organization that supports and empowers parents in Ontario's French language school system. But today, I am also here as a mother of 3. My children attended French language elementary school here in the region. But when it came time for high school, like so many Francophone youth in this city, they ended up in the English language system. Not because we wanted to turn our backs on our language or our culture, but because English schools were closer, newer, and offered more opportunities. This wasn't a choice, it was a consequence of a lack of equity. For over 20 years, the Francophone community in Hamilton has been advocating for a proper French language secondary school. In the meantime, other communities across the city have received modern new schools, often built to accommodate thousands of students. Meanwhile, French-speaking students are still learning in aging buildings without central air conditioning and where windows won't often even open. And yet, funding for the new French language school is already in place. What we need now is your approval for the proposed location, 700 Garner Road East. This is not a luxury. This is a matter of equity and fairness for a linguistic minority. This is about inclusion. It is about giving our youth the right to learn in safe, modern, inspiring environments in their own language. We are not asking for special treatment. We are simply asking for the same consideration and dignity that any other group would receive. Approving this location will send a clear message that the city of Hamilton recognizes the value of its bilingual and multicultural fabric and is committed to building a future where all children, including Francophones, can thrive. Thank you for listening, and thank you for being part of the solution. Mesdames et messieurs, membres du comité d'urbanisme, je vous remercie pour l'occasion de prendre la parole aujourd'hui. Je m'adresse à vous à la fois comme professionnelle dans le domaine de l'éducation et comme citoyenne et mère profondément investie dans l'avenir de la francophonie à Hamilton. Je suis directrice des communications pour Parents Partenaires en Éducation, un organisme provincial qui représente et appuie les parents du système scolaire francophone de l'Ontario. Mais je suis aussi une mère de 3 enfants qui ont grandi dans cette communauté. Mes enfants fréquentaient l'école élémentaire francophone de la région, mais rendus au secondaire, comme beaucoup de jeunes francophones ici à Hamilton, ils ont dû faire un choix difficile. Fréquenter une école secondaire anglophone. Pourquoi? Parce que les écoles anglophones étaient plus modernes, mieux situées et offraient des programmes, plus de programmes. Ce n'est pas un choix qu'on a fait de gaieté de cœur, c'est un choix dicté par un manque d'équité. Ça fait plus de 20 ans que la communauté francophone demande une école secondaire adaptée et ancrée dans sa réalité. Pendant ce temps, d'autres communautés de Hamilton reçoivent des infrastructures neuves et bien financées. Nous, on continue de faire des classes dans des bâtiments vétustes, sans climatisation, avec des fenêtres qui ne s'ouvrent même pas parfois. Et pourtant, l'argent est déjà réservé pour cette école. Le projet est prêt à avancer. Ce qu'il manque, c'est votre approbation pour confirmer l'emplacement suggéré, le 700 route Garner East. Ce projet n'est pas un luxe, il est une nécessité. Il est question d'équité pour la minorité francophone, il est question d'inclusion. Et il est question de l'avenir de nos jeunes qui ont le droit à une éducation de qualité dans leur langue, dans un environnement qui reflète leur dignité. Alors nous vous demandons, avec tout le respect que mérite votre rôle, d'approuver sans délai l'emplacement proposé afin de permettre la construction de cette école tant attendue. C'est un geste concret qui enverra un message fort que la ville de Hamilton reconnaît et soutient la diversité linguistique, la vitalité francophone et le droit à l'équité en éducation. Alors, merci de votre écoute et merci de faire partie de la solution.
Merci, Natalie. Since it's a pre-recorded, we're not supposed to have an opportunity to ask questions because just thought I'd let you know. But up now is Rosa Atmani. Rosa is virtual. Maintenant, pouvons-nous accueillir Rosa Atmani et prochaine Christopher Hanks. Rosa?
Bonjour Madame la Présidente, Mesdames, Messieurs les membres du comité de planification, membres du conseil municipal et membres de la communauté francophone et de la communauté en général. I will do my translation by myself so that our translator can have break. Je me présente, je suis Rosa Atmani, je suis maman d'un élève à l'école secondaire Georges Pévanier. Je suis ici aujourd'hui pour porter ma voix, celle d'une mère, mais aussi celle de nombreuses familles francophones concernées par le projet de construction d'une nouvelle école. Let me introduce myself. My name is Rosa Atmani, and I'm the mother of a student at Georges Pévanier, Secondary School Georges Pévanier. I'm here today to raise my voice, that of mother, but also to speak on behalf of my Francophone families affected by the new school constructions project. L'école secondaire Georges Pévanier, bien qu'elle remplisse encore aujourd'hui son rôle, présente des conditions qui sont de plus en plus difficiles à accepter pour nos enfants. Le bâtiment est ancien, les infrastructures ne sont pas modernes, les couleurs ternes, tristes, qui ne contribuent pas à un environnement stimulant pour nos enfants. Et je vous laisse imaginer ce que peuvent ressentir les élèves au quotidien dans un tel cadre. En tant que parents, cela nous interpelle profondément. Georges Pévanier Secondary School, although it still fulfills its role today, presents conditions that are increasingly difficult for our children to accept. The building is old, the infrastructure outdated, and the colors are dull and gloomy, none of which contributes to a stimulating environment for our children. I will let you imagine the students feeling being in such a setting every day. As parents, this deeply concerns us. Chaque année, certains élèves quittent l'école et ceux qui restent expriment souvent le désir de rejoindre leurs camarades partis ailleurs. Et chaque début d'année, quelques parents et tuteurs doivent déployer plusieurs arguments pour convaincre leurs enfants de rester à l'école. En effet, nos enfants sont attirés par d'autres établissements, notamment dans des conseils scolaires anglophones, où les infrastructures sont beaucoup plus modernes et attrayantes. Every year, some students leave the school, and those who remain often express the desire to join their peers who have gone elsewhere. Every new school year, some parents have to put in considerable effort to convince their children not to leave their present school. Indeed, our children are drawn to other schools, particularly with Anglophone schools boards, where the facilities are modern and appealing. À l'école de mon fils, il n'y a pas réellement et suffisamment d'espace de loisirs et de bien-être. De plus, plusieurs parents se sentent pas en confiance de laisser leurs enfants se rendre seuls à l'école, car le quartier n'inspire pas un sentiment de sécurité. Beaucoup préfèrent accompagner leurs enfants chaque jour. At my son's school, there are not enough proper spaces for recreations and well-being. Additionally, many parents do not feel comfortable letting their children walk to school alone, as the neighborhood doesn't inspire a sense of safety. As a result, many prefer to escort their children every day. Et malgré tout cela, je tiens à souligner le travail remarquable du personnel de l'école, les enseignants, l'équipe éducative, l'administration. Ils et elles font tout ce qui est en leur pouvoir avec les moyens qu'ils ont pour offrir une éducation de qualité à nos enfants. Et pour cela, nous leur disons mille merci et nous sommes fiers de faire partie de cette famille Georges Pévanier. And despite of all of this, I want to highlight the remarkable work of the school staff, the teachers, the education team, and the administration. All are doing such incredible work with the means that they have to provide to our children an education of quality. For that, we say heartfelt thank you, and we are proud to be part of Georges Pivanier family. Mais aujourd'hui, nous espérons plus. Today, however, our aspirations go beyond. We are calling for more meaningful actions. Nous espérons enfin la réalisation du projet de déménagement de l'école vers le nouveau site au 700 Garner Road East. We sincerely hope to finally see the school relocation project to the new site at 700 Garner Road East become reality. On en parle de ce projet depuis plus de 20 ans. Il y a eu des changements de plan, des changements de terrain, des retards d'approbation et toujours l'attente. Nous sommes fatigués d'espérer. Nos enfants entendent parler de cette nouvelle école depuis qu'ils y sont rentrés et l'école secondaire, depuis qu'ils sont rentrés à l'école secondaire Georges Pivanier. We have been talking about this project for over 20 years. There have been changes in the plans, changes in the location, approvals delays, and still, the wait continues. We are tired of hoping and waiting. Our children have been hearing about this new school since they started at Georges Pivanier Secondary School. Et aujourd'hui, nous craignons de voir nos enfants terminer leur parcours secondaire sans jamais avoir vu cette nouvelle école se réaliser comme tous ceux qui sont passés par là. Nous vous demandons aujourd'hui clairement, en tant que parents et citoyens engagés, d'appuyer ce projet. And today, we fear that our children will finish their high school journey without ever seeing this new school come to life. We ask you clearly and earnestly, and as parents and engaged citizens, to support this project. Nous savons qu'il existe plusieurs options à l'étude pour la planification du site. Nous faisons confiance aux membres du conseil municipal et du comité de planification pour choisir la meilleure option qui permettra de construire la nouvelle école dans les meilleurs délais, sans de nouveaux reports. We understand that several options are currently being studied for the site planning. We trust the members of the City Council and the Planning Committee to select the best option that will allow the new school to be built as soon as possible without further delays. Nous comprenons que certains aspects doivent être considérés, notamment le approval de la construction de la route, la gestion des eaux pluviales et drainage. Nous comptons sur votre engagement à respecter les normes environnementales et techniques, la protection des espèces végétales rares et des arbres existantes. Nous sommes fiers de savoir que nos enfants étudieront à proximité d'un site naturel aussi riche. Nous comptons sur les responsables pour prévoir des actions de protection et de sensibilisation, d'éducation écologique et de consultation continue des Premières Nations. We understand that certain aspects still need clarification, notably the street construction approval, water management and drainage. We count on your commitment to comply with environmental and technical standards. Protection and rare plant species and existing trees. We take pride in knowing that our children will study near such a rich natural site. We really count on those responsible to plan on the protection measures, awareness raising, ecological education, and ongoing consultation with the First Nation. En conclusion, nous vous demandons de prioriser ce projet et de choisir les options les plus optimales. Quand il s'agit des délais de réalisation, de penser à nos enfants, à leur droit d'apprentissage dans un environnement plus moderne et inspirant. In conclusion, we ask you to prioritize the project and select the most optimal options regarding the timeline for completion. Please keep our children in mind and their rights to learn in a more modern and inspiring environment. Une école, ce n'est pas juste un bâtiment, c'est un lieu pour préparer l'avenir de nos enfants. Donnons-leur l'avenir qu'ils méritent. A school is not just a building, it's a place to prepare the future of our children. Let's give them the future they deserve. Merci. Merci tout le monde. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Merci, Rosa. There is no speakers or questions for this delegate. Thank you very much for your delegation. You're welcome to log off and watch the rest of this on YouTube. Merci, Rosa.
Est-ce qu'il y a des questions?
Maintenant, pouvons-nous accueillir Christopher Hanks? C'est un pre-recorded vidéo. Et prochaine, René de la Pointe. Okay.
Good evening, councillors. Let me be direct. I stand before you not just as a parent, but as someone who has made a deliberate, difficult, and deeply personal choice. A choice to give up the best of what the city's English language schools had to offer so my son could receive a French education. And tonight, I want to ask, why has that choice been met with punishment instead of promise? My name is Christopher Hanks. I was born and raised in an English-speaking Ontario. My wife is from a proud Francophone family. We chose to raise our son bilingual, not for convenience, but for conviction. Because this is Canada, a bilingual country, a place where language rights are protected in our charter. So we enrolled our son into George P. Vanier. But the reality we asked into was far from what we expected and what we promised. Let me paint the picture. While English schools offer full automotive shops, shop in general, music rooms, mascots, students, wearing their uniforms with pride, and yes, even something as simple as trees to sit under at lunch. Not at my son's school. They have no shops whatsoever available to them, like automotive, woodworking, all that kind of jazz. They have plastic windows. Let that sink into you. Plastic windows. And with our winters, that's pretty bad, I think you should imagine. And this is in Hamilton in 2025 in Canada. We didn't ask for luxury, we asked for equal access. We gave up newer buildings, specialized programs, and frankly, a safer and more inspiring environment because we believe that protecting our son's right to a French education was the right thing to do. We believed in the system. But after more than 20 years of deferrals, delays, and dead ends, you're asking us to keep up the faith. I want to know, how many more years must we wait? What will it take before my son is treated with the same dignity and opportunity as his English peers? Why is his right to a French language education in the city constantly up for negotiation? I didn't marry into a Francophone family to watch my child's language and identity be pushed to the margins. I didn't say no to better resource schools just so my son could learn in a building that the city wouldn't even dare offer to its English students. And yet, here we are. This isn't just about zoning, this is about the slow erosion of trust. You're asking parents like myself to keep believing in the system that has failed constantly, again and again. So I'll ask you plainly, why did you let it get this far? What will it take before justice for French students in the city is no longer something we have to beg for? If your child were in my son's position, would you be patient? Would you be here, like I am tonight, fighting for a basic right that has already been won in court? I want you to look at my son's school, even go to it. Tell me what you think. Would you send him there? Would you be proud to send him there? Would you be embarrassed to tell them that you're going there? Because I am. If you've seen the school and what it produces, it is very embarrassing. My son deserves to have that pride of French education and to be just have the pride to say that he goes to George P. Vanier and that he's getting a French education. But it's not like that. We need to fix this. Not this year, not in another decade. Let's fix this now. Merci beaucoup.
Merci, Christopher. In the interest of time and trying to figure out how we're just going to allow that to come in as English. So we will now ask René de Lapointe to come on down. Maintenant, pouvons-vous accueillir René? Et la prochaine is Anna Kakuner. So. Renee, anytime you're ready.
Bonjour. Madam Chairperson, members of the Planning Committee, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to address your committee today. I do not need translation. I think that I will do sign language if need be. On June 26th, I wrote a letter to our mayor regarding the French secondary school issues. To this day, more than a month later, I have not received an answer or even an acknowledgement of my letter. I know our mayor is very, very busy. Or maybe she figured just another whining francophone. Or maybe she thought, what the heck, it's not election time. Well, whatever. So I would like to share with you today the letter that I sent our mayor, as I'd also asked her to share it with council. Voilà. Madame Horwath, I would like to express my utter disappointment and dissatisfaction with regards to Académie Mère Teresa Georges P. Vanier Secondary School project. ACMT opened its doors in 1999 in a less than adequate facility. The school was built in the days when the Ministry of Education did not fund secondary school, Catholic schools beyond grade 10. And perhaps a bit of history here for the young people who might not be aware of this. As the funding for secondary Catholic schools prior to 1984 was based on elementary school funding, these schools lacked all the amenities that the public secondary schools had. As soon as full funding became available in 1984, the Catholic Board proceeded to replace all its secondary schools with state-of-the-art schools. One of these schools being replaced was Saint-Jean-de-Brébeuf, and the old inadequate school was given to the Francophones for ACMT. Hence, to this day, 25 years later, ACMT remains in a substandard building, and it seems that along the way, elected officials have been dragging their feet and only paying lip service to the needs of Francophone secondary school students in Hamilton. What a pity. This would never have happened had this been an English secondary school, be it public or Catholic. In 2016, the Ministry of Education approved the project and committed to funding. It is interesting to note that since 2016, the City of Hamilton has approved 10 different school projects for the Hamilton-Wentworth District School Board and the Hamilton-Wentworth District Catholic School Board. And most of these projects are already completed, and yet the Francophones are still waiting. I cannot but ask myself, why the needs of Francophones in our city are only met after years and years of asking, lobbying, and begging. And I do speak from experience. As a proud member of the Francophone community, I have dedicated many years of my career and personal life to ensuring that Francophones have the means and resources to access their rights, which are well defined in Section 23 of the Charter of Rights and Freedom. I was the founding principal of École Monseigneur de Laval. Took 10 years to get that school, and 4 moves. A founding member of the Centre de Santé Communautaire, and also involved in the opening of ACMT. What I consider to be disrespect and negligence by all elected officials in the case of ACMT is nothing more than déjà vu. Madame Horwath, I was present at City Hall on October 2022. The occasion was the raising of the Franco-Ontarian flag. When you were seeking election to become mayor of Hamilton and addressing the Francophones present, you said, "I know that you have been waiting a long time for your French high schools. I want to let you know that if I win this election, I will ensure that your school gets built as fast as humanly possible." Three years later, the humanly possible did not happen, and the Francophones of Hamilton are still waiting for a school facility to meet their needs. I'm also aware that a number of meetings of the Urban Planning Committee that were scheduled to address the issue were either canceled or rescheduled. In closing, I would like to urge you as mayor and all of the council members to expedite the necessary approvals so that construction of the school can begin with no further delay. Enough is enough. Thank you.
Merci, Renee. Any questions for Renee at all? Seeing none, thank you very much for your delegation.
Bienvenue, merci.
Et maintenant, pouvons-nous accueillir Annika Kuner et prochaine, Yanis Chudby.
Good. Before I get started, I recognize that we've been sitting here for a moment. I also recognize that for myself, I have a really hard time concentrating after we sit here. And I know this is really important stuff. So could I ask for 30 seconds so everybody could just stand up and like shake around a little bit and then sit back down? Would that be permitted, Madam Chair?
I will ask the public if you'd like to stand up and move around just for 10 seconds as per the delegates.
I've got important things to say and I really love your attention. So if you need to wiggle, let it out. This is the time.
Si le public peut se lever et s'étirer juste pour se remettre en forme et se concentrer.
Thank you so much. This is great wiggling. Sit down.
Merci.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of city staff, and my wonderful audience of my community. Je vais vous demander pardon. Je vais m'adresser uniquement en anglais en guise du temps, mais vous savez ce que je vais dire et si on a des questions, on va en jaser par après. I'm going to address in English in order to be respectful of our time. Hello, my name is Annika Kunert. I have met many of you in your wonderful council chambers just here. I have worked with you. You know who I am. I am a proud resident of Ward 3, where my city councilor says that there is no place for hate in this city. This is a city that she is trying to build, that I think all of you are trying to build, where you want somebody to be born, raised, and want to stay in your city. This is what our community is asking for. I am the president of the Centre Francophone of Hamilton, and I am so proud that we have this organization. This is an organization that is a multidisciplinary arts and cultural center. We welcome artists from across Canada beyond who speak French, of all faiths, of all ethnic backgrounds, and we celebrate Francophone culture. We welcome Anglophones to be able to come and experience Francophone culture. But let me tell you, running this organization is becoming harder and harder. Cuts and austerity are the name of the game at this time, we know it. As a cultural hub, we face the double-edged sword of those cuts. Culture, you don't need it to survive, do you? Yeah, you do. That is the entire point of living, is culture and cultural preservation. One of my board members said something in one of our meetings that upset me at the moment, but I now hold as one of the core parts of my mission. Francophones in Hamilton do not want pockets of space to practice their French. They want a city where they can live in French and in English. I would like you all to take a moment to recognize this beautiful group of people, to actually take a moment and look at this diverse group of people. We have all age groups present. We have people from across the world. We have people who have come here and spoken in maybe not their first, maybe not even their second language, but have had the capacity to come here and address you in both languages. I wonder, actually I can tell for a fact, that very few people here in power actually have the gumption to do that at our events. It actually usually starts with me begging or positioning to you that it is for political acumen that saying few words in French will gain you a bit of respect in our community. Building this Francophone school, or at least not standing in the way of it being built, because let's be clear, we'll build it without your help, is one of the many concrete steps this council can take to signal its allyship and respect for the Francophone community. This is the only level of government in our city that is not actively on our side working to help us get this done. The federal and the provincial governments have legislation that require them to protect Francophone language rights. And let me give you a history lesson as to why that happens. In 1912, Le Règlement 17 was put into effect in Ontario. Many people here, unless you were educated in French, have no idea what Le Règlement 17 is. Well, let me tell you. It made learning French, learning in French, speaking in French, living in French illegal. My mom, in the 60s, went to school having to put English jackets over her textbooks and hiding the textbooks because police officers would come in and arrest teachers for teaching in French. This is recent Ontario history. This is the reason Francophones in Ontario hold so deeply. The reason why we know it is assimilation. The same governments that we can prove that you will all sit and agree are colonial and assimilatory or assimilative towards First Nation, Indigenous, Inuit, and off-reserve status folks and non-status Indigenous folks have to fight. We as Francophones face the same linguistic oppression as our Indigenous neighbors. This matter, as many people have explained, has been over 20 years. And let me tell you, I've lived it. I'm 27. Born in Hamilton, I went to Pavillon de la Jeunesse in the last 2 years that it existed in Dundas, in Councillor A. Wilson's ward. I, as a senior kindergartner, lost my ability to learn in my language. My mother, who was a teacher, who worked, who did her first, her stage. Internship, thank you, her teaching internship at Georges Pévanier. She had decided that the quality of school in 2002 was not good enough for her daughter, and she had to take her to Burlington to get schooled. That school has not seen any investments since when my mom, 25 years ago, decided it was not a safe place for her daughter, even though she had worked there, even though she learned to be an excellent teacher there. It was not fit for her daughter. I had to go to Burlington. For what? For whom? For what purpose? You today have the opportunity to change that story. Let me tell you, when I moved to Ottawa, I had never seen a library stocked with books in French. When I went to high school, I had never seen an amphitheater for a Francophone school. I went to school thinking I was less than because my Anglophone friends had way better schooling. When I now, as an adult, as the president of the Francophone Association, go and welcome students to my FrancoFest, I am ashamed to hear them say that they hate going to school. They feel unloved, unworthy, unseen by this city because they have done the work to show up, to respect their teachers, but they do not receive that same respect in return from this city. I asked you to extend the most basic human respect towards these children who are doing their job of going to school. We have, as a community, decided that immersion schools deserve more investment in Francophone teaching than a Francophone board. Let me tell you, I talk to all the students who come out of there. My friends, many of them went to immersion. They cannot speak in French. It is not designed to sustain linguistic education. But you know what is? The Francophone system. If you invested or at least got out of its way, it could be the catchment area for these students who go to immersion schools who actually find that they have linguistic capacity and strength, and we could nourish them and deliver fully fluent, bilingual adults. So I'm here to support this project and to ask you to approve it. And not just to approve it, but to do it in a smart way. We need a street, guys. We need a street to be able to access this school. That's the only part I want you to think about. If you're gonna build a school, give me a street to get there. If you think, just a thought here, somebody who's worked in offices, the LRT, when I worked in your offices, was the docket I dreaded having to talk to public about, because it went and it went back, and we were doing it and we weren't doing it, and we decided we were doing it this way, but then it changed and the cost is going to change. Let me tell you, for the Francophone community, this high school is our LRT. It has changed so many times. It has eroded our trust in you as much as the LRT has eroded your trust in the provincial government. I want you to deeply let that sink in. Please do not be the villains and the assimilators that we think that you are. 95% is enough. 95% agreement is enough to say it will go through, and we can figure out the last 5%. Whether we have to do it, respectfully, we can iron out the last 5% by September 9th. I don't doubt it. But it does, that 5% is not what's going to change your approval. So I ask you to put your big pants on, buckle them up, make a decision, and move forward. Thank you very much.
Merci, Annika. Any questions for Annika? Councillor Pauls, please.
Thank you. It's really not a question. I see so much passion here today. It's wonderful. But you said something like, my grandchildren go to Jardana. That's a French school. It's
I know Jardana,
yeah. And I was wondering, I'm finding out, and welcome Renee Lapointe. I wanted to say hi to you. You're wonderful. I don't know if you know, Renee is a great teacher. She even taught one of my great friends, Jim Turnbull. They had conversationals.
Councillor Pauls, I can guarantee you the Francophone teachers are some of the best.
Yeah.
Period.
So. And Renee, welcome. You're awesome. I guess my question is, you said something about immersion is not as good. And I'm learning a lot, actually.
I'm so glad.
So just tell me the difference. French immersion, which my grandchildren are in, and one of them now is in university, actually. I think she speaks fluently. I wish I could speak French. I speak Italian. Maybe, Renee, you could teach me French, please.
So the Francophone, actually, Le Centre Francophone of Hamilton, we have Apéro Franco. We also have French language circles, so people are welcome at any time to come and learn their French. We will hold you and we will welcome you at whatever level.
I will be talking to you. I would love.
Please do. We would love to chat.
Okay. So what's the different French immersion, which we have quite a few around, and the francophone, just French school.
Great question.
Alors, quelle est la différence entre les écoles d'immersion française et les écoles francophones?
Okay, so I'm going to preface in saying I am not a teacher and I do not work for the school board. So I will answer this to the best of my capacity, and je vous demande pardon. Okay? So, a French immersion school, you're going to do, I will say generously, 80% of your school day in English, 20% in French. In a French school, you're going to be speaking French from the moment you enter that hallway and enter that school. You're going to be told this is not an English space. You're not to use English in the hallways. The goal is to have a hyper immersion space where you are only exposed to one language, so that you understand French not only in the context of the subject that you're being taught in French, but in all the spaces, in all the different industries and aspects of life that occur. For example, let's flip it. I went to an all-French school. I went to university in English. Let me tell you, I wrote all my essays in French, I translated them, and then I submitted them. By second year, I was excellent. I could write it in English from the get-go. But the way it works is my brain, when I think about it, when I count, it's in French. When I hear from my prof that we're talking political economics and we're talking Marx, well, all those words that are coming in, great, they're in English. But all my concepts to understand how to break those things down, they're in French. If you're going to an immersion school, you're learning everything in English, and then you have French class in French. You're learning French grammar. But you're not learning what biology is in French. Tell me what a mitochondria is in French. They're not going to. They're going to tell you, well, I could look it up, and I could sound out if you showed me the word mitochondria in French. I can tell you in English it's the powerhouse of the cell, but in French, how would I say powerhouse of the cell? How would I tell you what drag, in terms of a physics concept of drag? All these niche language and vocabulary development require in-context learning, and that does not happen in immersion. You do not get that same exposure to all these different topics and the ability to exercise that knowledge and have feedback from somebody else who is fluent.
Thank you.
So I just want to say that.
Sorry, I just remembered one more thing.
Yeah, okay.
The other difference is immersion classrooms do not teach you about French culture.
Okay.
So the Francophone culture of Ontario is not a monolith. It is made up of folks who have been here since France colonized the shores. You have folks who have been here from Quebec, who have moved to Ontario. You have folks who have moved from across the world, whether that's a colony of a former French nation, whether that's a French nation in Europe. So all of those walks of life are part of our community. And if you are not in the French system, you're not learning about that. I learned about Métis history and Indigenous history in my social studies classes. My Anglophone counterparts did not. Indigenous folks were highly necessary partners for Francophone communities since the doctrine of discovery. So the information that is transmitted about Canadian history in a French language school is exceptionally different from that is portrayed or shared from generation to generation. And it takes a society that has both of those sets of knowledge to actually be able to have truth and reconciliation, not just for Indigenous folks, but for linguistic minorities as a whole.
So you're sort of saying that French immersion is second best in a sense.
Well, would you not put your kids in Italian school to learn Italian?
Yes, exactly. And that's what I was going to say, family of French or, culture, like you said.
Yeah.
So, because we were Italian and my kids wanted...
Well, Festa Italia just did a great job at celebrating.
Can we try and keep this to questions? I'm really sorry.
So
There's
I'm
a lot of
just saying
back and
it's more
forth.
culture and it's family oriented. Thank you very much. You've explained it great. And yes, I would love to learn some more French.
I would happily extend to any city councilor or any city staff, if you would like to take a tour of either of the schools, I would be happy to take my personal time and show you around and organize that. Please just respond to the email submitted.
Thank you. Thank you, Annika. Merci. Maintenant, pouvons-vous accueillir Yanis Chetby et prochaine Lon Nguyen. Yanis, are you online? Yeah. Yanis, are you online? Okay, let's move on to Lon Nguyen. Is Loan Nguyen?
Yeah, I'm here.
Thank you. Okay, anytime.
Okay. So hello, member of the planning committee. My name is Loan Nguyen, and I have been a resident of Ward 14 in Hamilton since 2022. 6 years ago, I immigrated to Canada thanks to my capacity of speaking English and French and my professional experience, but I got the added points for my French language skills. I chose to settle in Hamilton after having employment in a Francophone environment. I also had the opportunity to meet some counselor like Counselor Mike or Counselor Huang during several community events, and I sincerely appreciate the attention that I got from the counselor that they give to local residents.
Loan, would you like us to do the translation into French, or are you okay to just continue in English?
I can continue in English.
Okay, all right, thank you.
As a mother and a marketing officer working for a Francophone community organization in the region, I'm here today to express my support for the creation of a Francophone secondary school at the proposed site located at 700 Garner Road East. I speak from multiple perspectives. First, as a Francophone professional and a Hamilton resident, I myself witnessed daily the efforts made by local community organizations to provide welcoming, inclusive spaces for French-speaking residents, including newcomers like our family. So it's time for Francophone infrastructure to reflect this vitality and legitimacy of our communities with modern, adapted, and inspiring infrastructure. The second perspective is as a mother, this issue touches me personally. A lot of people already mentioned it. I am a Francophone per the definition of government, of federal government, but my children are not enrolled in a Francophone or French immersion school because the current options are either too far or they are housed in older facilities. I don't want my daughter to spend their childhood, their schooling in those establishments. I had to choose a more modern and more accessible school for my two daughters, which was a very, very hard and difficult decision. And I speak today because I want other families to have a real choice between they can get access to a Francophone school that is modern, well-equipped, and close to home. I chose Hamilton because I speak both English and French, but French stays my first official language spoken, and I believe the next generation deserves to live and learn fully in both languages without having to compromise on quality or accessibility, like what I had to do for my two daughters. I also fully understand that the project on this scale involves many considerations like planning, budget, and so on, but I trust that those elements are being carefully reviewed. And so I'm aware that this project is not yet ready for immediate approval today, and that there are still couple of steps to be taken. But that said, I want to take this opportunity of today to express my strong support for the development of a Francophone secondary school in Hamilton, and to emphasize the importance of actively moving this work forward. So this is a concrete response to the needs of Francophone community, Francophone population, to help retain Francophone families like many more like myself, and a more meaningful investment in the future of the city. So yeah, that is what I had to say. Thank you for your time and for your continued commitment.
Merci, Luan. Any questions for Luan at all? Thank you very much for your delegation. So you're welcome to log off, and then you can watch the rest on YouTube. Thank you.
You're welcome.
At this time, I'd like to ask if there are any members of public that wish to speak at this public meeting. I see one. Come on down. Can you?
J'aimerais demander s'il y a une personne du public qui voudrait parler devant ce comité.
We'll just need you to sign in with Sal, and then you can begin your delegation. I've just been told that Mr. Juga is actually have to go to another session, so I wish to thank Mr. Juga for spending the time with us today and doing that interpretation. So thank you very much.
Hello. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Member of Council. Good morning, the members of the public. I have registered to get the opportunity to speak, but I don't know why my name was not listed. So I'm going to introduce myself. My name is Solveig Baransegeta, and I'm the Director of Settlement Services at the Francophone Community Health Center. And I'm here to represent Madame France Vaillancourt, who is the executive of the Hamilton Community Health Center. I'm going to talk about myself first. I have immigrated in Canada in 2002, and I chose to come in Hamilton because of the French services for myself and for my family. My kids, my first ones are twins. They are 25 now. After they finished the elementary school at Monsignor de Laval, we had a difficult choice to make because they decided to switch to English school because they were Bishop Ryan High School in our neighborhood, which was just opened. A very nice school, big school with a lot of facilities Academy Mary Teresa didn't have. As a parent, it was very hard to hear that and to accept it. And I don't wish any parent to face that tough choice. Now I'm gonna read what I planned to read. So again, my name is Solveig Baransegeta. I'm the Director of Newcomer Services at the Centre de Santé Communautaire Hamilton Niagara. I'm speaking today on behalf of our Executive Director, Ms. France Vaillancourt, who is currently on vacation. The Centre de Santé Communautaire Hamilton-Niagara serves the Francophone population of the Hamilton and Niagara region by offering a wide range of services in health, well-being, settlement, and community engagement. Our center has maintained strong and productive partnership with both school boards in the region for several years. We look forward to continuing and expanding this collaboration through the project of a shared Francophone secondary school. The proposed site at 700 Garner Road East appears ideally suited for such a project. It's centrally located and accessible, allowing our teams to be more efficiently present within the school environment. Housing both school boards under one roof presents a remarkable opportunity for coordination. It will facilitate the planning and delivery of our services, whether through our school settlement workers and through community programs delivered directly within schools. This will allow us to optimize our interventions by reducing travel time and enhancing our ability to adapt to the specific needs of students and their families. For all these reasons, the Centre de Santé Communautaire Hamilton-Niagara fully supports the construction of this Francophone secondary school at the proposed site and joins other community voices in emphasizing the vital importance of this project for Francophone youth, cultural vitality, and regional development. Thank you for your attention and your commitment to the future of our community. Thank you.
Ms. Sylvain, are there any questions for Sylvain at all?
I just dispensed the French text. I know they understood.
Okay. Thank you. Merci beaucoup. All right. Are there any members of public that wish to speak at this public meeting? So this is my second ask. Come on down. So, yeah, so if you are interested in speaking, please just kind of line up because we'll have Sal get you registered. Oh, be careful. Okay. Go ahead, please.
Hi. So my name is Stéphanie Deschâtelet. I'm a proud member of the French community here in Hamilton. I've been a student, I've been a teacher, I am currently a teacher, and I am currently a parent to two kids who go to Monseigneur de Laval. When I was in grade 4, actually, Madame Lapointe, who we heard from today, was my principal, and she came into our classroom and told us that we were going to have a new high school, ACMT, that would be opened. And it did. But they said it's going to be a temporary school. And by the time you, Stephanie, by the time you go to high school, we will have our new building. I am 36 years old. We don't have a new building. We're still fighting for it. The reason for which I've been convinced to talk here by my students is because we really want to stress the importance of today's meeting for our community. And I am so proud of our community members who have done that for us and who speak for us all the time. But I really wanted to come here as a teacher from ACMT to explain how important this is for our students. Again, we have a school that was supposed to be temporary. And because of that, we've lost a lot of installations. For example, a few years ago, we had to convert our library into a classroom because we keep growing, despite the fact that we have, I would say, an inadequate building for our community. We keep growing, which shows the interest and the importance of this project for our community. But because of that, we've lost our library, which is really just an entrepôt, a storage room, thank you. We don't really have any sports installations, so all of our students who are interested in sports often end up going or having to make the choice between continuing in sports or continuing their education in French. I'd also like to take a few seconds to answer the question earlier about the difference between French immersion and full French schools. And I think that the one thing, and it was beautifully answered, but I would just like to add that personally, I'm an English teacher and a French teacher. I teach both, because when I went to school, I learned both to the same level. For example, in grade 12, which is what I teach presently, in the English classes, we do the same as English schools. We do Shakespeare, we read Gatsby, we do all the classics. It is at the same caliber as English schools. And our French classes are also to that same caliber. We read plays, we do Molière, we do Jean-Paul Sartre, all of those, what you would do in any other Francophone school. I also taught in a school in Mississauga from our same board. And we were enrolled in an IB program, which means that we have the same standard of education as any French school anywhere around the world. And now that I work at ACMT, that is the same caliber of our French classes. So I just wanted to add that when our students graduate, they are able to speak as well in English as they can in French, and that they are really citizens of the world because of that. And it is extremely important to continue allowing our children, my children, our community to thrive in a good school. And that is everything for me. Thank you.
Could you actually just, state your name again? I think I missed it.
Stephanie.
That's right, Stephanie.
Yes.
Merci, Stephanie. Any questions for Stephanie at all? Seeing none, thank you. Next delegate, please. Prochaine delegate.
Hi there. Thank you for taking me, even though I didn't put my name in advance. My name is Michelle Burton. I am a teacher at ACMT and also a former student at ACMT. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about that. But I wanted to clarify again the difference between English and French. A little bit more, okay? So in Ontario, and this is something I've studied, so that's why I have this knowledge for you, and I hope it helps with this decision. In Ontario, we have 4 school boards, okay? We have 2 English, and we have 2 French. We have 2 separate, or Catholic, and we have 2 public. So we really have 4 boards. We have English French, or English Catholic, English Public, French Catholic, and French Public. The community that is here today is part of 2 of those school boards, okay? We have French all here. Now, the curriculum that we teach in the school is actually according to those school boards, okay? So we have just 2 curriculums in Ontario. We have the French curriculum and the English curriculum. It is not a translation. They are written by separate investors in the community. So the English curriculum is written, yes, oftentimes with a lot more support in companies, and that's how curriculum is often written right from the get-go, is who wants to sponsor and pay for the curriculum. I'm a geography and history teacher, so in that, Parks Canada often puts the money forward to write the curriculum. So in the end, we end up using their vocabulary in the curriculum, and that's kind of how it gets translated through. So in an English school, you have French immersion curriculum. It's curriculum written by Anglophones to learn French. In the French community, we write our own curriculum. In English, in French, in geography and history and biology, all the subjects. So that's the first thing. I just wanted to explain that because it's very important, and that's why we're very proud to be who we are and teach, you know, what we've written and put together. To further that, I just wanted to talk a little bit briefly on my parcours, my history. So I went to Monseigneur de Laval, and Madame Lapointe was my principal as well. Just so you know, she has a hallway in her school dedicated to her. After Monseigneur de Laval, I wanted to go to an English high school. Bishop Tonus had just opened. It was 1 year, and I asked my mom, can I go? It's a new school, all the opportunities, and my mom said no. My mom said, you are going to a French high school, and I was mad. I hated that. For the first few years, I was mad, I was upset, but I love school. Obviously, I became a teacher. So in grade 11, the doors kind of opened because we started talking about applying for university. And I was told, you can apply anywhere. You're Francophone. You're bilingual. And the world exploded for me, and I was so excited. This happened a second time right after I finished my my bachelor degree, mon bac. I was like, I can go anywhere because I'm bilingual. And then I started thinking about government. I started thinking about all these paths. But then I remembered the 4-year-old self who would go home and hold my book open like a teacher does to all my tutus, all my little teddy bears that would sit around on the little X's, and I would read my book, okay? So I was born a teacher, I know, and I came back to it. But I was so excited every time that the French gave me the opportunity to do more if I wanted. Then when I became a teacher candidate, I had the opportunity, I did go to Brock University. So another little backstory for you, there's one French university and then some bilingual universities in Ontario, but we're very underrepresented in the university college department as well. So our French community, we want French teachers that went to French universities, but there's only one. Okay, so I ended up going to an English university. I had to make that decision, and the community still accepts me. So now when I did my placements, they were here in Hamilton. Okay, I went to Brock University. I did my teaching placements at St. Mary's and at Cathedral. When I was at Cathedral, my very first teaching placement, I had a grade 9 applied French core class. So those are students in downtown Hamilton who do not want to even be at school. And I had to teach them French. I had a full classroom every day. They had fun. My teaching person, the teacher who had me in their class as a student, the teacher, he was Mr. Luca. He was the basketball coach, and everybody loved him. Everybody respected him. They kind of feared him a little bit too because he was a senior coach. But when I was in his classroom, he let me teach because he wanted to learn from me. So that was a really, really rich experience. That same semester, core grade 9 class, I was also in a grade 12 pre-university French immersion classroom. That teacher also let me teach because she wanted to learn from me. I taught the book Maria Chapdelaine, and it was very cultural. We talked a lot about, our slang in French, and she took notes. She asked if she could reuse the unit I made. So when I talk about French culture, it gets me really excited, and I went through that emotional roller coaster of hating it at points, but I'm so happy to be here. And I see, because I'm born and raised in Hamilton, we don't understand each other completely. So just ask questions. I love that you asked that question because then I was able to give you that understanding from both sides. And that's all I have to say. So thank you very much.
Merci, Michelle. Any questions for Michelle? Seeing none, thank you very much. I'm going to ask for Yanis Chetby. Is Yanis Chetby online? I'm going to ask one last time, are there any members of public that wish to speak at this public meeting? Seeing none, may I have a mover and a seconder that public submissions were received and considered by committee, and that the public meeting will be closed? Okay, so we're going to close this public meeting. Councillor Pauls and Councillor Beattie, this is an e-scribe vote.
I just want to clarify, the last direction I heard from staff, which I did not update your chair's procedures, was that the public meeting is to remain open.
Okay. Yeah, because I was thinking about it. I was like, do we want to close it or do we want to open this?
Yeah.
Okay. So I guess I'll just skip that part and move straight to putting the report on the floor.
I apologize. We will still receive the delegations and written submissions and just not closing the public meeting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So it's so at this point, it's a mover and a seconder that the public submissions were received and considered by committee. That includes the written submissions that were already included in your agenda. So mover and a seconder, Councillor Pauls and Councillor Beattie. This is an e-scribe vote, please. Vote is up. That vote carries. So up now is, can I get a mover or seconder to put the report on the floor so we can have discussions, please? Councillor Kassar and Councillor Beatty. So speakers list is open. We can start asking questions to staff. I will say that Councillor Kassar is going to ask questions.
Thank you, Chair. Et merci à Monsieur Latour qui a pris la parole en premier et à tous les passionnés qui ont pris la parole aujourd'hui. Thank you very much to everyone who spoke today. Very informative. And also say, j'accueillerai favorablement une école française à Ancaster. To translate, I would very much support a school, French school in Ancaster. I do have some questions. We heard, through you, Chair, from a couple of the delegates, Julie, Rosa, and I think others, about environmental protection is essential to the community, as it is to me, and I know many people in Ward 12. And just a quick quote from the secondary plan, because the AAG secondary plan has the word nature or natural in it 51 times in a 38-page document. It asks us to respect and enhance the prominent natural areas. It talks about natural and cultural heritage resources in the area being preserved, and it goes on significantly about that. And so then my questions are around the wetland in Block 5. So just a confirmation that one of the conditions for the public record is to preserve that wetland in Block 5, but there was no vegetative protective zone specified, which doesn't connect with the other natural heritage areas, which I was very pleased that had a 50-meter protective zone, vegetative protective zone. So I'd just like staff to speak to that. And then is this one of the things that there's further discussion requested from the proponent?
Okay, thank you. GM Prasad, please.
Yes, thank you very much. Madam Chair, before we answer that question, I just wanted to make a little bit of a statement. I'm Arvind Prasad. I'm the General Manager of Planning and Economic Development here at the City of Hamilton. I first of all like to thank the delegation that came out here today. It means a lot that you committed your time to be here and for us to listen to you today. So thank you very much. I just want to reassure the committee and members of public that staff have been working collaboratively with the developer and the school board. The Block 10 portion of the site is part of a larger development project, as you know. It was just registered in 2023, which then allows us to do the land transfer to the school board. We have heard today of the delays. I must admit that the site did have some challenges. It's unique. It's not every day we have a site like this. And there was a significant number of submissions and then resubmissions of documents and studies for review. We took every opportunity to fast-track elements of the project, including regular monthly meetings with the school board and the developer. The city has acquired this site to accommodate a land swap, and I'm pleased to say that the legal aspects have been completed to make this happen. Today, the applicant has asked for a deferral to further address storm, grading, and road issues. Our draft plan conditions, which staff have put together, address these issues, but of course, we're open to have further discussions with the applicant. So at this point, and we're going to get to answering your question, but at this point, other than the deferral asked of by the applicant to resolve those remaining engineering issues, the site is actually ready to move forward. It's ready to move forward with draft plan conditions before you today. If a deferral is approved, we can bring this back, we believe, pretty quickly to the September 9th meeting. So I just wanted to give that context before we get to staff and the discussion on your questions.
GM, did you want to try and answer Councillor Kassar's question, or do we want to pass that over to Yumna?
Yomna is more than able to answer the specific question.
Thank you, Jan. Yumna, please.
Thank you. Through the chair, so currently a vegetation protection zone isn't proposed for that wetland because it's been identified in the EIS to be removed by the applicant. And so we have a condition that requires the wetland to stay, and the proposed condition in the Appendix C. And so if the wetland is retained, then it would follow the Urban Hamilton Official Plan Policy 2.3.3, which requires the appropriate vegetation protection zone to be applied to the core area. And it would be expected that it would be with a minimum of 15 meters. That is if the wetland is retained, but right now it's proposed to be removed.
Thank you, Chair. And proposed to be removed, but the condition of the city is that it remains as per official plan policies. Thank you for that clarification. Also on the environmental side of things, just a question of the hedgerow that's in the vicinity of Street B. I think we have a history of just putting roads right down where hedgerows are. There is environmental benefit to those. I won't get into those details, but just wanted to inquire on the status of that hedgerow. It's in the, I guess, the northeast portion right along the Street B.
Thank you. Through the chair, so because no tree protection plan has been provided at this time, that would be what indicates which trees are protected during construction or afterwards or removed. And so there is a condition, which is condition number 87, that requires a tree protection plan to be submitted. And so once we receive that and it's reviewed, then the trees that are either proposed to be removed or protected through the approval of that tree protection plan will address that hedgerow at that time.
Okay, so our policies and procedures don't allow for a definitive answer, but I understand the response. Changing gears a little bit, I heard from the proponent's agent today that, I think I heard correctly, that there was no zoning or OP amendments required for this. It's just the draft plan of subdivision. Was that accurate?
Yes, through the chair, the application has a correct designation through the Urban Hamilton Official Plan and the zoning bylaw, so no amendments are being proposed or required.
Excellent, that's what I thought. I thought it was worth repeating. So then, there is this request for a deferral. There's also a great deal of urgency that's been expressed here. So I think it begs the question, how are the interests of the city and of the supporters here for the French school to move ahead? How are those furthered by deferring this decision? Because as I understand it, the city has put, here are the conditions, it's an eco-industrial park, here's what we need to do to support the school. What will the city or everyone here in the gallery today get from a further delay? Because we already have the conditions outlined. Thank you.
Excellent. Perhaps I'll ask Director Dalbella to help us answer that question.
Through the chair to the council, Reno Dalbello, Acting Director of Development Planning. With regards to the delay, what we would resolve is having conditions that both parties are agreeable to. Currently, right now, as indicated by the applicant, there are certain conditions that they're not agreeing to, where we have put forward in the current Appendix C to this report. By potentially looking at further extension, we could work that out so that both parties are in favor, and we come here with a document and a report where both agree to, and not having the applicant having a legal right to further appeal the application, if I want to use those words. By extending it, we would like to see if we can get an agreement from both parties. That way, they can move forward with the application instead of just not agreeing to it, and all of a sudden they have a legal right to having the next step, which could be the OLT.
Okay, I think that's a very important answer for everyone, and maybe I'll just repeat it to make sure I understand it and everyone here understands it. So there's a situation with a recommendation on the table today. With a whole bunch of the conditions, 126, I think it was. The proponent has requested a deferral of roughly a month or so. However, what I heard from the director is there's an opportunity next month to get on the same page and have something everyone can support. The risk, if we do not do that, could be an appeal to the OLT that could delay things years, probably measured in years, which I think would be terrible and tragic, frankly, given everything we've heard today, and I've learned a lot about the history. So I think that's a very important consideration for us here. I personally do not want to delay this. I think the story has been made very clear on the time and effort and passion to make this project happen. My goal, and I would think is the goal of everyone around this horseshoe, is to find the shortest path to make it work. And from what I've heard here today, taking a sidestep might be the wisest thing to make it happen as quickly as possible, getting to the end game. So that's what I'm thinking about, Chair, and thanks for the time to ask those questions.
Thank you. Speakers list is open, so I'll ask all committee members if they'd like to add any more questions or concerns before we go to Councillor Jackson, or I can ask Elsie Kelsey if there's something that you wanted to say.
Just a point that, Councillor Casar, you'll have to withdraw the motion to put the report recommendations on the floor, and then we can move for a deferral.
To be clear, I didn't move
No.
a deferral.
We just.
I didn't move anything.
So
no, I know.
right now we
Right
just
now,
have
the report recommendations are on the floor.
So who did we put on?
Is this not, are we not going with the deferral to September?
I was just commenting and framing up the situation. I was not moving it myself. I think that's the prerogative of anyone else to move. And I think there probably will be others who would consider that.
Yep, but my point is, right now, we have, the recommendations are on the floor.
Okay, so that means that we would have to remove the recommendations in order to move the deferral. So procedurally, that's how I'm understanding this. So at this point, we already have a mover and a seconder to put who was our mover and seconder again?
Councillor Casar and Councillor Beatty. So that's why I was saying that has to be withdrawn.
I see. Okay.
And then we can proceed with the deferral if that is how we are proceeding.
Okay, so perhaps we'll just continue on with the conversation and then we can make the decision at some point later. So up now, we will ask Councillor Jackson.
Rest of your committee, please.
I do not see any other commentators from the committee.
Thank you very much, Chair Huang. And if you would just allow me some latitude, please. I'm deeply grateful as well for the show of strength from the Francophone community, both French language public and French language Catholic. I just want to, if I could please, Chair Huang, I'd like to recognize some of the leadership that's here today that I've been working closely with for many years. Vice Chair of Mon Avenir, Nathalie Defour-Sagan, are you here? No, she's not here today. Okay, I was led to believe she was hoping to be here. Long-time revered, highly regarded Mon Avenir trustee Marcel Levesque. Marcel, give a wave. Director of Education for Mon Avenir, Nicole Malott. Nicole, there you are. And I'd like to also recognize that I've been working closely with Mon Avenir Chairwoman Genevieve Grenier, who couldn't make it today. She told me she had a conflict in her schedule. And from the Viamonde side, I've been working closely with Director Miguel Ladacour, amongst others. And I just want the Francophone community to know, before I give another perspective, that I just feel, Chair Huang and members of Planning Committee that may not be familiar, I just need to give a Ward 6 perspective, if I could, please. I just want to say how proud I am that on the East Mountain, Councillor Alex Wilson, you once had a Pavilion de la Jeunesse in Dundas. One of the delegates referenced that. And I was proud, I think about 20 good years ago, that they decided to purchase the old Sherwood Heights Elementary School site, and they are still there on High Street up on the East Mountain. And from the Mon Avenir side, I have Mayor Therese Catholic Secondary School on Lisgar Court as well, and have done my best to support both Francophone communities. I also want to say, from a city staff standpoint, Chair Huang, I've worked closely, and the individuals I'm going to mention here for the public consumption, they were part of bringing this favorable recommendation here today in support of the plan of subdivision, which I'm strongly supportive of because it includes servicing of the road, municipal services of sewers and water main from Garner up to the 14-acre future school site for the Francophone community. But without these individuals, the purchase of the land even wouldn't have been possible. And I just want to recognize Chief Planner Steve Robichaud, Director Anita Fabic, Chief Corporate Real Estate Officer Ray Kessler, Manager Reno Del Bello, Director Bainu Cora, and also Senior Business Consultant in Real Estate David McCulloch. I just want to thank all of them for the extraordinary extra time these last few years they have put in to, again, both the purchase of the site at Garner Road and bringing this report here before you today. If I could, Chair Hawangan, for the Francophone community, I just need to provide this historical context. And this is all from my notes and documentation. And by the way, I just want everybody to know this is my oldest, biggest, largest outstanding file, and it's about the Broughton East Park community and the Francophone project as well. So back, the Francophone community had originally purchased a surplus Hamilton Wentworth District School Board site at 16 Broughton Avenue in Ward 6 that the city had bid on as well from a 400-name petition I had from the Broughton East Park community. And their primary goal was to preserve the 9.5 acres open space, green space that they had enjoyed for roughly their 2,000-member Broughton East community. And with the traditional type of handshakes, Chair Huang, that we used to do with the Hamilton Wentworth District School Board for $1 a year, we used to be able to use school sites that where there weren't schools but were open green spaces. We used to be able to, with city support and financial support and community fundraising efforts, we used to be able to put playgrounds, splash pads, basketball courts, sun shelters, benches, pathways, which is what currently exists at Broughton East Park and had since the 90s. And so what happened in 2014, first time I ever had experienced this, when typically a school board site was declared surplus by either the English Catholic Board or the French Public Board. I usually was the only one on the East Mount to purchase and put in a bid successfully with council support of the past, and we were off to the races like we were at Peace Memorial Park on Crockett Street and in the Fernwood Park, Hampton neighborhood as well. This was the first time that it was a competing bid, and Mona Avenir had put in the bid, the city put in a bid, and that was the first time that I had met the honored trustee Marcel Levesque. And I said, Marcel, I can't believe this. We both have put in a bid for the same site. Now to continue on, and again, from the Broughton East Park standpoint, I understand and I respect one of the delegates reference NIMBY, and I respect that enormously. However, again, it was, I would call it, Chair Huang, two noble missions and causes. One, preserving green space for future generations to enjoy recreational amenities, and the other noble mission was to finally build a brand new school for the Francophone community. Now, to quickly fast forward, if I might please, just with your indulgence. So I found out that the Mona Avenir that had originally purchased the site was hopefully to build a school just for an elementary, secondary school for roughly 300 children. They filed a lawsuit with the provincial government, and the lawsuit was settled by the Wynne government of the day. All my documented notes, so please, if anything needs to be corrected, please, after the meeting's over, Francophone members, please correct my notes. But the Wynne government settled the lawsuit. Multi-millions was set aside for the new school with the condition that a combined school would be built. Mona Avenir, Viamone combined. I understand there may have been one or two examples in the province of Ontario. I think Scarborough, someplace like that. Both schools settled the lawsuit with the province, the Wynne government. But then the 300 roughly students would become roughly 600 to 800 students in a combined school. I have a letter from one of the Francophone architects that said to their board that potentially that 16 Broughton Avenue site would be too small for the larger combined school. Hence, ideally, a larger site would be preferable. I kicked it into high gear working with Marcel since the 2017 lawsuit settlement. Yes, it's been 8 agonizing years. I accept any criticism from my standpoint. but working on behalf of my Broughton East Park community, but doing my darndest to try to find a suitable, larger site. We landed about 2-3 years ago at 700 Garner. The developer was willing to put 14 acres aside, 5 more acres than what Broughton would have provided, a much new area of the city, access that was improving and increasing as well along Garner Road for public transit in the future. And so the Garner Road site, which I can assure the community was much more expensive than what was purchased for the Broughton site, but still I was on a mission to help and support Chair Huang to get this mission and projects to a win-win-win scenario. Preserving green space, getting a Francophone school built on a much bigger site where they could have their community center, football fields, whatever else they needed as well. And again, with council's past approval, that extra money was approved to the developer, who then severed the 14 acres, which now the city owns. So to conclude, and to bring this to a conclusion, and on June the 4th of 2024, Chairwoman Genevieve Grenier called me from Toronto. There was a Francophone conference. It coincided with the Ford government's provincial conference. She told me that they lobbied former Education Minister Stephen Lecce, and on June 4th of last year, he signed off on the land exchange between the city's 14 acres at Garner for me to secure and acquire the 9.5 acres at Broughton. So that was a wonderful step forward. And since that time, I'm as frustrated as anyone that we've been 14, 15 months, Chair Huang, since June 4 to get to this point. But I am still determined and committed with my colleagues' support and with all party support, which I've had meetings this year twice with an all parties players meeting of the developer, Viamonde, Mon Avenir, my city staff and myself to get this positive report here before us today. Again, I'm strongly supportive, but I get the prudence of potentially avoiding future conflict down the road if this committee decides a 1-month deferral may be in order. Anyway, Chair Huang, you've given me more than extra time and your indulgence, but I just had to provide another historical context that part of the other community may not have been aware of. Thank you, Chair Huang. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. So at this point, we do not have any additional speakers. So procedurally, we are either supposed to approve the report recommendations, or we could feasibly take the report off of the docket and then move an alternate, which would be to defer. So at this point, I'm in the hands of committee of how you would like to proceed. I'm not sure how we want to do this, so do we want to Councillor Wilson, if you can participate, help.
Thank you. Just looking for some procedural clarity. If I speak to it, I cannot move the deferral. Correct?
That is correct. Okay. So I'll ask the mover and the seconder if you would like to keep this report on the floor currently, or would you like to withdraw?
Excuse me, Chair.
Sure.
One of my colleagues has indicated, so I will speak briefly to it if you don't mind. Thank you. I really appreciate the delegations. It has been a tremendous learning opportunity for me. Full disclosure, as a mother of 3, I was very happy that my children had the opportunity to attend French immersion. And I don't disagree that it is probably subpar to a full French-speaking opportunity, but it was also my commitment to ensure my children could walk to school within our neighborhood. So it was a good balance for us, and I'm very pleased that my children have since pursued their French language overseas and the like. What I'm hearing around this table is certainly an interest and a commitment to, I think, righting a wrong and upholding the trust and confidence of the community. I think you're hearing support from my colleagues for this much-needed, long-awaited institution to fill a need and to move forward. My obligation is to that community, but I am also here as a member of Planning Committee, and my obligation is to planning matters. And I heard from some of my delegates, wonderfully so, thank you, their commitment to reconciliation, their commitment to the way in which First Nations have an obligation for stewardship of this land, and that is an obligation I think that we have to support and uphold, and that includes, I think, an acknowledgement of the value of wetlands. So I appreciate Councillor Kazar shining a light on the fact that in the absence of enabling future professional discussion of good faith, of goodwill on matters of planning, that we could be at risk of extending and further exacerbating trust and confidence. So to that end, I'm looking forward to the deferral motion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. All right. So at this point, we are at a pivot. So I'm not sure what I'm supposed to be saying, Elsie Kelsey.
Yeah, it's definitely unique. At this point, the report recommendations are on the floor. If there's going to be a deferral, then that motion can be moved. There's also the issue, the public meeting is technically open, so depending on which way committee goes, we just have to keep that in mind that it may need to be closed.
Okay.
So it's in the hands of committee. Report recommendations are on the floor.
Okay, so I'll ask the mover and the seconder how they'd like to proceed. So Councillor Beattie, please.
If I could just get procedural clarity, then if the mover and seconder and the seconder on it were to withdraw support for the recommendation, and then a deferral motion could be moved for the September 9th meeting, which is, I believe, roughly 40 days from now. That would be the correct order of events. That would be.
Yes, and so it'd be deferred to September 9th, and the public meeting would stay open?
And the public meeting staying open would allow for additional delegations to come forward at that September 9th meeting, should there be some additional concerns, dissatisfaction in the community. And I'd be prepared to listen to the whole thing over again. I have no issue with that. But we would leave it open for full transparency and full accessibility to the public.
Correct.
Okay. So as the seconder, I'd withdraw, and I'll look to the mover as well.
So withdrawn for the reasons I stated.
Okay.
All right.
And then I would add the deferral motion to September 9.
Okay. All right.
And if I could, I know I can't speak to it, but I'm happy to address the members of the gallery that may have questions as to why. I unfortunately now can't speak to those reasons as bound by the procedures of this room, but happy to explain myself after the meeting if need be.
Okay.
Sorry, and that is my apology. You can speak to the deferral. It's only if it's being deferred to an outside body but if it's which is a referral, not a deferral. I know it's going to be a little confusing, so my apologies.
Kelsey, I just gave that whole group. Okay. Then I get to speak to my reasonings for the deferral. Okay.
Okay.
I want to get this school built.
Yeah.
I mentioned at the beginning of this that I served in a capacity similar, not identical in any way, but similar, as an elected school board trustee. There was a high school that was being built on the mountain, North Francis Henderson. And if I had had the opportunity then, and there was a significant delay in that school, it was about 7 years it took, in addition to the beginning and the end. And I see 40 days as a lot less than 7 years. And if I had had the opportunity in my capacity then to bypass that 7 years of agony for that particular community, I would have happily done it. And I'm hopeful that the people behind me, I know I have my back turned to the gallery, and apologies. I think we can, I'm hearing we can get this done in 40 days.
And we'll be back here on September 9th, and I'm sure all of you will be too, and I'll vote in favor of moving ahead with this. But I do want to address that I believe that this is particularly heightened because what's been identified here is, I don't have the proper translation for it, I'll say a systemic failure on the part of multiple layers over many, many years. And having served in the capacity that I did as a public school board trustee in a micro way, tiny little way, I understand when communities feel that they have no voice. I understand when communities lose trust and confidence in the process, when they see nothing but delay, when they see what they perceive to be a stripping of dignity. And I'm very sensitive to that because I could see that in the communities that I represented. And this is only amplified. This is much, much worse. My deepest sympathies to the Francophone community here in Hamilton and beyond, that this has gone on for as long as this had. And we have to stop and we have to move forward. And we're going to be in a good position, I believe, truthfully, to do that in 40 days. So let's hopefully convene here again on the 9th of September.
we have to convene here
We have to. Well,
on the 9th.
I'm asking that the Francophone community come back, hold us to account, and we'll seek some closure on this, and we'll get the damn school built.
Okay. So at this point, we do have a deferral motion moved by Councillor Beattie. Do I have a seconder? Councillor McMeekin. Okay, so up now we have Councillor McMeekin.
Thanks, Chair. And first of all, my apologies for being a bit late. I was opening the new emergency section at St. Joe's Hospital this morning. Wonderful place, by the way. And I made the point that I'm an alumni there, having been born at the hospital 77 years ago. Anyhow, I'm really impressed with the delegations. I was around in 2016 when the province had to struggle with the issue and made some progress, but it's obviously been stalled since. The irony of delaying something in order to expedite it is, I think, important to just stress here. I, like Councillor Beattie, whose wise counsel I always appreciate, understands that what seems to be emerging here is a commitment to get this thing resolved in and around the next meeting in September, which gives us 40 days. There's lots of stories about people wandering in the wilderness for 40 days. I hope and pray that doesn't happen. I don't think it will, but I support the motion for deferral with the expectation that we're going to get this thing sorted out for our Francophone community and as importantly for the entire city of Hamilton. Linguistic rights are something that are guaranteed in our Constitution and our Bill of Rights and elsewhere. And we're being challenged to give credence and credibility to that here. And I think we can do it with and through this deferral. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor McMeekin. Seeing as there are no other, Councillor Wilson, please.
Thank you. I appreciate all the comments. I feel it is also appropriate for us to say it's not just on the city to make a deal here. There is a partner at the table, and that is the developer, who has heard everything that has been expressed. And in the absence of that partnership, there will be no deal. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Seeing as there are no other speakers to this, may I have your vote electronically to defer this to September 9th? Vote is up. Thumbs up from Councillor Wilson. That vote carries 10-0. Thank you, committee. Thank you to the Francophone community. Hope to see you back here on September the 9th. And I think you will see that there's a significant amount of support for you. Thank you. We are gonna take a break for lunch.
I would just like to recommend maybe if we could get through the 2 delegations who have been patiently waiting and then possibly break for lunch.
Committee, let's push through this, okay? So we are going on to delegation. So before we begin our delegations for today, members are reminded that questions of the delegations are for clarification purposes only, not for debate. And a note to our delegates, you have 5 minutes to complete your delegation. You'll hear a tone at the 4-minute mark, and then you'll have an additional tone to finish up. 6.1 is Kevin Freeman, who is respecting the demolition permit for 85 Catherine. I think I saw Kevin online. Kevin, are you able to turn on your camera? Excellent. Thank you so much. Thank you for your patience. Please start your delegation when you're ready.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kevin Freeman. I'm the Director of Planning and Development with CanF Group. Appreciate the opportunity to delegate before the committee this afternoon. I wanted to provide some brief background information on this item. We provided a delegation at the June 10th Planning and Development Committee meeting with a request that committee authorize the issuance of a demolition permit for 85 Catherine Street North. Following some discussion, the committee members voted on a motion to authorize the demolition of the building, and that motion failed on a 5-5 split vote. At the council meeting on June 18th, council agreed to defer its decision on this matter to allow an opportunity for this item to be brought back to Planning Committee for further discussion and consideration. This morning, I'd like to share with the committee further details on the condition of the existing dwelling, our plans for redevelopment, and the interim use of the property to support our demolition request. I've included a letter with my submission, which includes photos and further rationale to support our demolition request. And as illustrated in the photos with that submission, it's apparent that the interior of the building is in extremely poor condition, has been broken into and vandalized. Restoring this dwelling to a condition deemed suitable for residential occupation for us would require a significant level of investment that would ultimately be lost once the dwelling is demolished for construction. Due to multiple occurrences of trespassing, forced entry, and vandalism, we've recently decided to board up the window.
Kevin, could you just pause for a second? We've just got a whole pile of people that moved, and then it's causing a lot of background noise. So just pause, and then maybe I might ask you to rewind to.
Let's start again.
Sure, happy to start again if that would be helpful.
Just perhaps rewind to the last 2 sentences.
Sure.
Sorry
let me
about that.
know when might be a good time to continue.
Okay, just give us a minute. I think we're good now. Okay, please continue.
Okay, thank you. So as I mentioned, we've included a letter with our submission, and that includes photos and further rationale to support our demolition permit request. In those photos, it's apparent the interior of the building is in extremely poor condition. It's been broken into and vandalized. For us, and we discussed this at the last Planning Committee meeting, restoring the dwelling to a condition that is deemed suitable for residential occupation would require a significant level of investment from us, which will ultimately be lost once the dwelling is demolished for construction. Due to multiple occurrences of trespassing and forced entry, we've been forced to board up the windows and doors to protect ourselves from further liability exposure. So as we've detailed in our letter and have summarized, we've included further rationale as to why we believe that our building at 85 Catherine Street North should be supported for demolition. Firstly, we have a site plan application that's under review for 80 John Street North to permit the construction of 2 30-story mixed-use towers on a shared podium consisting of approximately 700 purpose-built rental units. We are committed to amending our existing application to include 85 Catherine Street North and potentially 89 Catherine Street North as well, provided we're successful with the acquisition of that property. We are committed to amending our application within the next 6 months. 85 Catherine Street North has been removed from the city's heritage register and is designated and zoned for high-density mixed use. Our application for site plan approval conforms with the existing policy framework and zoning, which supports new mixed-use redevelopment and intensification of properties within downtown Hamilton. Following the approval of our site plan application, construction will commence imminently. Thirdly, the demolition of 85 Catherine Street North will allow us to support our neighbor to the south at 71 Rebecca Street. by providing them with space for construction staging to keep construction vehicles and activity off of local streets. Our neighbor has expressed interest in utilizing our property for construction staging, provided our demolition application is approved. Correspondence from Melrose Investments that we appended to our letter with our submission notes the following: that the demolition of the structure at 85 Catherine Street would definitely benefit the safety and efficiency of our construction activities. The expanded area would allow for greater setback and clear zones around our construction site, significantly improving the safety protocols for our works, subcontractors, and the public. Given our interest in using a portion of your land for logistics, truck movements, and storage, the demolition of the building would improve site management and contribute positively to the overall safety and aesthetic of the neighborhood. This is particularly crucial given the inherent complexities of high-rise construction in an urban environment. Melrose has since secured site plan approval for 71 Rebecca Street, and they intend on moving forward with their high-rise development imminently. As we referenced in our letter, we submitted an offer recently for 89 Catherine Street North to express our sincere interest in acquiring the property and to further consolidate the block to support future development. The owner has expressed interest in selling the property, and we intend on pursuing this opportunity further to improve our overall development. Lastly, the committee has recently supported the demolition of existing dwellings where the owner has not yet filed an application for redevelopment. For our site, we've advanced an application for site plan approval that conforms to the policy framework and zoning for downtown Hamilton, and we're optimistic that we can work with staff to advance our application and secure approvals within a very short time frame. Those are my submissions. I appreciate your time this afternoon. I'd be happy to answer any questions that the committee might have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Freeman. Speakers list is open. I recognize Councillor Crutch, please.
Thanks. I'll have some comments to make when the report itself is on the floor. But if you could be a little more specific about the thing you mentioned thirdly, which is, I'll be honest with you, my own really point of interest here, and this is about managing development in this area and trying to make sure pedestrians and everybody else can get around safely. I'll again speak to that when the report is up and about what we're doing. But can you speak to how this is actually going to help with that situation? For those who don't know, Catherine Street's a one-way street intersecting with Wilson. It's already, without any development there, a problematic place. So could you speak more to exactly how you expect the neighboring property to take advantage of this?
Yes, thank you for the question. Through the chair to the councillor. We were approached by Melrose recently about their interest in using our property for construction staging. It wasn't that we had reached out to them, they had reached out to us. From what I understand, they could use all the space that they need considering the constraints within the existing area. As you mentioned, Catherine Street is a one-way road. For them to be able to utilize additional space for their construction vehicles and to keep some of that construction activity off of the local street, is a critical piece for them and also for the community. They've mentioned that this would directly benefit their construction site once they initiate construction on their lands. Would allow for greater setbacks, just a bit more comfortable of an environment for their construction activity. So we are actively discussing with them a potential opportunity to lease a piece of our land, or at least utilize a piece of our land, understanding that eventually we will be building our site here as well once we secure approvals in a relatively short time frame. So we're trying to see how we can work together to improve each other's sites during construction and try to understand what synergies might exist to allow us to move forward in a way that is safe and practical from a public perspective.
Thank you. And my own second question is really more about all the other things you brought up. And just for, I think, public consumption, I've already had the opportunity of corresponding with you folks about this and have an answer myself, again, which I'll share later. This was listed recently, as in last year or so, a couple of years or so, publicly as a rental property. And when it was done, you could go on the internet and see what I consider to be, just from a layperson's perspective, right, some pretty dazzling photos about the home's interior. And it seemed like it was a going concern. We're in an affordable housing crisis. You've talked about the fact that there's been break-ins and other kinds of issues. Could you speak, though, to how this project, this house, I should say, went from being a place which was being marketed as an upscale rental to some extent to being a place that needs to be demolished, and what your role in that was?
Through the chair, to answer the question from the councillor, when we acquired the property, it was clear that our intent was to eventually expand our limits of development for our existing application at 80 John Street to include 85 Catherine Street, and to make a development that considers, the entire block. Through the review of our site plan application, it was discussed with staff that it would be potentially problematic to have those two existing dwellings remain as is, 89 Catherine Street and 85 Catherine Street North. They had encouraged us to look into potentially acquiring those properties to include within our development application. We've been actively pursuing that and trying to do that. In acquiring 85 Catherine Street, we were successful in doing so. We've been making an effort to maintain that property. For us, our office is not in Hamilton. Our office is in Brampton. We had been sending out, maintenance crews, our operations staff to take a look at the building, make sure that it is in safe condition. And I understand that we're doing that on a weekly basis. For us to continually monitor that site has been proven to be somewhat problematic. Considering that there have been multiple break-ins, there's been vandalism, the interior of the dwelling has eroded as a result of that. We have been actively trying to police our property, make sure that it remains in a good condition. But as a result of the unsolicited activity in and around the property, for us it's been difficult to monitor that continuously.
Thanks. And to the last part of my question there, you didn't put up any fencing here or have any kind of security engaged to maintain the property, is my understanding.
We did not put up any fencing. We have since boarded up the windows and doors to protect ourselves from any other trespassers or vandals. The property is directly adjacent to our lands at 80 John Street, which also does not have a fence. We didn't want to commit the money to putting up a fence that we believe would keep trespassers out. I question whether or not, even if we had a fence up, whether that would be a deterrent or not. Certainly boarding up the windows and doors has helped since we've done that.
Thanks. And so I don't think you quite answered the very first part of my second question, so I'll ask it again in a different way, and then that's it for me. If I recall correctly through the correspondence I had with folks there was it's not just about the fact that there's been vandalism. My understanding is that the condition of the upgrades was some kind of a concern, right? Because I'm looking at this again from the perspective of the fact that it's on the market as an upscale rental, right? Then you purchase it, then it's not. And I'm not understanding, apart from a couple of break-ins, how the whole structure needs to be demolished. Like, that part is not really coming through in what I've read and received. Again, that's not my primary concern, but I think since you've made the letters you've put forward, that we should at least have you speak to that on the record.
Sorry, and through the chair, to answer the councillor's question there. After we acquired the property, I believe that the services were shut off to the building. From what I understand, there was some leaking pipes that we may not have been aware of when we first acquired the property, but it caused significant water damage throughout the house. So there are issues with the services and the plumbing. I believe it was an issue when we acquired the property, but it was never rectified. By the time that we realized that there was an issue with the plumbing, the damage had already been done. So for us to then invest that money to repair the dwelling to a point where it could be rented out as a rental property, proved to be cost prohibitive to us. And then since then, there's been more damage done on the interior of the dwelling as a result of trespassers and vandals. So apologies for not answering that first second part of your question, but it initially started to degrade as a result of water damage on the interior of the dwelling.
Thanks. Those are my questions for now.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Crutch. Up now is Councillor McMeekin, followed by Councillor Taddison. Councillor McMeekin, please.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. Mr. Freeman, I've seen the pictures. It doesn't look like an upscale rental to me. But that's, I think that's been shared with pictures have been shared with members of council, and I know there was a walkthrough in the building a while back. In any event, I'm particularly interested in what seems to have been advanced since you last appeared before this committee, where the rider about waiving the 2-year development period post demolition was part of the presentation. You're now speaking, I think, intentionally about moving, I think your words were relatively quickly with the development. Can you just outline the timeline for members of the Horseshoe for us, please?
Yes, thank you for the question, Councillor, and through the chair. We plan on moving forward really immediately with revisions to our development plans, provided we're successful with the acquisition of 89 Catherine Street. We've just recently we've resubmitted an offer of purchase and sale for that property. We've been in touch with the owner, and they have expressed some interest in potentially selling that property to us. Provided we're successful in that acquisition, we would be committed to amending our plans, making a submission within 6 months of the date of that acquisition. So the timelines for us are rather imminent. We are committed to revising our plans and working with city staff to secure approvals. For us here, it's the lifting of a holding provision and securing conditional site plan for us to move forward, which I believe that we can do, and we can achieve approval of those applications in relatively short order.
Thanks for that. As I recall, the previous sharing with this committee did approve several applications which were arguably perhaps consistent with the very kind of timeline that Mr. Freeman has described, but has not yet taken place. So there's an issue of consistency, I think, here in terms of being flexibility. There's also the reality that this is a group that wants to do the development, assemble the lands for 700 housing units. That's important. I think it was 700 housing units. Well, how many, can you break that up? How many 1, 2, 3 bedroom places are you projecting? That's my last question.
And through the chair, typically the breakdown for units that we're seeing in a lot of our development projects across the GTA is approximately 60% 1 bedroom, potentially 20% 2 bedroom, and the balance being 3 bedroom units. We are seeing the market demand more family size units, and that's definitely something that we've considered in a lot of our future development applications, especially as of recently.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. Seeing as there are no other speakers, thank you very much, Mr. Freeman, for your delegation. You're welcome to log off. Up now is Ryan Rogers from HCE, respecting energy storage systems and the interim strategy and municipal support resolution protocol. Mr. Rogers, head on down over there. You'd like to go after lunch? I don't think so. Okay.
Good? Awesome. Well, I wrote good morning, but I'll phrase that to good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Madam Chair and the committee, for the opportunity to speak as part of today's meeting. As Councillor Wang, Chair Wang mentioned, my name is Ryan Rogers. I hold the role of Vice President Corporate Development at Hamilton Community Enterprises, more commonly known as HCE. HCE, for context, is a deregulated utility wholly owned by the City of Hamilton that provides heating, cooling, electricity, and telecommunication services to Hamilton, but then more broadly, the rest of Southern Ontario. I'm here today on behalf of our utility and private sector partners to provide some commentary on PED 25122 and the MSR framework recommended within. As you'll hear later today as part of the actual report or presentation, and it was emphasized by staff throughout the report and the presentation provided in the future, energy storage projects support renewable energy generation and provide backup power and improve grid reliability, which during peak days like today is paramount to thriving communities. At the onset, I want to be clear that our team is very supportive of the oversight recommended by the city, as it strengthens the type of applications we're hoping to make. A lot of the framework is actually done as part of our previous MSR projects, as we feel that that level of community engagement, that level of Indigenous engagement really helps make effective IESO procurements. That being said, today we want to highlight the potential risk that this framework represents, specifically as it relates to IESO LT2 deadlines. These deadlines set by the IESO are firm and are currently October 6, 2025 for the energy stream proposals and December 18th, 2025 for the capacity stream proposals. If Hamilton's MSR framework was to be approved by Council on August 6th as part of the planning package, we'd only have 133 days to submit a capacity bid, and even less so for an energy stream bid. This creates an extremely tight window. And I just want to point out that in the IESO procurement policy, the MSR is considered a very early milestone in the actual procurement process. Oftentimes, our project partners will then, following an MSR, spend hundreds of thousands of dollars doing financial modeling and detailed engineering design as part of their MSR bid, as part of their IESO bid, I should say. This compressed timeline leaves little room for delays, and if there are complications, ultimately will make the municipality an uncompetitive jurisdiction for LT2 procurements when compared to other jurisdictions that have either full blanket MSRs or conditional MSRs. And you'll see those other recommendations within the staff report there. I wanted to highlight what's at stake here in terms of Hamilton's industrial bayfront, including specifically the Steelport development. Within the Steelport site alone, Slate, one of our private partners, has projected that there are $3.8 billion of potential economic value to be unlocked and 23,000 jobs that could be created. These types of economic development opportunities rely on reliable, resilient energy. And MSRs, and by extension, IESO procurements, are one of the few ways that we as a municipality can funnel provincial dollars into funding those investments within our jurisdictions. Specifically, energy storage projects create grid stability and reliability, and they also allow the integration of renewable assets into the grid while providing targeted local relief to transmission and distribution constraints. By securing an LT2 contract, we have the opportunity to use this provincial investment to unlock these benefits and directly support the economic development that is cited as part of the Hamilton's Bayfront Industrial strategy. And within this in mind, our team hopes that the committee takes both the LT2 deadlines as well as the community benefits that are at risk with missing this window into consideration when reviewing the report later today. So I appreciate your time, and now I'll be happy to accept any questions.
Thank you, Ryan. Up now is Councillor Nan. Councillor Nan, please.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you, Ryan, for coming in and for delegating today. Could you speak a little bit to the interim process? So recognizing that the report and presentation to come has yet to be deliberated by the Planning Committee and then approved by Council, staff have embedded within it an interim process until such time that the process is implemented in its full entirety. How would that either enable those bids that are coming forward, seeking this municipal support and those tight timeframes that you mentioned? Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Through the chair, the interim process is a great first step. I think part of the concern here is that the LT2 framework is extremely competitive. I just really want to point that out. There's only a couple 4,000 megawatts projects, average about being 10 to 20 megawatts. So we're only looking at a handful of projects that get approved. So a lot of our partners are looking for jurisdictions where they have clear understanding of support and want to carry that support through the engagement process on day one. I think the interim framework is very good and would represent a very good avenue. Would the deadlines be farther apart? Because we could go through that process, get interim support within 60 days, and then maybe still have many months to engage and work on that project collaboratively. But I think given that compressed timelines, there's concerns that even the interim framework means that LT2 projects would be missed. And I think specifically, I speak for a few different partners that we've been working on. There are a variety of folks who are entities that are considering investments in the Hamilton Bayfront area. This type of project would help kind of put those folks at ease in terms of power security and availability. So that's also part of why the LT2 window specifically is a point of concern, because the next window may be a year later, which then means projects won't be sited till 2027, 2028. So then you miss this kind of cycle that we have right now. Does that help answer the question?
Yes, it does. So you're saying that the interim process would still present too tight of a barrier, and the potential impact would be we would miss the LT2 window and see projects go towards the 2027 timeline. Thank you.
Exactly. And I think if I may just add one extra piece, I think one thing to keep in mind is that a lot of our project partners, again, are very much on board with the due diligence required. No one is trying to get out of that due diligence. I think part of the accommodation that they would seek, or just what their concerns are, is that compressed timeline. So is there another methodology that could allow for clear support from council, conditional on meeting those deadlines in parallel, rather than hanging out the MSR 60 to 70 days later?
Thank you. And then finally, can you say a little bit about the community engagement components that have been itemized in the report and recommendations? Is there a version of this that you could see going forward that would enable community engagement prior to that municipal support?
Yes, I think absolutely. I think part of it would be, so one thing to consider there is that for jurisdictions that have offered blanket MSRs that are conditional, they often have the condition of that community engagement as part of that. So you get the, I would say, pre-approval, and then you get the formal approval once that's completed, pending that condition. The other part of it is that I do think under normal discourse, I want to be clear, the framework proposed for the next LT tranche would be perfectly acceptable. Like, I do feel that a lot of our partners would be willing to go through that, engage as part of that, get the MSR, many months in advance, and then have the city as a partner throughout the rest of that. It's just for this compressed timeline. I think in terms of the types of outreach that I've done in the past, very briefly, but in terms of community engagement and Indigenous engagement, oftentimes there's partnerships in terms of the actual funding structures of these projects. So Indigenous ownership is often considered a very big part of how we actually procure these energy projects and bring them into a city. And that stakeholder engagement begins on day one of project inception. And then for community engagement, I do think a big part of the community engagement as it specifically relates to Hamilton's industrial bayfront will be what this project means for our manufacturing and industrial hub down there. There's that aspect as it relates to supporting their initiatives and making sure that we're keeping those jobs and keeping that manufacturing capabilities in that area. And then the other part of it too is the backup for the broader community and making sure that the neighboring communities are on board with the project as it relates to fire, safety, site planning, noise, all that. That's all part of the general normal process associated with these types of procurements.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay. Councillor Kassar, please.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thank you for being here, Ryan. So you partially answered my question, so I'll phrase it as clarification. So what I think I heard you say you would recommend from your industry perspective is the staff recommendation for the next cycles in the future is good. It's a check mark.
Yeah.
In the short term for 2025, I think what you described as your recommendation would be alternative one, which is a blanket approval with conditions. Did I capture that right?
I think, and this is where through the chair, I want to be careful. I don't want to be influencing too much the motions and how you folks will actually put together the actual recommendation. But yes, I would say that ourselves and our partner groups are more used to that type of approval framework in place, and they are currently citing projects with other municipalities that have that type of blanket conditional approval. So if that is something that could be put into place in parallel with this, potentially on August 6th, I think what that would signal to our team is that the City of Hamilton is excited for these projects as it relates to LT2. And I think what you would see is a groundswell of activity from the private sector to then engage with you folks and really put together some competitive bids for LT2's deadline. And I think right now, short answer, yes, Councilor Kassar.
Yeah, okay, yeah, it's important input because we're not experts in this and there are a number of alternatives and you're providing a perspective which is intended to inform us. So that's clear, thank you.
Thank you. Seeing as there are no other speakers, thank you so much for your delegation, Ryan. Committee, we are now at 12:50. I would like to break for lunch. However, I also understand that we have 8.1, which is the 785 Britannia. There are several delegates that are here for that public meeting as well. They're not here in the room, but they are around. So after lunch, the intention was first to go through all of the items for information and then go into the public hearings. I hope we can get through 7 very quickly because of the fact that the delegates have been waiting since this morning. So just wanted to let everyone know that I would like to just be a little bit expedient through 7, if that's possible. Otherwise, I don't know if we want to talk about bringing 8.1 up a little bit earlier, but that's just where I wanted to share that with committee. You're right, we do have to receive the delegations. I'm really sorry. Can I get a mover and a seconder to receive both of the delegations? Councillor McMeekin, Councillor Kassar. At this point, I need a hand vote, please. And that's everyone, thank you. So now we are on to lunch. Lunch is at 12:50, so let's say 1:20, we are back. 1:22. 1:22. 1:22. All right, we are moving. We just have to, I can just go to 1:22. All right, thank you. Excellent. We are back from our lunch break. We are on to items for information. 7.1 is PED 25197, the active official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment, and plan of subdivision applications. Committee, this is something that we see on a very routine and fairly regular basis. Ideally, we don't have any questions. And if you do, ask them maybe another time offline. Because I would really like to get a mover and a seconder to receive this item. Councillor Kassar, Councillor McMeekin, and speakers. Excellent. Indicate, Councillor McMeekin? Oh, okay. All right, this is a hand vote, please. May I have your hand vote to receive? And that is everyone. Thank you. Let's move on to 7.2. This is PED 25200, Appeal of Urban Hamilton Official Plan Amendment for 232 Rural Hamilton Official Plan Amendment number 44. This is the framework for processing and evaluating urban boundary expansion applications to the Ontario Land Tribunal. If required, Charlie is here, but maybe we want to just receive this item. If so, let's just take a mover and a seconder. Councillor Maureen Wilson, Councillor Beattie. Questions? No questions. Thank you, Charlie, for sending us all of your documents and amazingness. So I do need a hand vote. May I have your hand vote to receive said item? And that is everyone. Thank you. We are now moving on to 7.3. Jennifer Allen is here. She's ready to give a quick verbal update. Excellent. Jennifer, anytime.
Hi, good morning, Chair and committee members. So my name is Jennifer Allen, Planner 1 in Sustainable Communities section. So I'm just going to provide a quick overview of the report before you. It's the 2024 Market and Land Supply Monitoring Report. It's the second report of its kind. And the purpose of this report is to highlight patterns respecting population and housing growth, construction activity, land supply, cost of housing, and affordability in the city of Hamilton, in order to track the city's progression towards provincial and local targets. And so one of the key highlights in this report is that we saw a significant decrease in residential construction activity in 2024, with housing starts being significantly down. But despite the overall drop in construction activity, we did see an increase in the number of units within the primary market, rental market. And while housing construction activity has slowed, housing market conditions have become more balanced for both renters and owners, with the average rent prices and average purchase price of housing coming down a bit. And so I'll leave it at that, but I'm happy to answer any questions about any of the specific metrics that are included in the report. Thank you.
Jennifer, I also appreciate the very fulsome presentation that is attached to the agenda for all of committee to also see, and also ask Jennifer too. But if there's any questions for Jennifer currently, Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you, Chair. Echoing your comments of thanks and appreciation for all the work. I just want to make sure I understand, and I beg your indulgence, I'm just getting to it. I believe it is page 8. And it is the paragraph near the top of the page. I'm trying to understand, I want to make sure I understand what it's telling me. Staff projected, it's the sentence that starts, staff projected a supply of 64,000 on page 8 of the report.
Through the chair, the staff report or the appendix?
Report, staff report, please, through the chair.
So it says page 8 of 10 at the top, but it's actually also page 8 of 10 at the top.
Sorry, through the chair, could I have the question again?
No, thank you, through the chair. I hadn't asked it yet, so you didn't miss it. Could you tell me what that paragraph is saying, please? and it's particularly in its concluding sentence.
So through the chair, the provincial planning statement requires that the city have 15 years of land supply dedicated for residential growth. And so the 64,963 new dwelling units is the projected number of dwelling units that staff have calculated as that 15-year supply.
Right.
The concluding sentence is explaining that while that's our projected growth for the next 15 years, or the projected number of units, we
citywide.
Yes, citywide. We are concluding that while that's the projected number for the next 15 years, the permissions in the Urban Hamilton official plan do allow for a lot more residential units, but based on trends in development applications and intensification and ADUs, we project that 64,000 number in the next 15 years. So.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure, obviously it's a leading question, but I thought the last sentence was important, and it's important for make sure I understand that we have the capacity, I think it's saying, to accommodate 114,000 units just around major transit areas alone within the urban boundary. Is that what that's saying through the chair?
Through the chair, we have the permissions in place, but in terms of the infrastructure for that, that would still need to be evaluated, but the permissions are in place.
Okay, thank you. And if I could ask a second question, please. And on this one, I don't recall the page number, but the reference is, the context is the municipalities who overwhelmingly haven't hit their designated housing target as set out by the province. And I think in the report, it says perhaps only 50 or a very small number have. I do remember this point being referenced by a delegate representing the home building industry. And I believe at the time, the delegate stated that while only a few have hit that target, it would be, he didn't seem to think it was, even those few who have hit the target was a valid, joyful moment. Because if you were, he seemed to intimate that if you were a small municipality and you did one 6-story dwelling, you would meet the target. And sort of contextually, I think that's an important point to make, that none of us are meeting the target. Those who have, it is for those reasons. Wondering if you could offer insight and comment through the chair.
Through the chair, I don't know exactly how the province determined the targets for the municipal housing pledge and how they determine the annual targets, but yes, it is dependent on the municipality on how the province delegates those targets. So we would have a higher number of units through the housing municipal pledge than smaller municipalities.
Yes, thank you, Arvind Prasad, General Manager, Planning and Economic Development. So that is absolutely correct, Councillor Wilson. There are many municipalities, all the municipalities got targets to meet the provincial housing supply numbers. Most vast majority of municipalities in the last 3 cycles have not met those targets. Those that have met the targets, you're absolutely correct. Generally, small municipalities that may have had 1 or 2 construction projects come forward, and bang, you got the target. It's a bit of timing, a bit of luck, and really even larger municipalities that hit the targets, they're usually, like in that first year, they had already development in the pipeline, so they benefited from the ability to say, yes, we met the target, right? But the next year after that, most of those municipalities never did. So you're absolutely correct. It's some of it by chance and some of it just by geography.
Thank you. I have one final question through the chair. I'm interested in understanding the change, although not a tremendous change, but the change in tenure into into rental. And I'm wondering if someone could speak to the factors of what might be explaining that trend, if it is a trend, if I've read the report correctly through the chair.
Through the chair to the councillor, I think it's somewhat related to the drop in overall number of apartment dwellings that we saw. The number of housing starts that were apartment dwellings went from over 2,000 to 800 in 2024, and a lot of that would be condos, condo apartments. So some of the charts within the monitoring report kind of explain that and show like a drop in overall condo apartments.
Madam Chairman, Steve Robichaud, if I can assist. We have seen both at the federal and the provincial level, so governments making changes to the financing arrangements.
Thank you.
And that is having a significant impact in developers' decision-making. So CMHC with the mortgage, low interest rate financing for rental buildings, that has generated a significant amount of interest amongst the development community to do rental buildings. Combined with provincial changes in development charges, where now for rental buildings, those development charges can be deferred. I believe it's out 5 or 10 years. That has also played a significant, that's played out significantly amongst the development community, where they're using those provincial and federal changes now that they're pro formas, or they were making sense in terms of bringing rental projects on stream. Combined also, newer rental buildings command a higher rent, so that they're also seeing that as well. And then thirdly, as many of these condominium buildings were actually rental buildings by default, they were just individual investors who then rented out the units, where now we're, instead of the developer doing the condo and then selling the units, the developer is retaining ownership and is becoming a landlord. So those factors from a financial perspective now make it attractive, or it was attractive in 2024, to pivot the project from a condominium ownership to a rental building. Thank you.
GM, did you also? Nope. Okay, cool. All right, that was covered then.
No.
Very fulsome answer.
Thank you. Just a very quick comment, if I may. I know we want to move on to the agenda, but I did find the piece which was referencing the issue of affordability to be extremely enlightening and, of course, worrying. We've had so many discussions around this table about the precariousness of housing affordability, and then ultimately those who are deprived of housing. And when asked the question, why do we see an explosion of houselessness in Hamilton and small cities, small towns across this province, for this community, a 13% increase in rent just in a single year, if I'm reading it correctly, between 2022 and 2023. An average rent increase between 4% and 6% over the last decade. And in terms of the purchasing of, in terms of tenure, 57% increase in purchase price over the last 10 years. I would submit that that return is much more significant than any mutual fund that folks might have. And that gets us into a discussion about the deregulation of financial sector, interest rates low, capitalization, accumulation, flip, secure, investment, housing. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Up now is Councillor Crutch, followed by Councillor Taddison. Councillor Crutch, please.
Thanks. You probably don't have time to dive into everything in this report, but there's a couple of things I thought it was worth mentioning with respect to the downtown. But first, a question about the data here. So I'm unashamedly quite a data nerd, and so I crunch a lot of information about the downtown and share it with residents regularly. It seems like the City of Hamilton has a lot of different data in here that's not shared publicly elsewhere. So we have data dashboards for every ward, and we have open mapping systems that share data. Will this be integrated into that? Because this is much more current data than the data we currently have available in terms of population, in terms of average household incomes. And so it's an augment, frankly, to the census data. I know some of this is from StatsCan and some of this is from other sources, but how are you amalgamating this to keep our data up to date? Because I think right now, if I look at the Ward 2 profile or look at other profiles, this isn't reflective of that, unfortunately. And so I'm wondering if there's a way to integrate these things.
Through the chair, I think data board is something that we could do. It's not something that we're currently in the works, but I think with approval from my colleagues, we could have that in place on like a dashboard presenting this data so that it is easily accessible because the intent of the monitoring report itself is to have an accessible place for all this data to be consolidated. So since we have all the numbers, I don't think putting that into a dashboard would be too much work to have done.
That'd be lovely, because I think there's a lot of really important data in this report, and while a report is a fine way to share it, and I can read a report just fine, most people aren't going to read it. Having some way to have a landing page, and again, maybe talking to the folks in the GIS at the city and those who update the ward profiles, how do we continually, because I've seen maybe 15 reports in this term of council that are similar, and they have different types of data in them about the city, but they're all very different. Some are more updated, some are less updated. This one seems to be quite accurate in lots of ways based on my understanding. And so just flagging that for everybody, that as we make these reports, how do we integrate this into our larger data framework? How do we cite the sources, right, so that we know what we're seeing to make it better and easier for people to get at? So I'll leave that with you, but I think it's important. My, I guess, question or comment, but I'll make a question and then I'll make a comment, I guess. I'll ask a question and make a comment. There's a section of the report that talks about average household income. If I have it correct, this is from memory. I can't remember exactly where I saw it in the report, but $116,000 is the average household income across the city. And then if you look to the square to the right of that, it says $66,000 approximately for renters. And then to the right of that, I think it's $137,000 for people who are homeowners. Could you comment on that? I find that to be, again, not information that we have really elsewhere, but it's rather stark. And what it suggests to me is that the average household income for renters is less than half of the household income for homeowners. Could you comment on that?
Through the chair, that data was provided from the Canadian Income Survey from Statistics Canada. It's the latest data for that was in 2022, so it's not as up to date as some of the other data within this report, but yeah, it is quite, it does indicate that house ownership is a lot more unaffordable, I guess, than rental. So yeah, I'll just leave it at that. I don't know if anyone has anything to add.
Just your acknowledgement of that is helpful, but yeah.
No, through you, Madam Chairman, I agree with what Ms. Allen said, and what we are seeing is that very often renter households, either because they are single individuals as opposed to two individuals residing in the household unit, that alone can distort the calculation. When you consider that an apartment, I think, has an average PPU of under 2, where a single detached dwelling has an average PPU, persons per unit, closer to 3.4 or 4. So that in itself will then distort the household income based on the number of people that are making an income. But even if you sort of control for that variable, you will see that renters may be a more vulnerable population in the medium to lower income thresholds, as opposed to home ownership. Homeowners are often in that medium to higher income if you exclude for widows or widowers in that situation. So that the affordability issue becomes more prevalent in those neighborhoods that have a higher percentage of rental housing or rental homeowners, rental households. We do see that across the city in terms of based on home ownership, income levels, and tenure type. Thank you.
Thanks, and while I'm not suggesting it's a perfect analogy, while I continually hear, and I hope the myth can die today, I would just be so happy if it did. And if I can contribute to that, I'm glad to. This notion that it's just easy for people in the rental market to get into the housing market, or that it's even possible for them to get into the housing market. If you look at, distortions aside, look at what the experience financially for a renter is versus someone who's owns property. To stay in the housing market when you own property is relatively easy. Relatively easy. I'm not suggesting it's easy, but relatively speaking. But to leave the rental market and get a house is extraordinarily difficult. I say this recognizing that almost 80%, so 77% of the people who live in Ward 2 are renters, right? Also, a massive amount of development is happening downtown. Let's just square that circle in our minds, right, and understand who is the housing for, and how are we enabling people to access housing? I'm not suggesting that that's my dream or that that's a dream of everybody who lives in an apartment. Lots of people are happy living in apartments and want to stay there and don't necessarily want to acquire property. But for those that do, I think this report shows that it's a pretty steep climb for a single person living in an apartment to acquire property in the city. Why does that matter? Because as we all know, cities are based on property rights. 90% of what we do here is about property rights. And when so much of the population of our downtown is not for folks who own property, right, there's something we should be thinking about inherently when we make decisions here about how it impacts people. So I'm really grateful for this data because it continues to shine a light on the conversation I'm trying to have, which is, because it's not just downtown, by the way, 30% of the entire city are renters. The fastest growing areas for renters, percentage-wise, year over year, are the suburbs, our wards 9, 10, 11, like those are the wards where you're seeing an increase in renters because they're needing to build on those areas and people can't afford housing. So it's going to continue to be a thing we face here and a conversation to have, and I'm grateful for the data. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Up now is Councillor Chattison.
I just have one question, no comments. I was wondering about, there's a question, I guess, for Ms. Allen. Page 9, first paragraph. It says, it's important to note that the conditional and final approved site plans are only for projects with 10 or more dwellings, as the Planning Act exempts smaller residential developments from site plan control. So I'm assuming we actually have more residential dwellings that are at conditional and final approvals available than what is captured by the 45,000 plus. So do we actually have a number from anyone on the bench as to how many more dwellings are built in smaller developments that are not captured in that 45,000 plus?
Through the chair, for the development pipeline, it's intended to include just the site plan control applications and draft plan of subdivision approvals. The building permits may have a more accurate number for the ones that aren't subject to site plan control. But the intent of the development pipeline was to have the number of units that are currently, the city has provided some level of approval, but have not yet been received their building permits. And so the developments of less than 10 units for residential wouldn't be subject to site plan, but all.
Yes, and just to further on that, we can actually figure that out. So, you know, the 45,000 units here in the pipeline, as mentioned, is the planning process, site plan, zoning, and all that. But there are a number, as you mentioned, Councillor, that come directly to the building department. And we can, well, that's pretty easy for us to figure out and maybe send you a memo on that or something.
Okay, just consideration for including it in future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chattison. Seeing as there are no other speakers, may I have a mover and a seconder to receive this item, please? Councillor Kassar, Councillor McMeekin, this is a hand vote. May I please have a hand vote? That looks like everyone. Thank you very much, Ms. Allen, for your very brief and very thorough and fulsome report. And just for committee, there is an additional amount of information coming to this Thursday's AFA meeting. Actually, Steve Pomeroy will be doing a presentation on this when we're speaking about DCs. So reading this report and then seeing that report and that presentation will give you a very fulsome picture of what's happening today. Up now is public hearings. We are on to 8.1. This is PED 25158. This is application for the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment for lands located at 785 Britannia. This one also includes a staff presentation. I would like to see the staff presentation. So I do see that Spencer Skidmore is here. So Spencer, anytime you're going to come down to do the presentation, that would be great.
Good afternoon, members of committee. To you, Madam Chair, to the public, the staff. My name is Spencer Skidmore. I'm an area planning manager in development planning. So this presentation deals with the contents of report PED 25-158, which deals with applications for official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment for the lands located at 785 Britannia Avenue and 384 and 390 Melvin Avenue here in Hamilton. So this slide shows the subject lands. They're highlighted in yellow. They have frontage on 3 municipal roads, to the north on Melvin Avenue, to the south on Britannia Avenue, and then to the west on McLaren Avenue. They're triangular in shape, and they're approximately 3.6 hectares in size. To the south of the subject lands, opposite Britannia Avenue, is primarily single detached dwellings. To the west of the subject lands immediately is a public path that's owned by the city and that connects Melvin Avenue to McLaren Avenue. And then further west, there's a number of singles and semis that front onto both McLaren Avenue and Admiral Place. To the north of the subject lands along Melvin Avenue is a variety of residential, commercial. There's a gas station, a convenience store, and then further north along Woodward, there's a number of singles that front onto Woodward Avenue. And to the east of the subject lands, directly to the east is a fire station, which is station number 8. And then also is a number of singles and semis that back onto the property that front onto Sumac Street. So this slide just provides a bit of a close-up on the subject lands. Currently, it's occupied by a former school building and the associated surface parking and the the recreational areas associated with that school. And the McWestern Urban Farm is also located on the northern portion and the easterly portion of the site. So this slide shows the location map that's in Appendix A of the report. The lands are currently zoned in 3 different zones. It's the I-1 Neighborhood Institutional, the P5, which is the Conservation Hazard Land Zone, and then the D District, which is under the former City Hamilton Zoning Bylaw 6593. And the application seeks to rezone the entirety of the lands to a I3 Major Institutional, which is in Zoning Bylaw 05200, with a number of site specifics and a holding provision. So modifications in the proposed zoning include deeming the entirety of the lands one lot for zoning purposes, reducing the minimum setback from a P5 zone from 7.5 meters to 1.3 meters, to permit parking for multiple dwellings to be located between the front and flankage lot line, to restrict a multiple dwelling to block 1 identified in the special figure in the bylaw, to increase the maximum building height from 18 meters to 22 meters for multiple dwellings, and then to reduce the maximum height to 11 meters for all other uses, to increase the setback from a front lot line to 45 meters, to remove the requirement for the yard to increase as the building height increases beyond 18 meters, and then to remove regulations which restrict multiple dwellings to only be on lots that contain educational establishments, retirement homes, and long-term care facilities. And lastly, to reduce the minimum rear yard from a day nursery from 7.5 meters to 1.2 meters. So this slide contains a concept plan, and I'm going to try and use the pointer function if it'll work. Oh. Okay. So this development primarily has 3 components. So the first being a 2-story, 10-meter healthcare facility, which is located where I'm pointing to right now. There's also a 2-story, 10-meter childcare facility, which is located right there. There is a 6-story multiple dwelling, which is located right here. And then there is 134 combined surface parking spaces that serve all 3 of those facilities, which are accessed off of Melvin Avenue to the north, and then off of Britannia Avenue to the south. There's also a children's play area, the existing urban farm, which is to remain in this section here, a children's play area behind the childcare facility, some private amenity areas, and some ceremonial spaces are also incorporated in kind of like a centralized campus style on the site. The multiple dwelling contains 37 one-bedroom units, 20 two-bedroom units, and 3 three-bedroom units. And it's important to note that the operator of the proposed multiple dwelling offers both market and affordable rate units. And vehicular access is provided, as I mentioned, off Britannia and off of Melvin. So this slide just shows the elevations for the proposed two-story healthcare facility. This slide contains the elevations for the proposed two-story childcare center. This slide contains the proposed elevations for the six-story multiple dwelling. And the balance of the slides is a photo tour of the subject lands in the surrounding area. So this is standing on Melvin Avenue looking south into the site. This is standing on Melvin Avenue looking west down Melvin. This is in that same location looking east down Melvin Avenue at the intersection of Woodward. This is looking up Woodward Avenue from the intersection of Woodward and Melvin. This is the fire station that's directly to the east of the subject lands, fire station number 8. This is a photo of the existing McWestern urban farm, which is located towards the southeast portion of the property. This is a single detached dwelling, 18 Oriole Crescent, which is directly south of the subject lands. This is the existing school building on the site that's proposed to be demolished. These are the singles that are located on the south side of Britannia, opposite the subject lands. This is towards the east of the subject lands looking at McLaren Avenue, or sorry, the west of the subject lands looking at McLaren Avenue. And this is that public path that goes along the west of the subject lands that connects Melvin to Britannia. And lastly, this is a photo from that path looking towards the units that back onto the site that front onto Admiral Place. So this concludes the presentation. In summary, staff are recommending approval of the subject official plan and zoning bylaw amendment applications as they are consistent with the provincial planning statement and conform and meet the general intent of the Urban Hamilton official plan and represent good planning. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I thought that was a very fulsome presentation. Thank you very much, Spencer. If there are no questions from committee, thank you very much for your delegation. I do need a mover and a seconder to receive this staff presentation, please. Councillor Kassar, Councillor Alex Wilson. This is a hand vote. May I please have your hand vote? And that's everyone. Perfect. Thank you. And Councillor Pauls also said yes. Okay. We do have Caitlin Gillis from Landwise who is in attendance today. Caitlin has already asked if we could have a mover and a seconder to extend their time for an additional 5 minutes, making their delegation 10. So can I get a mover and a seconder? Councillor Kassar and Councillor Alex Wilson. I think I need a hand vote. Can I do a hand vote? Hand vote, please. And that's everyone. Perfect. Thank you. So Caitlin, you do have 10 minutes. Also, Seiko, Anin, Buzu, welcome. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, Chair, members of committee, staff, members of public. My name is Caitlin Gillis, Senior Planner with Landwise, and we are the agents on behalf of Bindigan Wellbeing Partners. Also, Terry Johns, founder and president, is also present today in the gallery. And firstly, I would just like to kick off our presentation with a thank you to the planning staff, with a specific shout out to Melanie Pham, Spencer Skidmore, and Mark Mishniak for your work to get our recommendation report forwards today. And we've reviewed their reports and we support their recommendation for approval. So the Bindigan Wellbeing Center is the outcome of a vision started over 10 years ago by the Dewatadesne Aboriginal Health Center. The vision was taken around the opportunity to do better by our urban Indigenous community in Hamilton through collaboration. Dewatadesne invited established partners, including Nawasa Kindaswantag and Ontario Aboriginal Housing, to create a new community hub, integrated health, family, social, and housing services together on one integrated site. With me at the podium are representatives of each of these organizations who will give a brief introduction to their organization and their role at the Bindigan Community Center. And following that, Pat Mandy, who is a committee member on the Capital Build Committee of Dewatadesne, will explain the meaning behind the word Bindigan. So I believe, yeah, there we go.
Scano, chairperson and committee members. My name is Janet Gasparelli. I am a Haudenosaunee from Six Nations of the Grand River Territory and a second-generation Italian. I am currently the CEO of Dewatadesne Aboriginal Health Center. Dewatadesne meaning we're taking care of each other amongst ourselves. So we are an Indigenous primary healthcare organization. We have 3 sites, so one in Hamilton, one in St. Catharines, and also in Brantford. We support the Indigenous community's wellness by providing holistic health care. So we have sort of 4 major areas of care, so primary care, mental health, healthy living, and traditional healing. Thank you.
Sago, good afternoon. Thanks for having us here today. My name is Lee Stotts. I am Mohawk settler ancestry from Six Nations of the Grand River Territory. I am here on behalf of Nawasa Kindaswantag. I am the Director of Operations. Nawasa Kindaswantag in the language means a place for learning. So we are a multi-service Indigenous organization serving the Hamilton community as well as Brantford. We provide licensed childcare services and community services such as community-based programming. We also have the food bank as part of our program, and we have the McQuestion Urban Farm, which you heard about earlier, which also comes under Nawasa Kindaswantag since 2022. So we're very excited about our project that's here in front of you today. Yeah.
Sego, Sewagwego, Ye Lunahawi ni Waxanoden. Ye Lunahawi is my traditional name, and Gail Obadiah is my English name. I am Mohawk from Six Nations, the Grand River Territory, as well as some Ojibwe roots with Alderville First Nation over towards Peterborough and Rice Lake. And I am here with Ontario Aboriginal Housing Services. I am the development manager in the housing department with Ontario Aboriginal Housing Services on this particular development, Bindigan. And I'm going to say my regrets for our director, Kathy Connor. She was here earlier, but had to leave during the lunch hour. And Ontario Aboriginal Housing is an Indigenous organization that provides housing to the urban Indigenous all across the province of Ontario. And we provide it in many different models through affordable models, transitional and supportive we also do. This particular one in Bindigan is going to be market and affordable. And we are very blessed and honored to be a part of this innovative solution that we have going on in the McQuestion neighborhood. Nyawa.
Anishinaabe, Bishiwakwe, Dijinakas, Magazine, Dodam, Mississauga, and Da. My spirit name is People Brings Together Woman, Eagle Clan from Mississauga, the Credit First Nations, and I know many of you as Pat Mandy. And being with Bindigan from early days, thought it would be helpful for you to understand a little bit about the philosophy and meaning behind the name. Bindigan, it's pronounced, an easy way to remember is Bean Digan. So you've been digging on this project for a while. So easy to remember. Bindigan, it's an Anishinaabe word, or a word that in English means welcome. And for the Anishinaabe, that word welcome means many things. When you welcome somebody in, you're responsible for them, you provide care to them, you work with them and help meet their needs. Also, when they leave better for having been there, and usually leaving away with a kind of a gift, whether that's better health or some other, something that has improved their lives. It also means that in a spiritual sense, that we have exchanged ideas, exchanged thoughts, and we all come away better. So when you come to our site, Bindigin.
Thank you, everybody. And so we also want to acknowledge the community partners that have been part of this project along the way, including McMaster Family Medicine, who will work alongside Dewatadesne to provide primary care in the future health facility, as well as the McQuestion Urban Farm, the community McQuestion planning team, and of course, and I apologize, my note's still there, the Housing Secretariat, Indigenous Relations.
There's a question mark on the Ward 4 office.
Well, I wasn't sure if I could give a specific shout out as a planner. You can take that off the record. Real Estate Council, of course, and then a specific shout out to Grace Mader. Thank you. As well as our consultant team. As you can imagine, it's a big site, 3 partners. There are 3 architects on the team, McCallum Sather, David T. Fortin Architects, Parkin. Mike Trussell of McCallum Sather is in the gallery today if there's any specific questions around the buildings. And Spruce Slab, who is taking care of the landscape architecture, and as well as Crozier on civil and transportation planning. So throughout the process, it has been a long process. We've continuously engaged with the neighborhood, starting in 2022 with community barbecues, a ceremonial signing of the agreement of purchase and sale with the City of Hamilton, and then throughout the later part of the process, design charrettes, neighborhood meetings, public information mailouts about the project and the status. And through those engagements, and as well as the design charrettes, we established Indigenous design principles that really do carry through the design, including cultural, sustainable, and identities, harmonized spaces of knowledge and adjoining perspectives, a home for all with housing and community support, culturally appropriate and meaningful design, as well as design guided by ceremony. Nature is reflected in all aspects of the design, and buildings and landscape are viewed as a community member. I don't seem to be skipping through, sorry. Thank you. Spencer did a great job overviewing the site. So this is just identifying Ontario Aboriginal housing being the most northerly on the site, with Dewatadesne in the middle, and then Nawasa the furthest south, and also the closest to the urban farm. And here we're just skipping through renderings from interior on the site. So here you're looking at the McQuestion Urban Farm towards Nawasa's Place area and building. Here we're looking from Britannia Avenue towards Nawasa's building. So this is from the public realm. Here we're looking towards Dewatadesne's health center from interior to the side of the parking area, but this would be facing Britannia. And here is Ontario Aboriginal Housing's building, looking from interior of the site. And here is looking towards Dewatadesne and Nawasa through the Sacred Fire. And here we're looking at all 3 buildings from the McQuestion Farm area. And overall, The buildings have been designed to be sympathetic to the scale and existing neighborhood by providing the low-rise buildings interior to the neighborhood and the mid-rise towards Melvin, the existing city walkway to the west, and the retained portion of the farm along with the landscaping provides a buffer between the proposed buildings and established neighborhood. The buildings are designed with nature in mind, with timber features holding canopies and the gradient color scheme representing the Queenston geological rock features present in the area, as well as grain and corn. And the site design keeps vehicular traffic to the exterior of the site to really establish that campus and pedestrian connection throughout the site and really accentuate the landscaping and urban farm. And the Bindigan Wellbeing Center concept will bring multiple Indigenous partners together to provide traditional and Western medicine, child and family programming, and safe and affordable housing. And as far as we know, this is the first project of its kind in Canada, and this is very much precedent-setting, and we would not get this far without the City of Hamilton's dedicated partnership and commitment. So thank you, and we're happy to take any questions.
Thank you. And I know you said it at the very beginning, but you are in support of the staff recommendation, correct?
Yes, yes.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much. Questions for Caitlin? So I'll pass the chair to Councillor Taddison. Just a couple of questions. I know that McMaster University is also a primary care helper or partner in this. So could you give us a sense of like how that would potentially work? So would they co-share like the first floor of the DeWatt building, or how would that potentially work?
Yeah, through the chair. So we are working through the programming, but essentially McMaster, to my understanding, will have dedicated clinical space within DeWatt building, and they may share clients, or they may have their own independent clients from the community.
Excellent, thank you. My second question is around ceremonial spaces, and I wanted to understand what are some of the different ceremonial spaces that will be housed on this location?
Yeah, so through the chair primarily, so centered to the site, which is still on the screen. Oh, no, it's not. I will bring this back up though. So central is a ceremonial spire. So that will be a pretty sacred place for ceremony, and that will be shared amongst the partners. And then in addition to that, there is also a sweat lodge that will be present on the site that will be a more permanent structure. And then depending on the organization and the ceremony that happened, there may be some temporary sweat lodges that may come up. And then in addition to that, gardens with traditional medicines, and then through the landscape scheme as well, there will be places for seating and reflection throughout the landscape scheme.
Excellent. Already the pictures are lovely and they're beautiful. I recall way back in the day, like literally 2022 time when there were renderings, there was a thought process of putting more green roofs on top of the buildings. I can understand why you might not want to do green roofs, or perhaps I'll just ask the question, it used to have some green roofs. I'm not sure if there was thought about doing green roofs later.
So at this time, there are some plans for potentially some canopy. Mike can come down and respond. Yeah, great. But those earlier renderings that you're referring to, which are on a handout here if you want to learn more about the Bindigan symbol itself, were very preliminary. And then once the architect team came on, the design got a bit more refined. But Mike?
Thanks, Caitlin. Green roofs are planned on canopies of all three buildings. You can see that the three buildings have a similar style and are using some similar elements to tie them together and give that campus feel. Rooftops of buildings are being held for solar panels, actually. In the case of Desnoyers specifically, the building's targeting net zero and requires that area of the roof for solar panel and power generation. Others will also potentially be exploring that, but it's still a little early to know with certainty.
Great, awesome. I think that's it. I think that's all my questions. So I'll take the chair back. Thank you, Councillor Tadison. If there are no other questions for Caitlin, oh wait, Councillor Pauls is waving at me, so you can't see that, but she is actually waving at me. So
Thank you
Councillor
for, thank you. I just, I think I heard Caitlin say that this is the first in Canada. Is that correct? Or does she mean Ontario? I think if it is the first in Canada, we're putting Hamilton on the map, aren't we?
So through the chair, we can certainly fact check me, but when we were looking for precedents working through the agreement of purchase and sale with the city, we haven't been able to find a project that has these three elements of housing, healthcare, and childcare and family support on one site specific for urban Indigenous communities in an urban area.
Well, it looks beautiful, and I'm excited actually to see it fulfilled, because I think it's great, and we will be on the map if this is the first one. So thank you.
Yeah, Councillor Pauls, I gotta tell you that all of those charrettes have all been like just beautiful pictures and that sort of thing. This is, I'm super proud and excited for it to be in Ward 4.
Congratulations.
All right. Seeing as there are no other questions, thank you so much, Caitlin, for your delegation.
Thank you very much.
Okay. At this point, may I have a mover and a seconder to receive the delegation from the agent, please? Councillor Kassar and Councillor Alex Wilson. I need a hand vote. May I have your hand vote, please? And that is everyone. Thank you. So at this time, I'd like to ask if there are any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting. Are there any members of public that wish to speak at this public meeting? And for a third time, are there any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting? Seeing none, may I please have a mover and a seconder that one, that the public submissions, the staff report, were received and considered by committee, and two, that the public meeting is closed. Councillor Kassar and Councillor Alex Wilson. This is an e-scribe vote, so may I please have your vote electronically? Okay, vote is up. And Councillor Pauls is a yes. And that carries 9-0. Thank you. At this time, may I please have a mover and a seconder to approve the report recommendations? Councillor McMeekin, and I'd like to second that. And are there any questions, comments, concerns to staff? My only comment is I've been extremely proud to walk into this project very last minute, just being a first-time councillor, but this is a very exciting project to see. And I do know that the Bindigan team has been so incredibly welcoming to let me ask all these questions and also let me participate in a bunch of their community consultation. So I wish to say thank you to this team for all of the work that you're doing, and thank you to being the leader when it comes to putting something as innovative and as beautiful as a project like this together. So thank you very much. Seeing as there are no other speakers, may I have your vote to approve the report recommendations, and this will be an e-scribe vote, please. Vote is up. And Councillor Pauls is a yes. And that vote carries 9-0. Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you so much. We are now moving on to 8.3. This is PED 25144, Housekeeping Amendments and Strategic Update to City of Hamilton Zoning Bylaw for 05200 and the zoning bylaws for the Town of Ancaster, Town of Dundas, Town of Flamborough, Township of Glanbrook, former City of Hamilton, and the City of Stony Creek. If required, we do have Sebastian Kuming and Liam Tapp that are available. Would committee like to see the presentation, or we could waive the presentation? See the presentation? Yes. All right, so guess what? You guys are coming down now. Okay, we're just getting the presentation set up. Just for those that are online, just wondering why we're paused right now. Okay, presentation is up. Anytime you're ready.
Okay, thank you, and through the chair, thank you for hearing this presentation. My name is Liam Tapp. I am a zoning examiner within the Planning and Economic Department. So as some of you may know, this presentation, PED 25144, is on the housekeeping amendments and strategic updates to the City of Hamilton zoning bylaw 05200, as well as to the 6 former municipality bylaws. So just a little background on why we do these housekeeping amendments. The zoning bylaws are living documents that need to be monitored and amended on an ongoing basis. Staff continually identify general text and mapping amendments to provide clarity and consistency throughout the zoning bylaws. In addition, updates are provided to former municipalities, municipal bylaws, where text or mapping errors have a more immediate impact. Of the amendments, there are 2 main types: technical updates and strategic updates. Within the technical updates, these are to provide correction or simplification to existing zoning bylaw requirements, to remove grammatical errors, update wording, and to add provisions. Strategic updates, on the other hand, are zoning amendments which go beyond the scope of technical updates and include amendments which implement official plan policy or reflect updated standards. So one of the bigger items on the amendment for housekeeping on this one are child care uses. So the Child Care and Early Years Act sets out the rules and regulations which child care providers must follow in Ontario. The amendment proposed in this housekeeping is to 05200 and the 6 former municipality zoning bylaws to update terminology and improve consistency in how these services are regulated. The proposed zoning amendments replace the antiquated day nursery definition with a new child care center definition, which reflects current terminology and omits unnecessary restrictions. A new home childcare definition is also proposed, which replaces private home daycare and similar uses, and this use is proposed to be permitted in any dwelling unit where the dwelling type is a permitted use. And the intent of these proposed zoning amendments remove unnecessary barriers to the provision of childcare services and expand opportunities to the provision of childcare services equitably throughout the city's residentially zoned areas. So some of these strategic updates under zoning bylaw 05200 include clarifying the definitions of street and dwelling unit mixed use, establishing a new definition of privately owned public space and a new general regulation for this use, adding general regulations addressing the division of a lot containing a semi-detached dwelling, and prohibiting the dual use of a lot for residential and industrial purposes. It also includes clarifying the calculation of required parking. In particular, this one is on accessible parking rate, as it's included in the total calculation for standard parking as well. So adding a commercial parking facility as a permitted use in the downtown central business district, D1 zone, and the downtown mixed-use pedestrian focus, D2 zone. Clarifying permissions for dwelling unit mixed use in the community commercial C3 zone. This one in particular is looking at dwelling units permitted in basements and cellars to be consistent with other zones. And then finally deleting holding provision 19, which applies to certain downtown properties to reflect amendments to section 37 of the Planning Act. Furthermore, There are also strategic updates being proposed to zoning bylaw 6593, which include extending permissions for secondary dwelling units and secondary dwelling units detached to the G district, as well as permitting 1 or 2 dwelling units to be located in the same building with a child care center in the H district. And further to these technical and strategic updates, there are also zoning mapping changes, particularly to the municipal park and open space lands, which are to be rezoned under Hamilton zoning bylaw 05200 to correct inaccurate zoning boundaries, to better reflect the purpose or classification of the lands, and to address split zoning. Additionally, multiple properties under zoning bylaw 05200 and the former Hamilton zoning bylaw 6593, as well as Town of Dundas zoning bylaw 358186, are proposed to be rezoned to correct inaccurate zoning resulting from administrative errors, resolve split zoning, implement official plan policy, and bring forward remnant properties in order to achieve more consistent zoning in a geographic area. Finally, these amendments undertook extensive consultation with various staff in Children's and Community Services, Healthy and Safe Communities Division, respecting the amendments to the child care regulations, as well as consultation with Public Works and Real Estate respecting the site-specific amendments to municipal park and open space lands. A notice was provided, notice of public meeting was posted in the Hamilton Spectre on July 9th, 2025, and individual mailouts were sent on July 18th, 2025. So that concludes this presentation, and we welcome any questions.
Thank you for that. Okay, I'll start with Councillor Beattie first, followed by Councillor Alex Wilson. Councillor Beattie, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. Thank you for the presentation, very much appreciated. And I had engaged in some questions earlier. I know that you're aware of that, and thanks to Manager Coe for providing some of the answers already. Riveting reading to go through. Thank you for helping me fall asleep. No, I'm kidding. I don't always delve into the level of detail, but in this case, I'm glad that I did, because it did raise some questions about some of the changes. Manager Coe has offered some of the answers, but I have follow-up answers, and I apologize just from the compressed timeline that I have to ask the questions here in open session. One of the amendments that's listed, 645 and 655 Barton Street, changes essentially from business park to district commercial. But written into there is the specific exclusion for childcare for those properties. And I'm just not sure I understand the why. And I know that there's some changes. You spoke to the change of the definition, and there may be other elements that have brought about that change. But as it pertains to this, I'm just wondering why we exclude childcare from the district commercial zoning, or if it's something specific about these properties. Just knowing from a community lens that, from my perspective, any space that we were able to put childcare into should be examined and valued. I'm just wondering why the exclusion in this case.
Thank you, and to the chair. This may be better responded by my colleague Alana, as it's more of a strategic update.
Yes, Alana Fulford, Supervisor, Zoning Bylaw Reform. Through the chair to the councillors. So although there were amendments and updates related to childcare, the restriction here is not in relation to those updates. It's simply related to of the UHOP. So through OPA 167, there was, that site was identified for redesignation that occurred, and through the official plan, there was specific policies around ensuring that any sensitive land uses were not allowed on that property, given the surrounding uses. And so it was specifically identified, no residential uses, and then anything else that is permitted in that zone that is of a sensitive nature, which would be childcare related. So we are simply taking that direction and implementing it into the zoning. So it's not, doesn't have any sort of relation to the updates that are also occurring to the language around childcare.
Okay, through the chair, in some very, very simple terms, it's proximity to industrial lands behind it. Is that really what we're talking about?
So the chair to the councillor, yes, essentially proximity to any employment industrial uses, yeah.
Thank you. Through the chair, follow-up question pertaining to 81 Lincoln Road, which is better known as Eastdale Park. And I had flagged this one only from the perspective that the change is going from community park, which is a slight downgrade, to neighborhood park, and wanting very much to make sure that there's no impedance on the ability in the future for upgrades or amenities that would require the higher of the two zonings in order to implement. Hopefully that is doing that. And I think that was outlined in here from a zoning perspective, no change in your opinion, but I'm just wondering the consultation, because I'll be frank, I asked the Director of Environmental Services and wasn't able to necessarily get the same answer yet. We're working on it. But in terms of the back and forth, when you're going through this consultative process with other divisions, ensuring that there's no impediment to the functionality due to the zoning change is really important, I think, to the community, to me. What does that all look like? How do we unpack that to ensure that we're not inadvertently making it harder to upgrade the amenities in a public space through this zoning change? Hopefully that makes sense.
Through the chair to the councillor, I can certainly follow up in terms of specifics on the function of the park and what's anticipated. But we were working closely with park staff to identify some of these changes just to ensure alignment with the OP, recommendations from them. So this is implementing a change that came from discussions with park staff. I can certainly get back after connecting with them just to get into specifics around the use of the park going forward. But this is sort of a recommendation that came from consultation with those other departments.
Okay. I'm out of time, so I can go back on for a second time. I do have a follow-up question as it pertains to the property.
One follow-up question?
One follow-up question.
If it's one follow-up.
Okay, off we go. On the northern border of the Eastdale School property, there's a remnant property that is in adjacency behind Eastdale Elementary School. I only know of it because when I served as the public school board trustee, when we were going to expand the school and renew the school there, we thought that the property was deeper from the school board perspective than it actually was. Came to learn that the city actually owns the last 30 feet. Just a little parcel in behind that connects to Carpenter Avenue to the north. When you're going through these reviews, I'm just trying to understand that remnant could have or possibly should have been included in some kind of rezoning, but I don't see it included. Is there any future plan for that remnant? Do you have a process typically where you look at city-owned parcels adjacent to existing parcels that you're undertaking this zoning exercise in? How do we streamline, or how do we maybe bring everything into the same conformity? Or is there something else at play that I'm not aware of? And if you'd rather me take this offline, I'm happy to do that too.
Through the chair to the councillor, we certainly might have to, just in terms of the level of detail it's getting into, but I'm happy to do so. But just in terms of remnant parcels, there's a lot of remnant out there. And so sometimes we have the opportunity to look at things as part of the strategic updates, but we do have plans on dealing with I guess, categories of remnant properties, and it is typically preferred to deal with those kind of comprehensively. So whether it's like remnant commercial, so that we can look at all of those, meaning properties with remnant commercial zoning from one of the former zoning bylaws. So we do tend to like to take that kind of approach as opposed to one-off. And so anything that does have that type of former zoning bylaw zoning would typically be dealt with through sort of a comprehensive review of everything that's left within that same sort of zone category.
I look forward to having an offline conversation. We'll finish this up offline. Yeah. But thank you to the team. I did have two other questions that have already been answered dure to the email back and forth. I appreciate the effort put into that, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Up now is Councillor Alex Wilson, followed by Councillor Maureen Wilson. So Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, echoing Councillor Beatty's gratitude to staff who've been dealing with a lot of very specific questions this morning. I do have just an understanding of the flow. We're going to do questions on the presentation. There's an opportunity for public delegates if there are any here. I suspect there are. Then an opportunity for comments is following that. Okay. I have two questions at this stage then. One of them is just specific to the consultation piece. So on slide 7, it says that there was a public notice in the Spectator on July 9th and that mailouts were done on July 18th. Do we have any standards for the mail-out timing? Were they put in the mailbox at July 18th? Did they arrive on people's mailbox on July 18th? I'm just trying to understand how this mailing compares to our traditional mailings we do.
Thank you, to the Chair. I'll be honest, I'm not sure exactly the timing on how these mailouts tend to go. I just know the dates when we submitted for them to be sent out.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I can't see behind me. Okay. I don't know if there's a...
LC?
I can offer just a little information on the mailout. So the print shop takes it to Canada Post on the day that the notice is dated, which was, yes, July 18th in this case.
Through you, Chair, and it's okay if we don't have the answer, I'll follow up offline, but I'm just wondering, is there a policy that dictates the timeline for this? Like, did we have to do a notice, and is this subject to the timing, or is this something we are being, gracious in doing? So if there's not the answer today, I'd appreciate an offline follow-up on just understanding what is our process for notification.
Through you, Madam Chairman, both the Planning Act prescribes the public notification requirements, whether it's a city-initiated zoning bylaw change or whether it's a privately initiated development application. The Planning Act provides municipalities to adopt through their official plans also requirements as it relates to public notice. So in our case, it's 7 days prior to the public meeting. We are required to give notice. As the clerk has indicated, that is considered, the notice is considered to be given the day it is the clerk mails it out, not the day when individuals receive it. However, we are in recognition of the fact that not everybody gets it on time, and we've had some incidences recently where, because of delays with Canada Post, they get it the day of or after the public meeting. That is also why we give notice in the newspaper, to also ensure for those people either who do not, they may not reside at that property, and so they would not get the notice. We try to maximize those opportunities in terms of how we give notice. So as it relates to this item, notice was given in accordance with both the Planning Act requirements and our official plan, which sets out the minimum notification period of 7 days prior to the public meeting. Notice has to be given, which is notice is dropped off, or notice is when it's mailed or put in the mailbox, not when people actually get the notice. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification on just trying to understand the process and how folks are kept informed. My only other question at this moment in time it just pertains to the strategic versus the technical. It seems to me that there's a substantial difference in the justification of these. So one of them is we had conversations with staff, like the park example that was shared. This is what we're recommending. The technical ones are very simple. It was supposed to be this. There was a mistake that was made. We're correcting a mistake. Are they identified throughout the report? I think that's been my biggest challenge in going through all these items, is understanding which is which in the report, and therefore understanding the justification for them. Are they broken out as technical versus strategic in the report itself? And that's my final question, appreciating it's not fully on the presentation, but just trying to understand.
Hi, thank you. Yes, I believe they are broken out between technical and strategic. I'm trying to recall if like there's the full breakdown of the technical, like all of the technical amendments aren't necessarily provided on the summary of it because there's so many. But yes, they are separated between the two.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Up now is Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you. Thanks for all your work, your team. I just have a single question. Just looking, it's the new one on, beg your pardon, privately owned public space. Could you help me understand this and maybe give me an example?
Right, so to the chair, privately owned public spaces, generally when you have a development that has a, let's say, a gathering space or something in front of the development where it's still owned by the developer but used publicly, the actual, I believe it has to do with within the agreements themselves. I'm not as, I might have to defer to my colleagues over there exactly as to the ramifications through development applications, what they mean. But as far as like just the definition of what it is, it's a space that's on privately owned land that is intended for general public gathering and use.
Yeah, thank you. Just to be fair, I'm thinking about it in terms of we have a recognized deficit of public space, particularly in the downtown, which assumes most of the development, as per the previous report that we enjoyed earlier. I'm just trying to understand it in that context, and if that's not the appropriate context for me to understand it, please correct me.
Through Madam Chairman to the councillor is correct. The downtown secondary plan introduced the concept of this POPs, privately owned public space, where on a development application it would include a space that the public could use, but there would be terms and parameters negotiated with the municipality about ensuring that access. The rooftop of Jackson Square would probably be sort of a classic example where the public can theoretically enjoy that space. They have access to that space, but the landowner does have certain rights and restrictions when they may close off that space or the hours of people can access that space. Recently, the province also amended the Planning Act to introduce more provisions for public open space to be recognized and incorporated into when you're preparing and updating parks master plans. The city did incorporate some elements of these POPs into the recent park master plan update, and we're just catching up with both our zoning and official plan language around these privately owned public spaces that are accessible and usable by the public, and also to recognize that they will exist on developments as they go forward. They will be predominantly within an urban context where people are creating those outdoor gathering spaces. I think the most famous of them is TD Beach in downtown Toronto, where there is a large open space that's frequently used in the heart of the financial district. It is privately owned. The property owner does have certain rights about restricting hours of access to that, but generally it becomes sort of a gathering space that the public enjoy, but it's not owned or operated by the municipality. All of the ownership, the maintenance, and the operation of that is the landowner's responsibility. We would negotiate an agreement with the property owner about how that would function if that POP is being recognized in the site plan and is meeting some of their development obligations in terms of providing on-site amenity space. Thank you.
Thank you. Likely not a forum for this discussion. I have a mild to wonky interest in public space, and lots of academic writing in the United States. I think Bryant Park in Manhattan, perhaps being one, which is a private space open for public use, but there's significant debate on issues of equity, private security, the controls that are brought and what that might mean for outcomes of equity, the commercialization of public space. So I trust that will be something that I can delve into later, but it is, I think, an issue as we're moving into solutions sought for deficits, that we be very mindful of the trade-offs and the principles that guide us in these both opportunities that sometimes can be associated with risks that have to be publicly acknowledged. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Seeing as there are no other speakers, I'd like a mover and a seconder to receive the presentation, Councillor Alex Wilson and Councillor Beattie. This is a hand vote. May I please have your hand vote, please? And that is everyone. At this time, I'd like to ask if there are any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting. Are there any members of public that wish to speak at this public meeting? Yes, come on down, sir. Yep, just grab the handrail there. Perfect. We're just going to get a member of the public registered here just to let the online people know what's happening. Okay, thank you so much for coming down. Your microphone is on. You have 5 minutes. You'll hear a ding at the 4-minute mark and then a second ding at the 5-minute mark. So anytime you're ready, sir.
Okay. My name is Peter Bayshard. I own one of the property mentioned in this document, 129 York Road, Dundas, Ontario, which I believe is zone PPS, previously institutional. It was severed off from a cemetery, and I had made inquiries back in April, and I suspect that's why I'm on this list now, with respect to the necessities that I have a shed on my building, on my property, that needs repaired. Because it's PPS, I have to go to a committee of adjustment just to put a new eaves trough on my shed. So the result of that, apparently, I still have the email, was that I was put on this list and this would be a change. And from what I'm hearing, this 05-200 is sort of the same book with a new cover. I still need to go through $4,000 and so on to apply to put an eaves trough on my shed. I guess I don't have much more to say. Just a question, really. And where do I go from here?
Excellent. So I think that what we'll do is we have all listened to the question, but we'll have to finish your delegation, and then one of the other counselors will ask staff on your behalf for the question, if that's okay. Okay. All right.
That's really all I really wanted to say.
Okay. Well, thank
you.
you so much for your delegation.
Thank you.
Thank you. I will ask one last time if there are any other members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting. So that is the third time now. So at this time, may I please have a mover and a seconder that all public submissions were received and considered by committee and that the public meeting is closed. Councillor Alex Wilson and Councillor Taddison. This is an e-scribe vote, so may I please have your e-scribe vote, please? E-scribe, and the vote is up. Councillor Pauls is Councillor Nan is a thumbs up. And that carries 9-0. Okay, at this time, we're going to talk about the report. So I'm going to first put the report on the floor, and then we will ask questions. So Councillor Alex Wilson and Councillor Kassar, please. And questions, Councillor Alex Wilson.
So I have I guess two things I'll say here. One is just there's a forthcoming amendment, Chair, whenever you think it's appropriate, just to pull out 129 York Road, the property we just heard about, give us a little bit more time to work with the owners and residents. That's been with clerks and planning staff. So saying yes to everything else, but just pulling that one specific property of these hundreds of changes out to give a little bit more time for the dialogue, to make sure we're all on the same page. And then this can come back to a future housekeeping report. So by no means getting rid of the change, but just giving us some more time to discuss with residents. So that's one thing I'd like to do at the appropriate time. I also do just have a couple brief comments on the report, if that's all right.
Okay.
I think if these are to be a standard process, I would certainly appreciate having more in the justification section, particularly for the non-obvious changes. I think as Councillor Beattie, as we're dealing with some of these legacies of amalgamation and these odds and ends, we have unique properties with unique histories. And I don't personally see any concerns with the report, but it's just having those explanations in writing, especially when we have those tight timelines, makes it easier to communicate with residents, makes it easier to understand what's happening, and also what the impacts of some of those changes might be. I don't know if that's possible to kind of be passed on as feedback for future reports, but I really do think the justification section of the appendices, there was a couple where I was going, I don't understand why we're doing it. I have no concerns, but I don't understand the why piece. And that would have been very helpful, and I think helpful for residents as well, trying to understand the notices they're getting and what's actually happening. So that's kind of it from me right now. Through you, Chair, when it's time, I have an amendment. Thank you.
Okay, just so that we're clear, the 129 York?
Yep.
Okay, so we'll pull that out so it's not being considered at this time. Because there'll be lots of time to have that conversation, just so that I'm making it clear to our delegates that that's what's the next course of action. Okay, any other questions? Councillor Kretsch, please.
Yeah, I have a few questions about Appendix C2, which I'm sure won't surprise you. It's for 344 Bay Street North and 38 Strawn Street West. My questions are specifically about, there was a motion I put forward with the help of staff about a month ago to make sure this was permanently kept as open space and wouldn't be part of the development happening at Jamesville, which was a part of the original Jamesville proposition. So my question is open space and what that means, right? So it's a Sunset Cultural Garden. I would think that it would be park space. It was a former tot lot. I'm sure you can understand why I'm falling down the stairs about the different terminology here in terms of what this was, what it is now, and what its future is, and how it will remain a cultural garden. So could someone walk me through that a little bit? Because if I believe correctly, it was originally at one point the Simcoe tot lot. It was part of a perimeter road study. I don't need the whole history back to 1855 or whatever, but I'm just curious to know what this means as open space, because there's been some questions I've received about it, and people think it means have at it. And I don't think it means that.
Through the chair, Emily Coe, Manager of Zoning and Committee of Adjustment. Open space would just mean purely that it's used for recreational purposes. It is a defined term in the zoning bylaw. Off the top of my head right now, I'm not able to tell you exactly what it is, but it is a defined term. So, you'd be limited to what that definition states. But generally speaking, open space for the utilization of residents, recreational purposes, walking trails, parks, whatever it might be.
Okay, so you say that's contained in zoning bylaw 05200?
Correct. So through the chair, these lands are being, these parcels that are specified in the report are currently under the former Hamilton zoning bylaw 6593. They're being removed from that bylaw, put into 05200 and being rezoned to P4 so that they're consistent with the rest of the lots along that stretch of Strawn. But there's a site specific on these to recognize any existing residential use that may remain, just so there's no barriers for someone who may want to do some renovations on their home or whatnot.
So you mean the section about botanical gardens, a cemetery, a community garden, nothing can be erected except for those kinds of things that are all listed in 05200 already?
Correct.
Because I think it says, conservation, nature center, marina, but it can't be any kind of facility outside of that. And so this is specifically for a garden. Is there any way to, I'm not suggesting we do it, I'm suggesting that you have these planning instruments and they're great or whatever, but what I'm asking specifically is it worthwhile being more specific about the use here, or is that really not permitted? We say inside the P4 zone that it can be The reason I'm asking is because, and by the way, I've just been Googling as you've been talking, so I'm just, it says here community garden, which I guess that's what it is, right? It's a community garden. But it also says marina, right? Or seasonal campground, or urban farm. And so how do we protect that use?
Yeah, so through the chair, if you didn't want those uses to be permitted on that property, we'd have to extract them from that zone and you include them in the site-specific bylaw restricting, the lands only to, say, a community garden. So when we rezone it to P4, all of the uses that are listed in the P4 zone are permitted as of right. But if you didn't want them to be and wanted to limit it, the appropriate avenue would be to rezone the property with a site-specific zoning limiting the types of uses allowed on the property.
To be fair, I don't think the city, as the owner of the land, is going to be requesting we rezone it as a marina, I imagine. And so I'm not really very worried, and I just want to assure people that there'd be a public process if there was rezoning happening and so forth and so on. But right now, we know what it's been zoned for, and we changed the zone to allow for it to be remaining as a community garden. I'm just saying that out loud. I don't know if we need to go through a whole zoning process to make sure that it's kept as a community garden and not turned into something else, because there's public processes for that, I would assume, or not is my question, because it's as of right. That's my only question, because I know, for instance, in downtown, there's been some situations where there's an apartment building in a zone or a condominium in a zone, but a hotel's in the same zone. And then we go switch, and there's nothing to be said about that. That's more my concern. And if it's a case that the city could decide to make it a urban farm or a cemetery, I would actually ask that we defer doing that with this as well and have a site-specific situation to keep it as its intended use.
If I can suggest, I understand the direction. I think staff understand the direction. So working with the indulgence of the clerk between now and council, we can just say that the bylaw be amended to restrict the uses to essentially truly what we consider small O and small open space uses. And that we will amend the bylaw between now and when's next council meeting, and we will restrict it to those sorts of passive recreation uses / community garden type uses, and we will consult or work with the ward council office to develop that notwithstanding and the site specific. Because I do understand when the report was approved by council earlier this year, there was a very specific direction about restricting the uses, notwithstanding that, I agree, chances are we would not establish a marina there, but in the purposes of openness and transparency and the community interests, we can make those amendments and work with your office and the clerk to have it for when the bylaw goes forward to council to restrict the uses to those passive recreation type uses that the community expects the park only be used for. Thank you.
Thanks, I appreciate it, and thanks for copying me on all that so I can look at it before council. Appreciate it.
That would be super interesting if it was zoned a marina, just because it's like super landlocked, that one piece of property. Oh, anyway. All right, seeing as there are no other speakers, I already have a mover and a seconder, and then I see that there's an amendment. So Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
If I could rely on LC Kelsey to maybe help get it up, that's just, I'll describe the gist of it. Part A of this is just pulling out the subject property, so removing it from the report. Part B of the amending motion asks for a meeting with myself and the residents and planning staff to have a bit of a discussion, go through this. Part C says, and can recommendations be brought in a future report? So that's the gist of that. If there's any questions, the exact language will be coming up. Work with the planning staff on the amending language to not complicate any other files or, pull anything else out. But just to go a little bit slower on this one.
I think committee is pretty clear on that one, so I don't think we absolutely need to see it. So if we're good on that, so who is your seconder?
If Councillor Beatty's down to second that, there we go.
So we do have a mover and a seconder. Now, may I have your vote electronically on the amendment, please? Vote is up. Oh, there it is. Nice. And Councillor Nan is a yes? Oh. Councillor Nan, are you able to turn on your camera? Because right now we see a black screen of Chief Cunliffe. There's Councillor Pauls. I see Councillor Pauls. And Councillor Pauls is a thumbs up. But Councillor Nan may not have an ability to turn on her camera. I am comfortable taking the vote, and I think that we can just have Councillor Nan join us when she's able to join us. Okay. And that vote carries 10-0. Thank you. Now we need, we do have an already mover and a seconder on this report, so now the report as amended. Vote is up. Councillor Nan is in affirmative. Councillor Pauls is also a thumbs up. Okay. And that vote carries 10-0. Thank you. We are now moving on to 8.4, which is PED 25171, housekeeping and strategic amendments to the Urban Hamilton Official Plan, Rural Hamilton Official Plan for the City of Hamilton, and the Region of Hamilton-Wentworth Official Plan. I do have Dimitri Karina that is available if we would like to see the presentation. No, apparently. Okay, so I do need a mover and a seconder to waive the staff presentation. Councillor Crutch and Councillor Alex Wilson. This is a hand vote. May I have your hand vote, please? That looks like everyone. Excellent. So at this time, are there any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting? Are there any members of public that wish to speak at this public meeting? And for a third time, are there any members of public that wish to speak at this public meeting? May I please have a mover and a seconder that one, that the public submissions were received and considered by committee, and two, that the public meeting be closed. Councillor Alex Wilson, Councillor Cassar. This is an e-scribe vote, so may I have your vote electronically? Vote is up. Councillor Nan's a yes. Councillor Pauls, I don't see you online yet. Oh, wait. You're coming. Oh, thumbs up. Okay. And that carries 10-0. Thank you. Thank you, Dimitri. Oh, he's already gone. Oh, there you are. Hi, Dimitri. Thank you, Dimitri, for not doing the presentation, I suppose. Okay, thank you. All right, so now may I please have a mover and a seconder to approve the report recommendations, please? So I mover and a seconder. Can I get Councillor Cassar and Councillor Alex Wilson on the report recommendations? Excellent. And e-scribe vote. Questions? Sorry, I wasn't looking. Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, to staff, just asking the question asked in the written submission. So understanding the rationale of the report is we're going to align our definition of a wetland with the province's definition of a wetland. I also know sometimes we can have locally specific policies that go a bit further. To summarize my understanding of the letter, they point to a federal institution that has a 5-part definition of a wetland. We have a 4-part definition of a wetland in Ontario. Seems that vernal pools are left out of that definition. Just wondering if staff could speak to any possibility of not alignment with the provincial definition based on this, feedback, or if we're feeling there's a concern there, or if the significant habitat definition is a way to kind of back-end protection for vernal pools, or just wondering if staff could kind of comment on the submission received.
So for this housekeeping update, we will be adopting the province's definition of wetlands, but in recognition with the conversation that we've had from the written submission, we will be looking into further expanding on that definition through a future review of the natural heritage policies within the Urban Hamilton and Rural Hamilton official plans. Sorry, since this would kind of require a more comprehensive exercise, there might be other natural heritage features besides vernal pools that need to be included in an expanded definition of wetlands.
Through you, Chair, is there a sense of the timing of that review?
Hello, Melanie Pham, Acting Manager of Sustainable Communities. Yes, so it is on our short-term work plan to do a local conformity review, which would look at the natural heritage system specifically and the policies in the urban and rural Hamilton official plan. So we would be looking at starting that either later this year or next year. And that would be likely a 1 to 2 year project to finish. So we would be looking at, we have spoken to the Six Nations who submitted the letter, and we have clarified with them that there are some of the things that they had commented on could be matters that we can discuss with them through that larger review. Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, just trying to understand in the interim the status of protection. It's my general assumption that many of, and maybe I could be wrong here, and so staff happy to correct if I'm making wrong assumptions, that it's likely any of these features also have protections under habitat policy or other, so it's not, there's not a no protection regime in the middle, or could staff just comment on in this interim phase before there's potentially a revision to add future protection? What's the status? What are the potential limitations of existing protections based on any files or that might be currently underway that they're aware of? Just trying to understand. So, okay, we might close this gap in 2 to 3 years. We're going to do it holistically. We're going to get engaged. Don't have any issues with that. What happens in the interim? What are any risks or liabilities, if that could be commented on?
Through the chair to the councillor, the definition is very similar to the one we had previously. So we don't anticipate that there would be any risk in terms of lesser protection or impacts on existing applications or anything of that nature. It is simply to ensure that when we're reviewing applications that we can be consistent in the language. Thank you.
Through Madam Chairman to the councillor, to his initial question, you are correct. As part of the first the principle when an environmental impact study is being prepared, it's to inventory the site for all features on the site, to identify what those features are, and for the developer's consultant to provide a professional opinion on the merits of that feature. Our staff will then do an evaluation and make a determination as to whether or not they agree with what the consultant is recommending as it relates to those features, and very often that becomes part of the conversation that we're having with the applicants, as well as city staff will consult with the Environmentally Sensitive Area Impact Evaluation Group, ESAG, to seek their professional opinion, and it becomes what is the feature and what is the proper characterization. So is it a wetland? Is it a pond? Is it a water course? Or is it some other feature? And if it is some other feature, what is it? In this case, a vernal pool, which is sort of that non-fish habitat wetland feature. So we would consider that to be an environmentally or a natural heritage feature on the site, and then seeking to work with the proponent as to how we would either maintain or manage that feature through the development review process. So it is not open season on vernal pools by excluding them from the definition. They are captured through our normal process. It's what we were seeking to do, is just to ensure that there was alignment in our definitions with provincial policy statement definitions to avoid any confusion at an OLT hearing. But as Ms. Pham indicated, we are doing that broader review of all of our official plan policies and looking to update policies where appropriate. But in the interim, features that just because a feature isn't listed as today, it does not mean it is not protected. It would be protected under our general natural heritage system policies, which are very broad in terms of requiring applicants to identify, map, and then discuss the impacts of development proposals on those. In addition to the work that we've been doing around the biodiversity strategy, we're also looking at updating our natural heritage system inventory mapping, which provides where they have been identified in a report or study, then they get protected automatically under our official plan policies. So based on the current policy regime, just because a feature isn't within the definition, it does not mean, it just is not defined as a wetland. It does not mean that that feature would not be protected by other aspects in our natural heritage system policy framework in both the urban and rural official plan. I hope that clarifies. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing as there are no other speakers, we already do have a mover and a seconder, so may I have your vote electronically, please? Vote is up. Looks like Councillor Nan's a yes. Councillor Pauls is a thumbs up. And that vote carries 10-0. Thank you. Committee, we're doing really well. Let's go into items for consideration. 9.1 has been deferred, so we are moving on to 9.2. This is PED 25187, demolition permit for 1370 Barton Street East in Ward 4. May I have a mover and a seconder to approve the recommendations in this report, which is to demolish? Councillor Moring-Wilson?
I was just seeking clarity. Chair, did you state that 9.1 is deferred again?
Yes.
Under changes?
Yes,
Oh,
under
I missed that. I beg your pardon.
changes.
Okay, yes, 9.1 has been deferred, so we're on to 9.2. So I am looking for a mover and a seconder to approve the recommendations, which is to demolish. Councillor Kassar, I'd like to second. It's in Ward 4. Any discussion on item 9.2? I'll just maybe add an additional conversation on this one. The reason for the approval is also that the Kiwanis group has actually moved forward in the site plan and those stages. So this is I kind of butchered it, CBO Lolly. So I wonder if you could maybe just answer that a little bit. I know that it's moving forward, so that's why maybe I'll ask you to just give a little more context.
Thank you. Rob Lally, Chief Building Official. Through the chair, just to give a bit of context, it is a good news story. It's 55 affordable housing units by Hamilton East Kiwanis. It's part of a land assembly from 1362 to 1374. We have already issued demolition permit for 1374 as that was a commercial building and didn't require any types of approval. But item 9.2, and then we will get to item 9.3, which is the adjacent property next door. Both have advanced through the site plan process and do have conditional approval. And this is part of their funding last step in order to clear these properties to make way for 55 affordable housing units.
Excellent. Thank you very much, CBO Lolly. And yeah, the 55 units will actually be mostly geared towards seniors affordable housing. So it's a pretty good news story. Seeing as there are no speakers, it has a mover and a seconder. May I have your vote electronically, please? Vote is up. Councillor Nan, do you want to vote? Councillor Nan says yes. And that vote carries 10-0. Thank you. Moving on to 9.3, this is literally the house next door to PED of the last one. So this is PED 25194, demolition permit for 1362 Barton Street East. Councillor Kassar will move it. Yes, and I will second. And again, good news story because they're going down together. I don't have any additional comments, but I think it's a good news story. So, okay. All right, thank you. Let's, no other speakers. So let's go to the electronic vote, please. And the vote is up. Councillor Nan's a yes. Vote carries 10-0. Yay, Ward 4. Okay, we are going on to 9.4. I know that Director Malloy has been sitting so very patiently on this one. This is PED 25156, road classification and right-of-way designation review. But I see that Jill Juke is here. Juke? Jill is here. Thank you, Jill, for being here. Does committee want to see the presentation? I feel like roads are a pretty big thing for us. Yes, let's see the presentation, Jill.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jill Julke, Acting Manager of Transportation Planning, and today I'm here to discuss the road classification and right-of-way review study. So a quick overview of our agenda. We will go through study purpose, scope and approach, the road classification system and the right-of-way designations, process improvement and collective ownership, and the next steps and recommendations. So our purpose, scope, and approach was to review and harmonize the road classification system associated designated right-of-way using a jurisdictional scan, detailed review of transportation corridors. This is to establish appropriate rights-of-way through transparent and equitable decision-making frameworks, integrate complete streets typologies into road classification, apply equity lenses to functional roadway classifications, improve process for defining and acquiring rights-of-way, and propose updated policies and mappings for official plan amendments. So the road classification system is a function of roads determined by classification. Classification allows us to prioritize the function of a road and be consistent in our approach to the priorities. Major and minor arterials accommodate higher person throughput by all modes and can have access restrictions, whereas collector roads and local roads focus on land access and multimodal travel options. This is a standard industry practice as identified through the Transportation Association of Canada. Every municipality in Canada applies the typical criteria and designations to their roadways. Applying the road classifications also allows us to integrate complete street designs and the associated typologies with the intent of achieving the desired outcomes. Right-of-way is a protected linear corridor designated for existing or future infrastructure purposes. It's the total area of public land reserved for municipal purposes. Not only does it include the road surface, but provides space for above and below ground utilities and municipal infrastructure such as traffic signal poles and controller boxes and signage. It accommodates maintenance operations such as snow storage on the grassy area shown in the picture here. And it has area for enhanced public realms such as benches and active transportation facilities like bike lanes or multi-use paths. Through the road classification and right-of-way report, we are harmonizing the functional classification with the appropriate right-of-way width on a contextual basis that accounts for the road's character and the physical constraints. The Complete Streets Cities Design Guidelines help inform the design process by ensuring any new or rehabilitated street within the city is built for the use and enjoyment of people of all ages, abilities, and incomes. For most road classifications, the focus is shifted away from the traditional auto-centric designs toward a street that accommodates all road users and functions, including active transportation, public realm, placemaking, and ecological considerations such as low-impact development features, typically in industrial areas, and those are formerly known as ditches. For most road, as shown in the illustration, a road's typology can vary from one section to another section depending on the available right-of-way function itself. And in this picture here, we've shown Barton Street, and I will point to east of Ottawa. I know it's a little bit hard to see on here. Its typology is a transitioning avenue that focuses on mobility, while the section of Barton in the Village BIA between East Avenue and Leeming Street is an urban avenue or a Main Street typology that focuses more on active transportation, transit service, and small-scale mixed-use buildings. The Complete Streets Design Guide uses road typologies to guide the design recommendations. The typologies are developed using the functional classifications and context, and they assist in determining the appropriate right-of-way widths. Additionally, the right-of-way widths are now harmonized between the official plans and the Complete Streets Design Guidelines through this report. As you can see from the chart, an official plan road classification can have several applicable complete streets typologies based on the context of the road segment and the intended function of the road. The typology then assists us in determining the best design for a roadway that balances the needs of all road users while placing an emphasis on space for placemaking and amenities within the public realm. As part of the road classification process, a review of each existing road's classification was undertaken to determine the need to reclassify to either a higher or lower classification based on the actual use and function. A road could be reclassified to a higher class if it's accommodating higher person throughput, or it could be reclassified to a lower classification if it's predominantly accommodating lower person throughput, but also focusing on all modes of transportation. Through the study, a total of 99 roads have been recommended for reclassification. Although some road classifications may have changed, the equity lens was applied to all roads to achieve the desired outcomes. The changes also recognize the adjacent land uses and how transportation systems can affect outcomes for the surrounding population. This right here is an example of a road reclassification where Sanford Avenue, north of Main Street, is recommended to be reclassified from a minor arterial to a collector, as it has lower traffic volumes, but potentially higher pedestrian volumes. And this is also built to an earlier version of a complete street standard that is built to accommodate most road users. And it is located in an area adjacent to an equity deserving population. To further assist in justifying road classification, the city's Child and Youth Atlas and Ontario Marginalization Index were utilized to identify equity-deserving roads. If a higher equity score was returned, the higher the need was for a complete street infrastructure. The index includes items listed here, such as newcomers, level of education, single-parent households, low-income households, ages of population, and identifying racialized groups. The atlas and the index apply different scoring, so for the purposes of this report, the two were merged and aligned with the city's framework in terms of scoring scale. Transportation staff worked with public health to develop the framework that was applied for this exercise. Equity in harmonized road classification is also the last piece that ties into the current, is the last missing piece to tie into the current city policies. So here, I know it's a little bit hard to see, but we can provide a better version of this to anyone who wants to see it better. But this is what the outcome of the proposed functional road classification map based on the reclassifications and taking again into context of the surrounding area of each of the roads. Next, we're going to talk a little bit about right-of-way. The most common challenge faced when identifying the appropriate right-of-way for a road is space constraints, especially in the older built-up areas of the city where buildings, steps, or porches can be located in the right-of-way limits, which could affect our ability to achieve the desired right-of-way itself. So think of King Street in the International Village, where it might be classified as an arterial road, requiring what would typically require a much larger right-of-way under the official plan. Well, we took a different lens and approach to that, recognizing the existing buildings themselves won't allow us to achieve that right-of-way, so we assigned a different value for that. This was applied on a pragmatic block-by-block, area-by-area approach that, again, identified the effective right-of-way and balanced the priorities for the street itself. And the priorities included things such as an enhanced public realm, the need for street trees and transit facilities, along with active transportation to support all modes of travel. There was a right-of-way flexibility tool that staff used to identify the trade-offs and which elements could be considered for a reduced right-of-way width while achieving the desired results and retaining the required safety and functional designs. And here you go, another map that'll give you an idea of how the right-of-way was applied. And again, we can provide a larger version of this for viewing later. And daylighting triangles are next. So they are also a right-of-way element that is typically triangular in shape and located at an intersection. It's to remain free and clear of visual obstructions. And now we have tied the actual, although through the OP, it has tied to classification. We have now applied a contextual approach to the amount of daylighting triangle required at each intersection, while still achieving the desired results, and especially putting an emphasis on things such as placemaking and the opportunity to provide safe spaces for pedestrians to wait at intersections. Seeing I'm running a little bit late on time here. So process improvement and collective ownership. One of the challenges we have now is there are multiple teams within the city that work together to identify the appropriate right-of-way widths for and based on the classifications, and this can create a little bit of uncertainty in the roles. And a proposed improvement is that we have a process map to clarify said roles and responsibilities and review the stages associated with the right-of-way dedication, hopefully resulting in coming up with a faster response both internally and externally. And our next steps are public consultation, which we hope to start at the beginning of this year and finish next year. We hope to refine the recommendations in Q1 and plan to bring an updated report back in Q2 or Q3 of 2026. And our recommendations are that the road classification and right-of-way review study be received, that the staff at Transportation, Planning and Parking and Planning Division be directed to proceed with a public stakeholder engagement program, and that staff be directed to report back on the refined recommendations for official plan amendment to the Planning Committee and Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Jill. Juki? Jolky.
Yes.
Thank you, Jill. Jolky. I have currently Councillor Crutch, Councillor Beatty, and Councillor Maureen Wilson, and I think Councillor Chattison has also just indicated. So up now is Councillor Crutch, please.
Thanks very much. Could you confirm for me that I understand some of these documents correctly? They're a little confusing. So if I look at Appendix E, is Appendix E those roads that will receive an actual classification change, and then lists all the ones that are actually going to be impacted in this round of changes?
So through the chair, Steve Malloy, Acting Director of Transportation, Planning and Parking. You are correct. That list is the proposed reclassification roads of the 70 or the 99 that we've identified. That is not to say that that couldn't be further refined through further public engagement in the next stage of the study.
Could you explain that last comment a bit? So what I'm understanding here is, because there was no consultation with councillors' offices about this, I know that. And so at this stage of the study, what does that mean as opposed to the next stage of the study in terms of adding?
So through the chair, you're correct. We didn't do direct consultation through councillors. However, based on feedback on lots of other projects, we've taken that to heart and to understand that to move forward. The next stage of, should council receive the report, we would have direction to do further engagement with yourselves as council, as well as the general public, as well as the development industry liaison group, and further consultation with utilities, because I know we commonly work with utility companies, but we would do further engagement with them as well. And there could be refinement through that engagement.
I say this, thank you. I say this because there is a 1 or 2 street on here from a very small section of Park Street, and that's it. And I would say to you that when I look at the census data across the city, and I take into your equity matrix into consideration, it doesn't make sense to me. And I would say to you also that there are like many equity considerations downtown that I don't think have been evaluated here. If they would have been, I think we would see far more Ward 2 streets on this list. I say this to you because you make a really important intuitive comment. The roads here, though they might be because of the kind of feel of the road, like King Street, we might want to have them be a certain kind of classification, but because of the right of way, we can't. That applies in the opposite way as well, meaning that there are many roads here where we may see them by hearing about them, like we hear James Street North, and we hear, ooh, that's a very big, important street in downtown. But there are parts of that street on James Street, which, for instance, maybe ought not to be classified in certain ways. So I'm really hearing from residents and my own experience as a pedestrian that a lot of the things we want to do with roads downtown are blocked or stopped because of classifications, including things like adding speed cushions to roads for traffic calming. So that's my interest in this, to be clear. I'm not sure it lines up with the actual objective of this report, but my understanding is that I'm hoping that we can find a way to reclassify more roads so that frankly, they meet up with the neighborhood they're in.
So through the chair, thank you for that comment. There is opportunity to have further discussion and refinement, in comments such as that. My answer, though, is a little bit more holistic, that when we're talking about a road classification system, is not only, I think we are intuitively run to the solution of a speed cushion, as that's the only method that could be applied to accomplish whatever. There are many other tools in the Transportation Division's toolbox to help make a street feel more complete. And really the complete streets is the element, and the typology is probably the most important to make that design decision for the street, whether through resurfacing or reconstruction or other tools that could be applied until such time that a road needs to be rehabilitated. The intent of the classification system is not only for the function of person throughput, it also feeds into the design element of how a road is designed, and also feeds into, it doesn't dictate, but certainly feeds into how a road is maintained and the maintenance policies relating to that.
Right, thanks. Let me be clear. I wasn't suggesting that speed cushions were the end-all and be-all. I was just using that as one example. There are many, many ways to calm traffic on our streets. I'm not speaking specifically to speed cushions, which have a limited use. My question is, when I look at Appendix A, Table 1, and I see here that the first priority listed, and this may not be intentional again, but the first priority listed is provide mobility for through traffic, right? I just want to say that hopefully where we're going to get, and we have a bunch of wonderful volunteers in the community working on this now, is having more of what happened in the North End in Ward 2 with 30 kilometers an hour come to every neighborhood downtown. That's going to be an extraordinary challenge if we continue to have some of the classifications in place. I'm not going to go through those now, but there are many weird examples downtown where I say to myself, why on earth is the road classified this way? And the answer is sometimes I've learned is because, well, the other part of the road is classified this way and this part of the road is classified this way. And I think, well, okay, but that's a problem because this part of the road is very different than the other part of the road. And so there are many examples in Ward 2. I'm just asking that when we're looking at these examples, we do a little more consultation with myself and the community to figure out where could we change some of the classifications so that it makes it easier to include some of these safety interventions. Because I will just tell you, my experience has been, the classifications stand in the way sometimes of there being these things. And we have a very old network downtown and some, I'll call ancient vestiges of road classifications in places where the lived experience of the people who live there would laughably say, no, that doesn't conform to my daily use, so.
So through the chair, just my final comment takeaway, and we can further discuss it, and I welcome that as the whole part of the next phase. That's why we use that example of Barton Street as a long linear street that has different typologies and are designed different way. Although it's classified, for your quotes, as a arterial, it looks and feels different from segment to segment, neighborhood to neighborhood, as it should be contextualized, and that's the point of complete streets and applying that typology as an overlay on top of the road classification. So the road classification is not really intended to be a barrier, but I can see how at times it can be presented as that. It may actually be that in certain situations. Thank you.
Thanks. Those are my comments and questions.
Thank you. Up now is Councillor Beattie, followed by Councillor M. Wilson. Councillor Beattie, please.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation, Manager Jilke. Got it right? Close?
You did, thank you.
Just in terms of the series of order of events that we're talking about here, we have this report before us. By adopting this report, what happens next in terms of any potential changes to road classifications?
So through the public consultation piece of this, then this is the opportunity for all the input for the stakeholders. So from a planning committee, from council, through the community, through the development industry liaison group. So taking it out there and getting the input. So what working off what Councillor Crutch said, is it's that time to re-examine this. So what we did here, again, we took that contextual approach and sort of a block by block, street by street basis, but again, without going out to every street in the city. So, that first blanket approach. But now it's that time for that one-on-one consultation piece to re-examine these issues or these areas where we feel that maybe things aren't correct, or also giving us the opportunity to explain again what Director Malloy said in terms of how we can layer on the complete streets typologies to where we may not necessarily change the classification, but implementing that complete streets typology gives us the ability to implement some of those measures and refocus away from moving vehicles to moving people on a street and providing a better network and a better environment for them.
Thank you for that. And then the report another report comes back here, or there's some final sign off that committee and council has before the changes are actually implemented. Is that then true?
Correct. So after the public consultation component, we will update the report and then be represented again for adoption or for further direction on how to proceed.
Thank you. As part of the consultation process that is planned, and forgive if I missed it in your presentation, I'm just curious, there's an inherent change on some of these when you move from one road class to another in the service level, because our service levels are determined by the road classification generally. So if you move from, say, arterial to local, there's a corresponding service level change that takes place with regards to all manner of things, everything from snow removal to anything else that we do on the road. As part of the consultation, are those notations made as part of the consultation to your user groups or to the community where you would include with that and say, just so you know, if it goes from arterial to local, these are the changes that you'll expect in terms of the service levels applied?
So through the chair, yes, we can note that. I'm not 100% positive it is in the report itself now, but we can take this away and make sure that is included as any part of engagement that we continue going forward to make sure that all of that is recognized. And in terms of the reclassifications, I believe we only, just for information, I think we only went one step above or below, so I don't think there were any really significant reclassifications on the roads with this study.
Okay, I would make note that I think between collector and local, there may be a bit of a jump in terms of some of the service levels, but that may be a question for our Public Works colleagues, and I see Director Malloy has his fingers up there.
Just for the record, there was 2 fingers up there. So, through the chair, anytime we're going out to the public, we're going to show full transparency. There isn't going to be impact. So we'll have boards that demonstrate the impact of what reclassification would mean on a high level, and then the mapping so people can see corresponding it affects their homes and it could affect their service levels or what other impacts could be related to that. And then we'll take that feedback for refinement. That's why what's presented here is really just a proposal that requires public consultation and public input and engagement. And then what the next step will be is when we bring it back, an official plan amendment would have to go with that, and then there would be a public meeting and delegations that would go with that as well.
Thank you, Acting Director. Final question then, when it comes to the report component, like we're going to receive the presentation, we're going to move to the report, rather than ask questions here on the floor as it pertains to specific streets that may be upgraded, downgraded, as it pertains to Appendix E. Sounds like there's a consultation level that's coming. Can I just make a request to reach out to my office? I'm sure other offices would benefit from it, and then we can deal with those offline rather than take up the time of the committee here.
I appreciate that. Okay, thank you. Councillor Maureen Wilson, followed by Councillor Chattison. Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your work and the presentation. I have a number of specific questions. I've already sent my email request for a meeting to discuss, so I won't belabor this with my colleagues. Just from a high level, can you help me understand why we're having a specific meeting with the Development Liaison Committee to inform this work? Through the chair.
So through the chair, quite often when we get into the development review process, historically we've had a number of concerns and issues with the interpretation of rights-of-way, because historically we have tied road classification with a specific right-of-way width, rightfully or wrongly. That was just at the time when we had done the official plan consolidation. Now is the time, based on all this feedback and experience from development reviews, to take a holistic review and to see if that really matches. And we have found that it really detangling that connection of right-of-way with designations with road classification has really caused more problems than it has solved. So we're trying to untangle that, and that requires there's an impact to the development community, and we need to have that conversation with them.
Thank you. That's very helpful to my understanding. My next question through the chair is if someone could speak to what is the purpose of applying and infusing an equity lens to this exercise?
So through the chair, the purpose is to have better outcomes for communities and to take into account that data and that information in the community of who are impacted by the road network. And that was our work to do that and to listen to committees in the past and their interest and desire to have outcomes. These healthier outcomes. So that's why we engaged public health to work with us, because we're not equity experts. We do the best that we can, and we're trying to apply this lens from the data sources that we have and to work out those areas of where we could make a difference with the reclassifications, as well as the applying the typologies as well.
Having said that, then, I am curious if you could educate me on your public consultation. And this is not a setup, and I'll tell you exactly why I'm asking this. I would go a little bit broader, and I'd like to provide this at the outset to try and level my question. If we're infusing this exercise with the principle and the promise and the responsibility of equity, then we're necessarily saying that each of us, some of us more than others, have certain things in our lives and certain needs that require differences and accommodations in order to ensure that we have equal access and mobility to, across, through the city. If we seem to be acknowledging that as a working premise, then in providing just an open house, how is an open house, how is that reflecting equity? If on page Appendix C, we seem to identify equity of immigration, language, lone parent households. But if you're having a PIC, that would probably not be in keeping with the variance and the equitable requirements for people to participate, just as the street form and function doesn't enable them to participate. Could you speak to me about, or give me some assurance that we're going to really be committed to equity in how we consult? Through the chair.
Through the chair, absolutely. I think we are. I think we're inclined just to say we're doing open house and that's it, and then we're good. And that's not the case. So we want to engage with individual councillors on this issue, as well as we have a standard mailing list of various stakeholders, and we would seek input on those equity deserving, even community groups, kitchen table meetings, to have those discussions and apply those principles. So we connect with those communities. So I don't want to say we're limited by that open house, is what we had said, but we're certainly not beholden just to an open house. And we know that there's an expectation for more, and we will deliver on that.
Okay, thank you. Happy to perhaps have a conversation further on that. I think it's really important. If I could ask two other questions. Respectfully, equity is not a disadvantage. And it is just a feature of life according to what we're born with, who we're born to, our economic condition and or our gender. So to that end, our women are not included on the table as an equity-seeking group and deserving group. Would you care to comment? And I would argue women have very specific experiences that are unique to women and needs in the city.
So through the chair, we are using two indexes that I do believe reference women as part of those. So that's just the information that's available to us.
Does it?
And this was done in consultation with public health, which I believe have an interest in equity. And that's why we merged the two sources together to apply in this project. So My understanding of my belief is that women are inclusive as part of this. We're trying to be as inclusive as we can with using the information that was made available to us.
Okay, perhaps, Chair, that's something I could come back in. Maybe I have missed it, and for that I do regret it, but I just haven't seen it to date. And if it's a measure of health outcomes, that's one thing. It's also a measure of economic output. That is something else as well. There's a myriad of things. Thank you. Just so I understand the timeline, further to Councillor Beatty's question, when could you give me just a general roadmap through the chair of your key decision points in terms of timelines?
Okay, so through the chair, we are hoping to have public consultation, or the consultation piece, completed by the end of this year. But based on the conversation today, I think we'll be amending that timeline, probably pushing into Q1 of 2026, which then means our updated report would be probably Q2 of 2026, which would then come again before a committee and then hopefully, finalized, or sorry, then updates would be done and then brought for committee again in Q3 of 2026. So those are the dates that we're targeting at this point in time.
Thank you. Those are my questions for now.
Thank you. Up now is Councillor Tatterson, followed by Councillor A. Wilson, and then Councillor Kassar. Councillor Tatterson, please.
Hi, thanks for taking my questions here. Basically what I saw in here, it says a scenario was developed to incorporate previously approved and, for me, forecasted infrastructure improvements. These improvements were derived from council-approved initiatives as well as capital budget. Anyway, so if I think that one of my roads should be on here, and I heard this, that aren't on there, I will be guaranteed some further time to review with the team to possibly get that road on there that I feel strongly should be there.
So through the chair, I know you had provided a previous correspondence for, and this is specific to Binbrook Road, just for awareness for council, for the committee. That road was previously an arterial road. Fletcher's is the boundary between the urban boundary and the rural area, and in the rural area, it is also an arterial road. The designation is not changing from an arterial road in terms of how that road is being constructed and built. So this plan, or the road classification, is not an infrastructure plan. It just takes into account infrastructure that is planned as part of the proposed designations. That road, there is a motion that had gone previously to extend services into the Glanbrook Arena. I'm aware that is still planned to move forward, and there has been work that has been going on to urbanize and improve Binbrook Road in the urban boundary area. Although not in my portfolio, it's my understanding that they're still doing feasibility work to extend those services out to Glanbrook Arena.
Hey, thanks for that answer in detail. I wasn't looking for that detail. I just wanted a conversation later, but you've handled all my questions now, so we won't have to have that conversation. Thank you.
It's almost like he had planned it to not have that conversation. Oh, I know. Them be fighting words. I'm sorry. All right. Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Appreciating that we're approving something in principle for further input. I'm really appreciative of that. However, I'm struggling because I don't understand what we're actually approving. And so the reason I say this is when I look at Appendix A, the large report, there's the two figures in there. There's the current network and there's the proposed network. And I can see some changes there. Then my understanding is to find a written explanation of the changes. I go to Appendix E. My issue is I find a lot of errors in cross-referencing between, and that's why I'm just trying to understand. So for example, there are some things that look changed in the visual, but they're not mentioned in Appendix E. There are some in Appendix E where it's saying it's moving from a collector to a local road, but the visuals would indicate that it's actually moving the opposite way. And so I'm just trying to understand what the best way, maybe I'm just misreading it, but I've done a couple examples and I think it's pretty pervasive, at least in the Ward 13 area. So maybe just through you, Chair, that's what I'm flagging, is I'm not sure what we're saying yes to today, given some of those pieces, and I'm just wondering what the path is to get a little bit more clarity. So when we do send this out to the public, it's really, really clear what we're asking for feedback on. I'm not saying we have to figure it all out now, but I'm personally just not clear which direction we're headed on some of these because of the contradictions between the visual and the written answer. And I'm happy to provide examples if that's helpful, but I don't want to go into the weeds on just a Word file.
So Jill first, before I ask Director Malloy, or maybe I guess.
I could take that. So through the chair. So the Appendix A is the consultant report. And they had done some technical work. From that report, staff took it upon themselves to review that and provide our contextualized information and our expertise. There are a few discrepancies from the written, and that's why there are some differences between the consultant report and the other appendices. There are a couple of discrepancies in one of the appendices due to formatting, and that is a regretful error, and there wasn't time to update the appendix, but the information there is correct. It's just misaligned due to a formatting error from the spreadsheet onto Word, and and in terms of moving forward, this is a proposal. We can take it back and come forward at the will of committee, or we could take advice from committee to go out to the public to seek further clarification and education and get information and feedback on the classifications right-of-way widths, and then bring it back to committee. So it's really at the will of committee what their preferences, what they feel most comfortable with.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, I'm just going to repeat what I heard. I'll use one very specific explanation just so I understand. So in the Appendix A consultant report, seeing visual, I'll just use King Street East and East Street North in Dundas as an example. The consultant is recommending we get rid of King Street East, we turn that to a local road, and we keep East Street North as a collector. But Appendix E has no mention of King Street East, so I'm assuming that means that we keep it. And then it's saying, let's get rid of East Street North as a collector and move that to a local road. So it's the inverse of the visual. And I'm just wondering if and again, these are lots of appendices. I could have missed something here, but I'm just wondering, where is that explained that we're going in this direction different than the consultant, here's why, or that leads me to think that maybe there was an error missed, and then I'm hearing from staff, no, it was intentional. And then I go, okay, what am I missing there, just to understand that, because we're about to send this to the public, and I just want to make sure what we're asking folks to consult on, what the actual changes being proposed are crystal clear. And I don't know if that example helps clarify, or maybe just is seeking confirmation that that is the case, that staff are proposing kind of the inverse of the consultant recommendation in that case, and so the appendix is correct?
So that is correct. The inverse was recommended, and we can provide more concise explanation of the change.
Okay, thank you. No, understanding that I shouldn't be looking at the visuals to the text draft, that those are not related, really does help, I think, with that. I would then need more information in Appendix E, though, to understand why we're going in different directions or what the impact is. And so I don't know if a visual can be created of what's actually being proposed. And then just a quick question from me is, I can't read Appendix C, and I'm wondering if there could be some help in just, not that I understand what the words are in the column, I can read that, but just what is it actually saying, if there could just be a methodological comment shared. So for example, one of the headers, scrolling all the way up to the very top, because they're only on the top page, is road class, and then the other one is road class P. What is that, the change? Is that just trying to understand how to actually read this equity index and understand what the changes are there, because there's not a kind of how to read this or how to use this document guide, it's just a table.
So through the chair, could you reference the page of that appendix, please?
So, well, I don't understand how to read any of Appendix C, the table, but the table begins on page 4 where the headers are included. And I guess I'm just trying to pick any random street, and I'm just trying to understand what am I actually being told in this appendix.
So through the chair, it's the street that is being proposed, and then the cross street, the two streets next to it are the segment, and then the existing road class, and then the road class P is proposed, and then the right-of-way width, and then the the equity index score, and then there's the rationalization and safety needs.
Thank you. And sorry, the equity index score is done via the table above, earlier in the appendix, or could you just maybe help me understand? I understand you're using a bunch of inputs to get a quantitative number. Those numbers are then listed in order throughout the page. That makes sense to me. Are you able to explain, maybe again, I could have missed it in the report, where I can understand what the inputs are that generate that 2 or that 1 or those numbers, and how that's happening?
Yes, so through the chair, because we were using 2 indexes, I believe one had 3 criteria or more, and then the other one had 5 or more, so they didn't equal up. So we kind of used those scales and merged them together in consultation with and work with public health to merge the 2 indexes to have a score of 2, which is kind of most equitable deserving, 1 with like a moderately equitable deserving, and 0 as more of a lower in comparison to the other 2 in terms of equity deserving neighborhoods. And that's where that score is kind of emerged through. So it was explained in the report, but yeah, we could do a better job at clarifying that.
Thank you. And so is the purpose of the equity index then to provide a relative ranking of equity across multiple criteria, but not to provide individual based data? So for example, we're not necessarily understanding what equity factors led to the score of 2 in this overall score, but it's helpful to compare various factors there. I'm just wondering, is there ever an intention to break out the actual factors there? Is the hope to just keep this at the high level? Here's what the outcome of all those inputs was.
So through the chair, the 2 data sets we have are mapping quite data-rich data sets, and we try to keep it at a high level to use as a planning tool to kind of merge that information and how they overlay and relate to this exercise.
Okay, I think those are my questions for now, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Up now, Councillor Kassar.
I just had a comment, if that's okay, Chair. Really grateful for the work. I think this is a really good step on many steps that we need to take, especially talking about people instead of just moving vehicles. I know there's general typical way to look at this as service levels, and there's a little conversation on that. But if we're going to build the city, we're going to be successful. Service level has to be much more than just vehicles, which is just starting to do. It's servicing people on places to live, places to shop, places to meet people, just to build community. So I still think we need to get further beyond the classification, but I think that talking about moving people is really, really important. I mean, I think that's not in the report that I can see, but you just look out behind you, the window, Chair, behind you on Main Street. It's an arterial road, I imagine. It's a highway, and there's not a lot happening in terms of, people and community. In this specific section, the section right across behind the Art Gallery of Hamilton, big open space, there's nothing there because no one really wants to be beside a highway. The businesses are not going to start up, to use Councillor Maureen Wilson's example, there's not going to be a hot dog stand that starts up that's going to turn into something else and turn into something else. So I think we really need to be thinking holistically in how we're going to make a space for people. And this is a good step, but I think when we're talking about service, it's much more than that. It's about, tax productivity in terms of municipal finance, where we're going to generate wealth for the city, where we're going to generate spaces for people to be, and that will be with trees, and that will be with bike lanes or whatever it might be. So it's much more than just the road classification. There are examples around the world where arterials are rich, vibrant places. They're not highways because there's all modes of transportation that include cars, that include public transportation, active transportation. So I see this as a way to move towards that. I think public consultation will be good, and happy to see us taking a step in what I think is the right direction. Thanks.
Do we have any other first-time speakers? Seeing none, Councillor Maureen Wilson for a second time, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'll take my questions offline and hope to have the meeting before council. Thank you.
Thank you. At this point, I do need a mover and a seconder to receive the presentation. I know. Councillor McMeekin, Councillor Kassar, this is a hand vote. May I have a hand vote to receive, please? And that looks like everyone. Okay, I will now need a mover and a seconder to approve the recommendations in the report. please. Councillor Beatty and Councillor Kretsch. Any other discussion? I mean, we did just have a really fulsome one, but. Okay, seeing none, may I have your vote electronically, please? And the vote is up. Councillor Pauls or Councillor Nan? And that vote carries 8-0. Thank you. We're going to move on to 9.5. I know that there are one person in the gallery that's waiting with bated breath. Yeah, that's you, Ryan Rogers. Yeah. This is PED 25122, Energy Storage Systems, Interim Strategy and Municipal Support. We do have Scott Turnbull, who is here, who is able to do the presentation. So I hope committee wants to see the presentation, because I kind of want to see this presentation. So Scott, come on down.
Thank you, Chair, and members of the Planning Committee. My name is Scott Turnbull. I'm a planner in the Sustainable Community section in the Planning Division. The report before you today outlines an interim strategy and municipal support resolution protocol for energy storage systems. First, I'd like to thank all the departments who contributed to this report, including staff from the city's fire department and Office of Climate Change Initiatives who are in attendance today in person and online. So to start, this work responds to a series of provincial procurements launched by the Independent Electricity System Operator, or ISO. The ISO has projected a significant increase in electricity demand in the province, driven by factors such as population growth, electrification, and the retirement of aging facilities. To help address this demand, the ISO is securing new grid-level energy storage capacity with their most recent call for projects opened on June 27th, with more submission windows expected each year over the next 4-year period. As part of this procurement process, projects must demonstrate that they have municipal support for their bid, which is done through what's called a Municipal Support Resolution, or MSR. An MSR is a formal resolution made by the municipality, and it's intended to show that the city supports the submission of the project into the procurement process, but it does not replace or supersede any required environmental or land use approvals, including future planning applications. In December 2023, the City of Hamilton received 3 MSR requests. In response, Council directed staff to come back with a recommended criteria to guide how these requests should be reviewed going forward. I'll start with a brief overview of what energy storage systems are. These are large-scale facilities that draw electricity from the grid when demand is low. They store it and then release it back into the grid when demand is high. There are several types of energy storage systems, but one of the most common and growing technologies is battery energy storage, which is what you see represented in the diagram on the slide. These systems usually consist of lithium-ion batteries housed in large shipping container-style units, along with transmission infrastructure to connect to the grid. In some cases, there may also be small buildings for operations or maintenance, but often the site is just limited to the battery units and equipment. So the ISO is working to secure these new energy storage projects to support Ontario's electricity grid. They've identified several benefits of these systems, including improved grid reliability, better integration of renewable energy projects, and backup power options for communities. The city's Office of Climate Change has also highlighted potential climate action benefits, such as the potential to reduce our reliance on natural gas plants during peak demand and improving resilience during extreme weather events. From a land use perspective, there are several considerations for these facilities. Noise impacts, mainly from the transmission equipment on the site, potential impacts on natural features and agricultural lands, thermal runaway, which refers to the fire risk associated with battery systems, and the facility life cycle, including how the site will be decommissioned and restored after it's no longer in use. So given this context, staff reviewed energy storage systems from two perspectives. First, we looked at the city's official plans and zoning bylaw to ensure they include an appropriate policy framework to support and guide the siting of these facilities. Second, we looked at a formal process to receive, review, and evaluate municipal support resolution requests that are required for the provincial procurement. So starting with the city's review of the official plans, staff are recommending that we consult on the following proposed draft amendments and report back to committee at a future statutory public meeting. The draft amendments propose to permit energy storage systems in the following designations within the Urban Hamilton official plan: the industrial land designation, the business park designation, and the airport employment growth district designation. These employment area designations permit comparable uses and are generally located away from sensitive uses, making them an appropriate area to accommodate energy storage. In the rural Hamilton official plan, the amendments propose allowing energy storage systems in the rural designation to a maximum size of 2% of the lot area up to 1 hectare. These rural lands are outside of the urban boundary and are characterized as having a lower agricultural capability, making them suitable for this type of development while still protecting prime agricultural areas. In addition to land use permissions, the draft official plan amendments propose that energy storage systems be set back a minimum of 150 meters from sensitive land uses. This recommended setback takes into account that this is an emerging land use. It aligns with the available guidance reviewed by staff, and it was determined in consultation with the city's fire department. The draft amendments require that any proposed private energy storage system obtain a site-specific zoning bylaw amendment to ensure the facility is appropriately located and that site-specific development standards are established. The site-specific regulations will be informed by the review of supporting studies, which include a noise study, a fire risk and response assessment, and a commissioning and decommissioning plan. Dependent on the findings of these studies, the 150-meter setback may be increased. Two of these studies propose the fire risk and response assessment and commissioning and decommissioning plan are new requirements and would be part of a complete zoning bylaw amendment and site plan application for energy storage. To briefly summarize these new studies, a fire risk and response assessment explains how the facility will operate, the potential risks, and how those risks will be managed. A draft terms of reference has been created in collaboration with the city's fire department to guide what is included in this study. The commissioning and decommissioning plan outlines how the facility will be tested prior to operation and how the site will be restored once the system is no longer in use. Staff have also proposed a change to the city zoning bylaw and are seeking direction to consult on this draft amendment as well. This draft zoning bylaw amendment would define a private energy storage system but not permit them as of right in any urban or rural zone. Instead, each project would need to go through the site-specific zoning process discussed earlier in order to be permitted. Lastly, the staff report recommends updating the site plan control bylaw to clearly state that these facilities are subject to site plan approval. Moving on to the Municipal Support Resolution Requests, or MSRs, staff identified the need for a formal process to receive, review, and evaluate these requests to support the provincial procurement process. Staff are recommending that an interim protocol be adopted which sets out the process, criteria, and information required for committee's consideration. The protocol provides staff the opportunity to prepare a report and recommendation for each request, which could then be considered by committee and council. Staff are recommending this as an interim approach, recognizing that updates will be needed as new guidance becomes available and to address additional energy procurement initiatives, which I will touch on shortly. So the requirements of this interim protocol can be broken into 4 sections. First, it includes locational requirements. Right now, the interim protocol requires that projects conform to the draft official plan amendments, meaning that the project must be in one of the previously identified land use designations and must meet the required setback to sensitive uses. Second, applicants need to provide high-level project information. This can include the proposed location, existing site features, and a basic description of the energy storage technology being proposed. The intent of this section is to gather enough preliminary information to understand the project at a high level while recognizing that more detailed design and review will come later through the formal planning process. The third part of the protocol focuses on early community engagement. Before getting an MSR, project developers will need to set up a website with project information, hold a consultation meeting, and submit a summary of what they heard to the city. They will also need to show that they've reached out to local Indigenous communities to share information and discuss the project. The final section of the interim protocol focuses on community benefits. Since the benefits of each energy storage project can vary, the protocol requires proponents to provide a summary of the benefits that their project will provide. Some municipalities and project developers have signed what are referred to as community benefit agreements, which can be used to formally establish shared revenue agreements or other commitments for community benefits. Staff are recommending further consultation on how Hamilton might use and prioritize these types of agreements, but as an interim step, the protocol requires that the project developers enter into a community benefit agreement with the city based on priorities identified during the required community consultation. In order to implement this protocol, the report recommends approval of a municipal support request form and associated fee. In the development of this protocol, staff have sought feedback from external agencies, including conservation authorities and utilities, city departments, and from industry. In light of some of the feedback received and in recognizing that municipal support resolutions for energy storage systems are a new tool available to municipalities, staff have identified 4 alternatives for committee's consideration, which are fully outlined in the report, and I'm happy to answer any questions regarding these alternatives following the conclusion of the presentation. Lastly, it should be noted that the province has launched a separate procurement to secure additional energy generation facilities, which can include both renewable and non-renewable energy projects. This procurement will also run over the next 4 years, and like energy storage, will require proponents to receive municipal support resolutions. In response, the report recommends that staff prepare a protocol and evaluation criteria specific to energy generation projects and utilize the existing request form and associated fee to help manage any requests received in the interim. To wrap up, I'd like to provide a quick summary of the key recommendations in the report before you. These fall into 3 main categories. First, the report recommends approval of the interim municipal support resolution protocol, the request form, the associated fee, and the amendment to the site plan control bylaw. Second, the report recommends staff consult and report back on the draft official plan amendments, draft zoning bylaw amendment, the draft fire risk and response assessment, terms of reference, the use and prioritization of community benefit agreements, and a separate protocol and criteria for energy generation facilities. Third, the report recommends delegated authority for staff to make minor updates to the protocol and request form, and authority for staff to enter into community benefit agreements on the city's behalf. And finally, the report recommends the use of the existing request form and fee for energy generation projects as an interim measure. And that concludes the presentation. Thank you very much for your time. I'd be happy to answer any questions from committee.
Thanks for your presentation, Scott. And actually, before we get into questions, I had initially asked Chief Planner Robichaud just to kind of give us a bit of opening statements on this. Sorry, Chief. Thought I forgot to tell you that I'm going to call on you. So.
Sorry, Madam Chairman. As the committee may recall, approximately this time last year, we had two proponents came forward to council seeking a resolution in support of their proposals to establish a battery electric storage facility. I believe at least one of those two facilities was located in the rural area. Those proposals essentially came straight to council, and it was very time sensitive from their perspective based on the IESO deadline for submissions. It was the decision of council at that time not to pass a resolution in support of either proposal, and rather referred that directed staff to develop a protocol for dealing with that IESO proposals going forward, hence today's staff report with an interim protocol. At this point in time, I am not aware of any requests that have been formally made to the City of Hamilton for a resolution in support of the application or their proposed application to establish a battery electric storage facility or similar type facility under the current IESO requests for proposals that was issued in June of this year. So from a timing perspective, it is good timing for us to come forward with our draft proposal. But in listening to the speaker earlier this morning and the concerns about the timelines, in particular, I believe staff have identified in the draft protocol 21 days upon receipt of a request to circulate it, and an additional 70 days to prepare the staff report may not work for the industry representatives. What I can commit to is for those proposals that are located in larger industrial sites within the Bayfront or similar industrial business parks, we would work with the applicants to fast track the review since the impacts on adjacent residential communities would be minimal, in order that we could work with the proponents to meet their timelines as articulated as the IESO for any proposals that were submitted under this current window. Going forward into 2026 and beyond, we would expect that proponents would follow the protocol as adopted by council, should council choose to adopt the final protocol once we complete the community consultation. Thank you.
Thank you. Speakers list is open, so I'll recognize Councillor McMeekin first.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks for the presentation. I'm really excited with all of the potential stuff that's going on the energy side. I know our chairperson is as well. She has an intimate connection with some of the creative entrepreneurial things that are happening. This is kind of maybe out of left field or center field, but I'm interested in wind power. One of the big knocks against wind power historically, I can recall a big project that was going to operate off the Thousand Islands that was canceled by government because of some alleged concerns, was that the power could only be generated when it was windy out. But with this new battery technology, it is pretty clear that aside from Donald Trump, who thinks winds cause cancer and kills birds, and shouldn't be used, but aside from him, there's a fair consensus that wind is a very, very viable, particularly when the battery technology gets developed. So my question is anybody in our area doing anything about wind power? Are we aware of anybody that's interested in building windmills and and plugging into our new battery storage initiative?
Through the chair to the councillor, staff are not aware, our team is not aware of any requests or contact regarding wind energy generation. I may defer to my colleagues in the Office of Climate Change if they have any additional information on that.
Councillor McMeekin, there's also opportunity to connect with ECDEV on that, because I know that my former boss, Jen Patterson, used to have the portfolio of wind in her portfolio. So perhaps that might be an offline kind of
Where
conversation.
there's a wind, there's a way.
Oh, wow, that was awesome. Okay, thank you. Any additional questions, Councillor McMeekin?
No, that's it's an obvious one, and let's hope somebody, maybe when I'm no longer on council, I'll go into business producing windmill power. That would be a good thing to do. Craig, you want to go into business with me? Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Kassar.
Wind turbines might produce more power than windmills, but anyway. So thank you very much for this. It's very exciting. I know we had a kind of false start back when the other companies originally had approached us. So I want to pick up on the delegation from Ryan earlier today. So I think the draft interim MSR process makes sense going forward. So my focus is just on the current intake, and the concerns that were brought up are on timing. So Chief Planner Robichaud has just interjected a little more here on fast tracking. But I wanted to ask about alternative one, which is the blanket or conditional blanket MSR, and ask about the risks for that if we were to have direction to use that for this current intake and then transition to the staff recommendation going forward, because there's more time. So just maybe if you could comment on any risks that might exist with that alternative one recommendation, or alternative one.
Sure. Through the chair to the councillor. So the risk identified with alternative one in the staff report was essentially that the province has provided municipalities with the municipal support resolution tool to consider these requests on a case-by-case basis. By moving to a blanket municipal support resolution process, they would no longer be considered on that case-by-case basis. With alternative one, conditions could be added, which projects would have to satisfy in order to be eligible. But in terms of there being there would be no impact to staff's review as technical review, as future planning applications would still be required, and staff would conduct the review at that time.
Okay, so through you, Chair, I didn't hear a lot of downside to that. I don't know if maybe Chief Planner Robichaud has more to add on contrasting his fast tracking option, which still says we have the recommendation, but the signal out there is still you have to go through all this process, versus a blanket resolution, which I think I heard from the delegate other municipalities have done. So maybe adding that context too, because we're in a competitive environment as well. Through you.
Through you, Madam Chairman. Sorry. As a blanket resolution with no conditions, then the city would lose any opportunity to manage risk or negotiate anything. But a blanket resolution with conditions, you could mitigate some of the risks. Sorry, Scott, you did have that one slide that talked about the pros and the cons.
Yes.
For example, when we began this conversation last year, I know in speaking with the fire chief, they wanted to make sure that they understood what these facilities were, what would be the risk management approach, and how to minimize any risk should there be a runaway fire on that location, much like we would do with any industrial operator under a C of A. So we would want to have a risk and contingency management plan put in place. In addition, the concern that we've identified we're wanting to have the conversation around is based on the experiences happening like with oil wells and some of the low pressure gas wells we have in Hamilton is what happens at the end of life? Do we ensure that there's a proper decommissioning plan put in place so that when the use ceases, there is a plan, what is going to be their plan or their strategy for the removal of that use or the decommissioning of the site and to restore it to a proper condition? The other one is we would be foregoing any opportunity for community benefits, but there could be a direction that council supports this subject with the condition that they negotiate that community benefit and we report back. So essentially you'd be approving it in principle, subject to them submitting those the conditions that we want in terms of ensuring that it would still go through a modified site plan process, but really looking at managing it from a risk management perspective, looking at it from a how they decommission it. We would want that part of the life cycle of the facility, and then the opportunity to say, attach the requirement that they negotiate or propose a series of community benefits, and then we would report back to council on what those community benefits would look like for ultimately for council's consideration. That would essentially be an alternative to staff fast tracking it, because it would lead to the same sort of recommendation. And if you qualify it onto those larger industrial sites or within certain areas of the city where there's less of an opportunity to be a land use conflict or a potential nuisance, i.e. within the Bayfront strategy area or maybe within the AEGD, those are large employment areas with minimal residential uses on the periphery, where in some other areas you do have residential uses in close proximity. So it would really be about how to manage the risk as opposed to being opposed to the approving it with conditions. Thank you. From a staff perspective, staff have no issue with council if they want to do for a 1-year blanket moratorium subject to certain predetermined conditions that essentially are looking at how do we manage the city's risk at the same time advancing or protecting the city's interests and leveraging the opportunities that these facilities provide. Thank you.
Okay, that's helpful. So I guess I'll reiterate where my head is on this at this moment is we're again kind of in a tight timeline, just because June 27th is when the cycle began and it ends sometime end of this year, I think, right? And what we heard from the delegation is we might be putting ourselves at a disadvantage if we're making it more difficult. But what I heard from staff is that alternative one with conditions and potentially adding something around community benefits. I think I heard it would be an extra step we would need to do, right? Probably positions us the best from my perspective now, and that would just be active until the closure of this intake period, so the end of this year, whatever that date is. But so I think maybe there's an amendment or moving that as an alternative just for this intake, but supporting the staff recommendation going forward. And that's only because of the tight timeline we're in and what we heard from the delegate. So I look forward to hearing what other colleagues have to say, but that's where my head's at right now.
Thank you. We are still talking about the presentation. We haven't even gotten to the report yet, so that's still on. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I did. Councillor Tattison, please.
So I just heard that we have no proposals currently in front of us for battery storage. Is that correct?
Through the chair to the councillor, yes, that's correct. No requests have been made at this time.
So my question, if we approve staff recommendations and say one appeared before us, in a month, how long do you think it would take for something like that to be built?
Through the chair, it's a great question. The ISO has timelines and from when the project needs to be submitted. The ISO then has to award the contracts. From then on, there are specific dates that the projects are required to become live by as per their contract with the ISO. In the risk of speaking erroneously, I believe that the first window has a target date of, I believe, 2027, 2028 for the project to become live.
Okay, so I think I heard like 3-4 years, correct, basically? And that's fine. That's a great ballpark for me to kind of jump from. So when companies make proposals, they want to use proven technology. And right now, that proven technology is lithium. But the downside is lithium runs pretty hot, so it requires cooling, and it makes the noise, and there's a big fire risk with that heating capacity issue. So my question is, it's in my research, there's new battery technology that's right on the cusp. There's like graphene, aluminum ion, there's sodium, there's solid state, all just on the forefront of being patented and developed and put into commercial use. So for me, I don't feel there's a great rush, but might it not be better if we wait for that new technology?
Through the chair to the councillor, That is, the evolving nature of this technology is something that staff have learned through this process. Part of the intent of requiring that these facilities go through a site-specific zoning bylaw amendment to site the facilities is in recognition of that the technology is changing, fire suppression technology is changing, and that can all be looked at through the detailed study and plans at that time.
Okay, thanks. I'm pretty happy with that answer. Thanks.
I'm going to put myself on the list. So Councillor Tattison, take the chair, please.
Go ahead, Chair.
So just building off of Councillor Tattison, I just wanted to get a little more clarity. At this point, we are trying to facilitate the current ISO LT2 because there's a real opportunity because in your presentation, it talked about it opened on June 27th, but what you didn't say is that it actually closes December 2025. December 18th, 2025. So if we are not able to facilitate any potential, if we don't have a framework currently, that actually deters any potential project that might come forward. Is that correct?
Sorry, through the chair to the councillor, just to clarify, not having a framework will be a deterrent for energy storage systems? Is that the question?
Well, it just means that if we don't have a framework in place, which means that we're not open to an MSR, which then means that any potential business will not choose Hamilton as an investment because of this short time frame of June 27th to December 18th. That's kind of my understanding.
Through the chair to the councillor, based on our discussions with industry, a clear process and an appropriate timeline are definitely key considerations for proponents looking to enter into the ISO procurement process. So you are correct. Yes.
Okay. Because I think that from the delegation today, we heard that HCE is interested in working with Steelport, and there's a real opportunity for either the energy generation, which is one of the components of the LTR, or it could be about the battery energy storage. So the fact is there are two potential opportunities today, but if we don't bring in some sort of a framework today, we inevitably miss the time frame for this particular application process. Did I get that right?
Through the chair to the councillor, as you alluded to previously, requests could still be made, but they would be made in a similar fashion as previously, where they would be made to committee, and a report would not have been prepared at that time to consider.
Okay, thank you. So I think that for me and my understanding is that when we're speaking about what we're doing here, the activity today is really looking at it from a draft municipal framework. That way it allows us to actually entertain these proposals. So then that way any business investment could feasibly have the MSR through this draft framework ready for us. That's kind of how I'm understanding the activity today.
Yes, I can, through the chair to the councillor, maybe to clarify in regards to the main protocol that's recommended, the intent is that it establishes a clear process for proponents to make a request to the city and identifies the information that is required to be provided, as well as any other community benefit or community engagement requirements. When that request is made through the form that's attached to the report, staff would prepare a report to committee, which would then be subsequently considered for a decision.
All right, thank you. That really helps me with understanding the activity that we're trying to do today and the urgency and the need for us to come up with something today so that we don't miss out on this potential opportunity. Just as a comment from our delegation, we heard that if we missed out on this particular window, we don't know when the next LTR will potentially open. Could be at the end of next year, which then actually delays a potential investment
for another couple of years. So we're trying to capture this moment today, so then that way we could have something, shovels in the ground, some sort of investment in the next year and a half, 2 years, versus us potentially waiting for something that may happen at another point next year or the year after. So that's my understanding of the urgency for this today. Okay, thank you. I'll take back the chair now.
It's yours.
Thank you. Okay, so at this point, seeing that there are no other speakers, and I do just have to get to the first part, which is we need a mover and a seconder to receive the staff presentation. So Councillor Alex Wilson, Councillor Kassar, this is a hand vote. May I have your hand vote, please? That is everyone, and that is carried. Now, I do need a mover and a seconder to receive the written comments and approve the recommendations in the report. Now, mind you, this is, we can go with the report as is, or if Councillor Kassar, you wanted to move the alternative, you could, as a mover, you could potentially move the alternative, So Councillor Kassar, do you want to move it? And I need a seconder. Councillor Taddison. Councillor Kassar, but do you want to speak to, do you want the report or do you want the alternative? So.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So I sent a really rough suggested amendment to hopefully get to what I was sharing when I spoke last, which was to approve what staff is recommending for 2026 and beyond. So to preserve that, because I think that's the right thing to do. But for 2025 is to enable the first alternative, which is a blanket conditional MSR.
Oh, okay.
So I've emailed that to the clerk and Chief Planner Robichaud and yourself. Just looking for some input. That's the spirit of it. Just want to see if we can get to the right wording. And if it's not possible today, we just need to do that at council. That's fine too. But hopefully we could make something work today.
Okay, so is that something you can put on the screen, Elsie, Kelsey? So I think at this point you're moving the report, but then you're adding an amendment.
An amendment, yes.
Okay, so then we'll have to deal with the amendment before we actually deal with the report as amended. Okay. So we'll take a look at what's on the screen.
And just while we're working on getting it on the screen, what I did not include in what I sent was the comment around incorporating a community benefits piece. So that would need to be added in my haste. I did not include Chief Planner Robichaud's valued advice there.
But in the alternative, it did actually include, as a condition, community benefits. So it was already kind of built into there anyway, so I'm not sure if you absolutely, yeah. Okay, so I think Sal's gonna pull that up. Okay. So as you can see, the recommendation 1 and 2 is approximately the same. The last bit would be the new amendment, so that staff implement alternative 1, blanket municipal support with conditions for the current, just for the current intake cycle. So that's an amendment. Do I have a seconder for the amendment? I'm happy to second. I can second. So Councillor Kassar, and then I'll second. If there's no questions, comments on this particular amendment, okay. May I have your vote electronically, please? Okay, vote is up. That vote carries 8-0. Now we are on the entirety of the report as amended, and I think we already did have a mover and a seconder. No? Yeah, I thought it was Councillor Kassar and Councillor Taddison. Okay. So if there's no other comments, let's move to the electronic vote, please.
Vote is up. And that vote carries 8-0. Thank you, committee. We are now moving on. So Ryan Rogers, you got a lot of work to do, so get on it, just saying. All right, so let's move on to 9.6, which is PED 25202, Committee of Adjustment. This is the decisions review. I do have Manager Coe back, so may I have a mover and a seconder? There's a lot of different changes. Sorry, not the decisions have all been listed out for you. So do I have a mover and a seconder to at least put the reports on the table, but it says to approve the recommendations? Councillor Crutch and Councillor Alex Wilson. Speakers list is open. Councillor Crutch, please.
Thanks very much. I just want to say a couple of things about this. I don't have any questions. I see the things that are meant to be received and things that are meant to be endorsed. Well, I do have one question. Based on the table, and I've gone through the table, it doesn't appear that there's any rhyme or reason to or change in the kinds of decisions that are made. So I was kind of thinking to myself, well, maybe earlier in the table, we would have seen non-contrary decisions, quite a number, and then over time we would have maybe seen, as the committee coalesces or whatever might go on, we'd see a less of that, and that was not the case. Did I read that right?
Through the chair, Emily Coe, Manager of Zoning and Committee of Adjustment. Yes, you're correct.
And based on your recommendations, what I noticed and what I thought you were recommending, which by the way, I'm very supportive of these recommendations, was around the Ontario Land Tribunal's piece in terms of decisions and precedents. And so if I understand, part of your recommendation is about saying that the OLT decisions and recommendations are going to be reviewed with people on the Committee of Adjustment, so they're aware of the precedent. And I guess what is implied from that is there have been experiences we've been having where people weren't aware of those precedents, sent something off to the OLT, then the precedent kind of was like, here I am, and then that kind of resolved the problem. Had we known the precedent beforehand, we could have avoided all that, is a presumption.
Through the chair, yes.
Okay, and the last question for me for a comment is just about how you're gonna, the way I read it anyways was, we're gonna hang out with the Committee of Adjustment more and talk to them a lot more about stuff. How are you gonna do that in the context of the officialness of all this, right? I mean, there's all these layers of stuff in the Planning Act, and so what does that look like actually?
So through the chair, we're proposing several initiatives which are outlined in the report. So the first step that we want to do is just have another training session with the Committee of Adjustment, just to kind of go through all of those, documents and procedures and whatnot again. And then the second, which we've already started, would be the kind of updates at the end of the committee meeting. So still keeping things formal. It's on the agenda each meeting at the end, just updating them on, OLT decisions, on changes in legislation, because they might not be aware of some of the provincial changes that are impacting on zoning. So just having kind of those more formal conversations with them and just keeping an eye on what's going on and responding accordingly.
Thanks very much. I really appreciate your answers.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson, please. Alex Wilson.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, I seconded the motion. We've had lots of these in Ward 13, and I think that's just my first question is the files that stick out to me are not included in this report, including 2 from this term of council. Has this been scoped in any way, shape, or form? Or I can provide, so like there was a Weirs Lane one that was a severance, had to do with water issues. There was a Valens one that staff will be aware that's recently been settled, but just not seeing them in the report. So just wondering, has this been scoped in such a way? Am I maybe misunderstanding the connection of those files to this? I assume both were COA appeals initiated by staff, but just trying to understand.
Through the chair to the councillor. So these decisions only go back to the current term of the Committee of Adjustment, which is February of last year.
Okay, that helps. Thank you. So one of the things that I had noticed anecdotally, just as a ward councillor, the 5 or 6 of these that have been in front of me, is there's always an issue when it comes to severances and the conditions imposed by water specifically. Seeing in this report, the recommendation or the process improvement is to have more collaboration with staff when staff are making those comments, to have them there. I guess my question is, can we take something a little bit more decisive, and can we interpret this so that a source water issue is never minor? Like, and therefore it's just not appropriate for the COA to be deciding in the first place because they're only dealing with minor variances. If that's always the issue, I guess I'm just wondering, if we're seeing these constant issues and they're having to do with a very technical standard, can we just scoop that out? And so the COA is focusing on what remains minor and what is in their variance and what is more so there. Again, this is purely anecdotally, as my experience as a ward councillor, it seems to be a very common issue that I wouldn't describe as minor, but I would describe as quite major. And that's what we argue when we appeal these things to the OLT anyway. So I'm wondering, is there a way to provide that clarity at the foreground so it's not a matter of education, it's just not relevant?
So through the chair, each division or department provides either conditions, maybe related to source water if it's for a land severance or a consent application, or comments on a minor variance application. It's at the will of the committee to either take those conditions and apply them or not. So, the department only has the ability to provide those and hope that the committee remains informed enough to bring them forward and apply the conditions or abide by the comments, which is why we want staff present, because a lot of times those questions will come up or an applicant will say, I don't want this condition, and the staff member is not present. So we want them there in order to kind of back up their comments and reaffirm how important something may be.
Thank you. And I really appreciate that recommendation. I think it is a process improvement. I guess I'm just procedurally wondering, is that the only option moving forward, or is there an option to provide direction, clarification to the committee where we say, in the city of Hamilton, we define these things as not minor? And then just if there's common issues, I would think that one's one that's come up for me. I'm not asking to amend anything today. I'm just trying to understand if education doesn't work, if we keep having these types of issues, is there room to kind of escalate or think about this change in a different way? And I'm just wondering if we have that option to define these things as non-minor.
Through you, Madam Chairman. The committee has two sort of Planning Act authorities. One under a consent granting authority, minor is not a consideration. Minor is only a consideration when they're dealing with a minor variance application under Section 45. When the committee is making a decision on a consent, they are guided by the city's official plan as well as any other policies to inform the official plan. So that would, the mechanism, if we had an ongoing issue relating to severances and source water, groundwater, hydrology concerns, then it would be most appropriate to look at updating our official plan policies to provide better guidance or direction under that context. If it was an ongoing issue where the committee was approving indirectly reduced lot sizes in terms of minor variances for that, and part of the rationale for the lot size was relating to groundwater and hydrology considerations. There is a provision in the Planning Act under Section 45 where a municipality can define what a minor is as it relates to a variance. I believe the only municipality that started going down that path at one point in time was the town of Oakville, but I don't think they completed that exercise in becoming a municipal definition of what a minor would be and a minor bylaw. It would require that staff do an analysis, bring forward a report, and I believe it can be appealable to the OLT. We can look into it a little bit further and provide an update to the members of the committee just for their information purposes. But that would sort of be Plan B, and I think in the short term would be to monitor the changes that are being recommended by staff at this point in time. And if we do have a pattern of ongoing issues, then we could look at either revisiting our official plan policies around source water, groundwater, and these issues that we're dealing with, and or alternatively, do we need to then consider enacting a quote unquote minor bylaw? That would be the city of Hamilton defining what they would consider to minor would be in addition to the 4 tests under the Planning Act. Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, I really appreciate that distinction. It actually solidifies for me why the recommendations are the way they are. What I was recommending is harder than I thought. I really appreciate the report, supportive of the recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tattison, please.
Well, my question was, how's it determined and what's the criteria that the city appeals a committee of adjustment decision? But I think Chief Planner Robichaud just explained that. And so I'm content with understanding that. But like Councillor Wilson, I would seek further clarification because there have been a couple of issues that have come up in my ward that I'm just throwing my hands up. Why are we appealing this? It just doesn't make sense to me. But I now understand. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing as there are no other speakers, we do have a mover and a seconder. May I have your vote electronically, please? Your vote is up. Vote carries 8-0. Thank you. We're getting close, guys. 9.7 PED 25155. This is the demolition permit for 85 Catherine Street North. May I have a mover and a seconder to approve the recommendations in the report, which is to deny the demolition permit. So Councillor Craig.
I'm going to move the alternative
Okay.
instead of moving the recommendation.
Okay.
And depending on my answers from staff, I may change my mind later, but this seems to be in good faith what to do now based on what the delegates said. So I'm going to move the alternative at this moment.
Okay. All right. So, and then Councillor McMeekin will second your moving of the alternative. Comments? Councillor Crutch, please.
I might need to go on for a third time. So I'm hoping that Binu or somebody else can answer this question. It's my very first question. Maybe Ken can answer it. I was part of a discussion, a new kind of thing we're doing, which I love, is we're having some involvement from councillors in construction management plans. And so during the construction management plan discussion for 71 Rebecca, which I was very much involved in, there were a lot of discussions about corridor capacity, ways to provide pedestrian access to the area and so on. And with these potentially 85 and 89 not being there anymore, there would be potentially more space. My first question is, now, at the stage in the process it is now, can a construction management plan even be altered at this point?
Director Coit.
Through the chair, Ken Coit, Director of Heritage and Urban Design. I know Benu would want me to say that he would love to answer this question. Unfortunately, he's had a family emergency and had to leave. So being that Heritage and Urban Design also includes site plan, most people don't know that, I'll do my best to answer with my limited knowledge of the application. So it's a very complicated site. This project directly to the north of the south of the site we're talking about also involves a reconstruction of Rebecca Street by the developer, which is a very interesting proposal. So it's created a lot of limitations. The construction management plan I reviewed and no did not include accessing the site from this adjacent property, which is actually quite an excellent way to achieve removing stress on Catherine Street and the surrounding public streets. I will note it's still a zero lot line building, so there'll still be shoring and there'll still be issues on the public street. But if they were to be able to move truck access and things like that onto that private property to the north, it would make the construction management plan a lot easier and have a lot less impact on the public streets adjacent. That being said, there is still 30 meters between the house that is projected and the property line to the site under construction. So I don't know if 85 Catherine directly affects that as much, but the idea of having that as an access and use for the construction period would definitely benefit the public streets around.
I think, sorry, Madam Chairman to the Council, the short answer is yes. If circumstances change and warrant a reconsideration of the approved construction management plan, and it's been identified by the city or by staff, we can always approach the applicant and suggest revisions to the construction management plan. Conversely, if the applicant feels that circumstances have changed and they want to make changes to the construction management plan, there is a process in place for them to request or propose amendments, and they would be reviewed and approved by staff. So just because a construction management plan has been approved, it doesn't mean that it has to be carved in stone if circumstances and doing the right thing warrants a reconsideration of what's in the approved construction management plan as it relates to one or more elements. Thank you.
Thanks. As far as I'm concerned, they've opened it up again anyways by having this conversation, so I'll reach out to Binu if this gets approved. So a couple things here, I think, that I want to just say. I'm really concerned here. One of the tricks in the construction management plan from my perspective was how do we manage pedestrian access on this street, which is one way, and which a big section of Catherine is going to be gobbled up by the things that are happening here. It was tricky, and we discussed Jersey barriers and all kinds of things. So looking at it again, maybe there's a way to redesign some of these elements and frankly might make it easier for people to get around. Why? Because this is very close to Beasley Park, John Rebecca Park. It's close to all kinds of pedestrian areas, and it's a place where people are constantly moving around. So I'm mindful that that matters. And so for that reason alone, I'm willing to support the demolition of these buildings, which are not heritage protected, right? So that's, well, 85 isn't, I should say, is no longer heritage protected. And as the council rep on the Heritage Committee, I know that for sure. And so that's not a concern we have. But I do want to say a few things. And if it wasn't for the fact that I thought there could be some stress relief perhaps, even though we have 30 meters, maybe further stress relief to the downtown during construction and development, I would in no way support this. The developer quite plainly said the following: we got a hold of the building and then shut everything in the building off. And then plumbing problems happened. And we went, well, we could have put a fence up, but we didn't bother. And we didn't have any security or anybody there. And things went sideways for us. And now we don't like this. I've seen the pictures. It's way better condition than some of the other places we've asked to be torn down. And again, recently, before these pictures were circulated, there was an ad up, and I've seen the ad, where it shows the interior of the place. And maybe there were some things that were done not up to par and needed to be repaired, but we're not talking about anything exorbitant here. So this property owner, according to their own testimony here today, willfully let the property fall into disrepair, and then is coming here and saying, well, we don't want to have the property there anymore now. Again, I'm sympathetic to the argument about helping with the construction management issue, and so on that point alone, I'm willing to say, okay, but we really have to find a way around this. I know that staff are working on a plan to change our demolition control bylaw, but I think it should be embarrassing for developers to come here and shrug their shoulders and say, well, I didn't want to take any costs on for actually maintaining the building I purchased, knowing that I purchased it, knowing the condition, knowing all these things about it, and so I'm going to come here and say, let me off the hook. I don't think that's the right thing to do. I don't think we should be allowing that to happen on a go-forward basis. I look forward to the discussion around the demolition control bylaw when it comes back. This is not an activity where I think we should be permitting people to just neglect properties. It's easy enough to put up a fence. It's easy enough to make sure that the property is monitored. That should become a standard as far as I'm concerned. When people buy properties they're not willing to rent out for whatever reason, instead of us coming to this later saying, well, so sorry, I didn't do my job. Anyway, those are my comments. And I think it's, again, I'm happy to approve the demolition so that it can make some more access for the construction management plan. I'll follow up with staff about that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Seeing as there are no other speakers, we are moving the alternative. May I have your vote electronically, please? Vote is up. And that vote carries 8-0. We are now on to 9.8, which is the HMHC 25008 Hamilton Municipal Heritage Committee meeting minutes dated on July 25th. May I have a mover and a seconder to approve the recommendations in the committee minutes, please? Councillor Crutch? Yes. Councillor Alex Wilson? Any discussion on these minutes? Okay, seeing none, let's move to the electronic vote, please. Oh, okay. We're going to pause the.
Sorry, I wasn't fast enough.
Okay.
I just want to say two really quick things. One, I just want to say goodbye to Marissa, who's leaving us from the planning world. We'll be sad to see her go. She's going to be going off to do something else outside of the city, but hopefully we'll be able to have her expertise for a long time. She was instrumental in making sure there were two really culturally important heritage designations this year that we talked about, one on Hat Street and one in Gore Park, and so just wanted to recognize she was really helpful in that work. Number two, I want to say that people should start tuning in. I think what we're getting into now is a bit of a pattern of having staff report back on some of the endangered buildings, and so at the next meeting of the Hamilton Municipal Heritage Committee, we're going to have a report back on some buildings of interest. So 154, 56 Hess, on some things on James Street Baptist Church and some other things downtown, including the Cannon Knitting Mills. And so I really appreciate the way that this committee functions as we're able to ask for these kind of semi-informal reports and come back with information and continue to work through the heritage process, because I think it matters for us to try and protect these buildings as best we can. And that's only going to happen by the monitoring that we do of them and the staff going back and reviewing them and talking to the owners. And so for those of you who are interested in this issue, who spoke passionately and care a lot about the fact that we had those Gore buildings fall down in Gore Park, you can watch this stuff live. Those conversations are happening. And if you have any questions about any buildings and want my help to bring them up or raise issues, reach out to me directly and I'll do it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Vote is still up. So can I have your vote, please? Councillor Chattison? Use the thumbs up. That vote carries 8-0. Thank you. We're now moving to notices of motion. Perhaps we'll ask Councillor McMeekin to keep it as a notice of motion? Yes. And committee, please read it. It's an excellent, excellent notice of motion.
I didn't draft it. Environment Hamilton did, and they'll be delegating at the meeting on it. Thanks.
Okay, all right, please read that. Thank you. We are now moving on to 12, which is private and confidential. Does committee wish to go into closed session? Big shaking of the head from the ward councillor. Okay, I gotta move to another page, hold on. We are not going into closed. All right, so this is 12.2. This is LS 25005A, which is the appeal of zoning bylaw amendment, application ZAC 23-010 to the Ontario Land Tribunal for lack of decision for lands located at 299, 307, and 325 Fiddler's Green Road. May I please have a mover and a seconder to approve, one, that the directions provided to staff in closed session respecting report LS 25005A be approved. Two, that closed session recommendations 1, 2, and 3 to confidential report LS 25005A be approved and remain confidential until made public as the city's position before the tribunal. And 3, that the balance of report LS 25005A remain confidential. Mover and a seconder, Councillor Kassar and Councillor Alex Wilson. All right, may I have your vote electronically, please? Vote is up. And that vote carries 8-0. Thank you. Seeing as there's no further business, we are adjourned at 5:03 p.m., which is far later than what Lisa's guess was. So thank you all very much, and thank you for everyone that stuck through it with us. Thank you.